Welcome, everyone, to the Best Damn Podcast. I am your host, John Keene. As always, I would like to thank you guys for joining me. Today, I've got a special treat. Last night, I was invited once again to Jesse Howe and Angeline Joy's show, The Missing Link. Hold on, guys. To Jesse Howe. The Missing Link. And this was for open panel number 9. You guys are going to see content creators like Mr. Zen, Joe Cooligan, quite a few interesting discussions. Some of them did get a little bit heated even, so as always, but I mean, Jesse kind of put it to me like this. We were texting, and he told me, this is like a big thing for us, to be able to see one another's point of view and one another's perspective. That way, this helps us all grow, and evolve as a collective to come to the truth. Now, this is a long one. This was like 4 or 5 hour long show. Like I said, you're going to see every different kind of perspective, every different point of view. I put all of the information in the description box to go follow The Missing Link. Check him out on Facebook, YouTube. Go subscribe. Show Jesse some love. And all of the other content creators, I put their links where I knew their links. I don't know all of them. Yeah, if you like the content, make sure to hit the like, subscribe, share, comment, let me know what you think, and donate and support to the channel. PayPal, Cash App, Facebook Messenger Pay, and join us over on Patreon for our private content, patreon.com, Best Damn Podcast Official. And without further ado, here we go, The Missing Link Live, open panel, number 9.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
Coming to you from the studio located in the Nemesis stars on planet X. The truth is the truth, is the truth. Try the best, try the best.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a lift-off.
I can hear you. It's just really quiet.
I just turned down the music a little bit more. I'm going to turn your mic up. So I'll go into the settings and turn your mic up and see how that works, okay, Michael? And welcome, Mr. Zen. Welcome, John, from the Best Damn Podcast Show, and the beautiful Angeline. Jesse's a girl co-host. Beautiful. You're looking radiant and amazing, like usual.
Thank you. We are working on that. Is your team late?
Thank you for having me, bro.
So, John, I've been watching a few of your parrot layouts that you've been doing, and they're really good. You're really, really good at that. That's
Thank you so much.
I'm impressed.
Angeline.
There's a lot of people who aren't that good at it, and you're very good at it.
Well, I will say this: a lot of the people that we see on like Facebook and stuff like that, to me, those are like frauds. They're not real readers. I study the astrology and all of that other stuff. So it's like, it's something I've been doing for years before I ever started doing it on YouTube and stuff. I just love the tarot. It's really cool. Thank you, though.
Yay. Well, thank you. They're awesome. So you do a lot of different things then. Hey, you do the tarot readings, and then you do like kind of presenting the things you're studying and all that.
Yeah, I study astrology and the tarot, and I started studying astrology because it helped me to be better at the tarot and understand the tarot better. I also study numerology and the Kabbalah and things like that, the occult, Solomonic magic. And I've got a pretty cool series that I do on there called Mysteries of the Gods. And I basically like demystify all of like the deities and stuff. So we've covered I think we've done 5 episodes. We've covered the Norse, the Greeks, the Anunnaki, the Nephilim, the gods of Egypt. And we just kind of go and show you how every religion is basically telling you the same exact story. And that all of these gods and there's different levels. Every civilization will usually have 2 of them, whether it's the Anunnaki and the Ajiji, or it's the the Elohim and the Nephilim, or it's all the gods have like 2 or 3 different ones, and I think they're describing actually different ages of human consciousness. So when they talk about the great deluge and these great floods, what they're actually talking about is us going into the age of Pisces, which is the age of water. So. That's my opinion on that, and I love diving into those things.
Yeah, a lot of my study too has kind of led me back to the stars as well, and that a lot of everything was rooted back into the stories of the stars and being able to track things in that way, right? They used to teach through stories and art and through, right? So we take a lot of that now and take it out of context, but really it was a great way of learning and teaching and remembering and passing down information, and lots of things came from that. So,
right, that's how the ancients actually taught, about the nature of our reality. That's how they taught like the creation story. Like we think it's just, we always try to look at them like, they were stupid and they were using rocks and sticks to build shit, but they were actually far more advanced than us. I mean, think about the things that they created, pyramids and, all these different, amazing architecture that we couldn't replicate today. And the only, logical explanation is they had, technology, whether it was sound or whatever, to move these large, massive rocks from crazy distances too, to bring them over to these sites and build them where it looks like they cut them with lasers. I mean, the angles are just, they're sharp as a razor. And then we act like they're just, they're cavemen, like they have no clue. And it's like, well, how did they know about all the planets and shit before we ever invented the telescope? How come there was no smoke or fire damage in the Great Pyramid and they have light bulb paintings on the wall? It's like they had, they had energy, they had all these things. They even knew so much that they made these buildings with geometric shapes that were conducive to energy, and they put them on ley lines all across the earth. So it's like, they were far more advanced than we are, in my opinion.
And I think a lot of the architecture in the old buildings, especially in the roofs and stuff, I honestly think was created with some type of sound wave and vibration, because you can recreate those shapes with sound and vibration, like even today. But I don't know.
Right. If you go in those cathedrals, and I've been in this time, I've got to be blessed enough to travel around the United States, and a lot of these cathedrals, they have like crazy ass acoustics, right? And the reason they have that is because it's the amplification of sound, and if you've ever like studied the Gateway Project or process by the CIA, that's what they use. Is it's called hemispheric synchronization, where they use sound to raise. They have put 2 different vibrations in each ear, because your brain, split in half, and your brain will make a pattern, in the middle of the 2 different sounds, and it uses that to open you up to have out of body experiences, astral projection, and all of these different things. So sound is incredibly important to consciousness.
That's amazing. Hi, Janice. Hi, Ragamuffin. How are you guys doing?
I love what you said, John, about everything being the same story. I think that's like when I started meeting a lot of like people who were into different metaphysical modalities, like psychic mediums and astrologists, and people who are into numerology, people who read Akashic records. Like they all feel the same to me. They all have the same vibration, So I
Right.
totally dig what you're saying about religions kind of being the same way. They all tell the same story. It's just been so twisted and out of its original state and message.
Yes, I absolutely agree, bro. And I feel like the saddest part about that is, every deity and stuff, because we want to turn them into external gods, which is called the exoteric, where we're externalizing gods in the sky. We got to pray to Jesus for our sins, not realizing every story is actually talking about us, even, those watchers and demons that, you summon from Solomon's brass vessel. Right? These are parts of the human collective unconscious that was fragmented and disembodied, before the flood from a different age. But all these stories are telling us the same thing, explaining the nature not only of our reality, because we're ruled by the planetary energies. That's the Ark of the Covenant. You have the 7 main planets, the 7 colors of the rainbow, the 7 chakras. It all correlates because it's projecting through a firmament. Firmament derives from the word arc or arch, right? So that covenant with God is literally going through a prism we call an electromagnetic field. And in the Bible, in Genesis, it says we were made in the image of the Elohim, right? And the Elohim means supreme ones or supreme magistrates, which means angels, that's planets. And it says image is a phantom, a projection, an illusion. So we're literally planetary light that is being filtered through a prism, and we think that we're living in reality, but our consciousness is just projecting it here. And all these stories are trying to tell us this, and then we're going to wars and killing each other, over the centuries because one God's better than another. But little do people know that Jesus, Jupiter, Thor, Zeus, Michael the Archangel, all these are talking about the same exact thing, and we got it so twisted, that we never take the time to actually listen to, one another. And, we all got the truth, really. We just have different ways of explaining it. So, religion's very, very dangerous in that regard if people, go to one extreme or another. Yeah. But while we're going into the age of Aquarius, that means the age of Pisces, which was all about religion and belief, it's losing its power. That's why you see religion falling away now, and it's more of a spiritual mindset.
And I believe that's the story throughout time too, is the visual of the old falling away and the new coming, and those clinging to the old fall away with the old, right? And that's been kind of the cycle throughout time as we expand into the next thing and the next thing. And I don't know, I just, religion had to make it something that wasn't powerful anymore. Like, they had to distort it somehow. They hid so much from us. They tried to erase so much over the, even the past 100 years or so. They just tried to destroy buildings and any real information. And so I definitely hear you.
Absolutely. You hear about the mud floods and shit like that, where they have, erased, entire sections of humanity, and then go into some of our bigger cities, even here in the United States, like Chicago and shit. They got you thinking everything was like horse and buggy in 1900, but they had these giant world fairs and stuff where you can see the buildings and the architecture's huge, and all these major cities had these profound fires that burnt down a lot of shit. And I think it was to kind of sweep our history under the rug. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the theory with Jesus and the Bible and the Romans, where they say the 1,000 years millennial reign's already happened, that they try to, they've added 1,000 years basically because something to do with the Roman numerals. And when they switched over to the Gregorian calendar, it would be I 1900, or I 900, I 600. So he was adding 1,000 years to that calendar, and that was just another tactic that they used to actually confuse us on our history and the time. And I believe that. Even there's paintings of Napoleon Bonaparte when he went to Egypt, and there's no Sphinx and shit next to the Great Pyramids, in the paintings, and that's just a few hundred years ago, so it's there's a lot of things that don't kind of match. I'm not saying the pyramids weren't there. I think they're much older than we think, but I'm just saying there's a lot of things that don't match up when it comes to our history.
So getting into some deeper thought then, just from all the study you have done around sound and how a lot of things were created and done through vibration and all that, like you in your bigger picture of it all, like putting that aside to how it applies to you in your everyday life and your manifesting and all that, what pieces have you put together for that?
On how it applies to myself, well, I think ultimately it's one of the most empowering things that you can experience when you start to put these pieces together, because it makes you truly understand that, you have been here since the beginning, that every one of these aeons and these ages that we've been through were different versions of you. So when they talk about these deities and these gods, that was you. When they talk about these fallen and these titans and giants, that was you. These were just different versions of you in a different conscious experience in a different age. So like a Taurian age was like when they're putting the elements of the earth, and primordial, you hear about the primordial beings, Gaia and Uranus, which Uranus astrologically is outside of the rule of Saturn, right? So Saturn is Satan, that's the god of this world, the soul system or solar system. Then you hear about the Titans, and then the Titans fought the Olympians. And, these are actually describing ages, and it's like Moses going up on the mountain with the burning bush. Well, guess what? He was in the age of fire. That was Aries in that age. And they come down, they were worshiping a golden calf. That's like a star, a sun. They're trying to tell you what actually happened, but that was the only language they had. And it's us that had a low consciousness, because we go to highs and lows in consciousness according to the solar cycles. Our sun, when it goes in maximums and minimums, actually affects how long we live, our brain activity, and how smart we are, everything. So, I mean, like that's why you have like dark ages and stuff like that. It's because we were in a very low state of consciousness. You know what I mean? So when we do, that's why we use all the symbolism and write everything down and shit like that, because people who actually have the knowledge understand we lose it over and over and over, because we're always going through these cycles. It's not that it's all been hidden, but truth be told, you are right. When we come back out of it, the people that do have it usually hold on to it and try to control everybody that doesn't. So,
Yep.
I love this
What do you
guy.
think of all the petrified giants and stuff all over the place? Like, how do you think they became petrified like that?
Well, if you, so one of the things I've heard when it comes to like, consciousness and stuff, I've heard like some of the giants have shifted. So different levels of consciousness, different states of being. Like you look at a planet and it can also be represented by a metal. It can also be represented by a mineral. It can also be represented by a crystal. These are like dimensional levels of that consciousness, right? So we start off from a mineral level and we go up and up and up to a planetary level, and a son of God or an angel or a luminary level. So, when they shifted these different ages, that's what happened. They became like rock, or, you know what I mean? Like, and if you think about it, like Lucifer or something like that, he's akin to emerald, and then you see like emerald tablets and shit like that. These are just, vessels of energy or transformation of energy. And every time that an age ends, and this is, geological data backs this up. Not only do we have these solar cycles where we go in like maximums and shit, and it gives off high amounts of radiation. Well, radiation is known to genetically mutate DNA. So if you look at all the ages, like the Cambrian, Cretaceous period, Jurassic, Triassic, all these periods, right? You'll see on the Earth that everything on the Earth mutated. You know what I mean? So it'll be like a dinosaur, turned into something else. A man was Neanderthal, then Cro-Magnus. Like all these different shifts, what a bird doesn't look the same a million years ago that it looks now, because it's had mutations. So I feel like that would just be the same thing with these higher forms of consciousness mutating into mountains and things like that. Like phase.
When I was home educating, we were into a lot of the creation science stuff. And one thing that really stuck with me that we learned in that point was the dome theory, and how there used to be a water dome, and that would create more oxygen and protection from the sun, which would create larger beings and larger animals as well, right? and that there used to be a mist over the earth, not rain. And so then you wonder if that came down when it first rained, that kind of protection that's like that we were in, that kind of environment that we were in. And then they said, waters broke forth from the deep and came down and all this kind of stuff. And they've done a lot of experiments that if you put something under high pressure really, really fast with lots of mud and water, that it will petrify quickly, or it will turn to like oil like stuff quickly, not over millions and billions of years, right? So that's always something I kind of keep in my mind too as I listen to this stuff and research and all of that, because that's quite interesting way to look at it as well.
Very interesting. Very interesting. If you think about it too, like it talks about in the Gnostic text how the water, there's the waters above the firmament and the waters below the firmament. We're made up of 70% water. The earth is made up of 70% water. Water holds memory. You can literally speak to water. And, you've seen the Dr. Miramoto, experiments where he'd speak positivity to it, and it'd be symmetrical and beautiful. Then he'd speak negative to it, and it would turn abstract and ugly. So, you think about trees too, all over the earth, plasma and how it petrifies, wood is like plasma and all these different things. So I feel like ultimately what we are seeing is like a cycle of energy and a cycle of life. Like, at a dimensional level, we don't know consciously how a tree experiences life. It could be on a whole nother conscious dimension, and it could be talking through the roots and through the air and everything. And we do know they have the ability to communicate in some aspects. They do. Plants literally tie their roots together, send each other water, warn each other of danger. They flip their leaves up, when it's raining. And, so they're conscious as well. Everything that we have on this planet is made out of consciousness. And that's why when we die, you see life withdraw from something and it begins to decompose. So
like the mycelium network, we're connected like that as well.
Totally. John, I got a question for you. And actually,
I was just saying, like the mycelium network, it's connected, and we're connected as well through consciousness, just the same way the mycelium network is.
Yeah, definitely, energetically. John, I got a question.
The mycelium network. Sorry,
the mushrooms are connected. Yeah.
The mycelium network is the connections of the mushroom network and how they communicate through their root systems and through energy. All around the world they can communicate with each other. But I got my questions actually for all of you guys, because I've been following this guy on Facebook. His name is David Shiremeyer. I don't know if you guys have heard of him or seen him, but he is doing some really interesting stuff, and it's so related to what you're talking about frequencies and about sound and about all of that stuff, because he has been doing some cymatic experiments, and he's got this crazy camera set up where he's got this camera pointed straight down on a dish of water, and he's running different frequencies through it, and he actually has some intentional lighting created. Hold on a second. Jesse, can I share my screen? All right.
Yeah.
So I just would love to know what you guys think about this. So here he's showing his setup over here on the right and what he's got, but these are some of the images that he's capturing, and he's got some videos of these things. This is some of his setup.
That's a workshop.
These are amazing cymatic images, but if you watch the videos, they're very, very mesmerizing. And I feel like, for me, my experience is I'm being transmitted some sort of information. They're communicating with me. They're observing me. Frequency, is the base of everything, in my opinion. I've just been totally amazed by this guy's work, what he's doing. And even more so, like I said, when I watch the videos, I'm trying to find a video. They're just so mesmerizing, and I feel like something is talking to me. So,
and how do these images come about, friend?
He's got this set up. Let me see if I can. Let me go back. He's got this set up. So he's got this dish of water on top of a speaker that's resonating a certain frequency.
Oh, that's super cymatics for sure.
Yeah, and then he's got a camera set up straight above it, looking down, and then he's got some ring lights around that camera that cause those reflections in the different colors. This right here, I don't know exactly what he's doing. He's got some sort of ball inside of the setup, but I mean, it's just like I would recommend if you're interested in this. That's why I was kind of trying to see if you knew him or was interested in this. This is some stuff that he did also. This is not computer generated. This is a reflection inside of a bubble, a cymatic bubble.
Wow.
And it's just like, it's so amazing and so representative, I think, of the energy that's around us all the time. You know, the frequencies and the energies that are around us all the time. Yeah, some of these.
You said you see efforts to communicate. That was dope.
Yeah, I definitely feel like something's going on when I'm observing these things, and you know, like it's just really interesting. It seems like something more than just my regular human senses, right? That like looking at it visually and listening to the frequency at the same time, like that's only a part of the experience. I feel like the experience is going deeper.
Yeah, you're missing most of it. I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm a Star Trek fan. There's shit like that, you know, that they thought was, you know, that it turned out to be trying to communicate them that was alive, and they just didn't recognize it. It's a couple stories like that.
Right, totally. I'm going to take this out. This doesn't need to be.
I wanted to add something about the water too that we were talking about, because like, you know, there's a lot of people like Amanda Vollmer and some other doctors that believe the viruses don't even actually exist. But in a way, we've all had experiences with, you know, something happening to us and something happening to someone close to us and all this, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, they try to like put stuff. Nowadays, they don't even look under telescopes most of the time. They just put something through a computer and it spits out your answer, which is, you know, funky all in itself, weird all in itself these days, right?
Yeah.
But water, they've shown water that has a memory from something put in a petri dish with cells, and those cells recreate into what is held in the water, the memory in the water. So if that's the case, and we have so much water in us, can we not be picking things up vibrationally from each other that vibrates into the water in our systems and then begins to create things in our systems? Something I've really
Would we not be victim of circumstance of certain waters and shit if they hold memories? I don't know what the fuck that Dasani, what memory, you know, what information was held in there. We may,
but not really, because we also affect our own vibration.
I mean, so both could be happening.
Yeah, but you also get the Dasani, Pepsi, plastic, non-water that you don't want to really be drinking.
Right. Yes.
So it'll hold that memory. Because
that's what I'm saying. We don't know what we're drinking in the water. Taking showers with. I don't know what information is stored in the water.
In that processing plant, if they were really angry, it would maybe even transfer that angry energy into the water.
Right. What it actually shows is that we can directly influence our physical environment through the power of our words, right? So, I mean, which actually comes from the thought first, but, you know, directly through our words when we're speaking something. And like, whether we're doing it to ourselves, and most people do, you know, how many people are like super fucking hard on themselves and like, I'm so stupid. And, you know, I don't like the way I look. And, you know, they're literally, they're beating themselves down, you know, and like at a cellular level.
Totally.
And like people that are abusive to their children or their wives, or, you know, they're having an actual effect on their being. It's not just.
It's amazing. Yeah. It's amazing how your life can change when you start to be aware of that exact thing. And you start to be very careful of the way you speak to other people, the way you speak to yourself, the way you say things out loud, you know, and you start to hear yourself saying that stuff, and you're like, wait a second, I take that back, right? And then you start to learn, and it's so true, man. That's so true, John. I agree.
And think about all the legal agreements from the law and stuff like that too.
Yeah, and it goes against natural law when a doctor tells somebody and gives them a death sentence and tells them you got a month or 6 months or 2 years because it helps manifest death into their experience. Like, that's against natural law. That's fucked up. That should never be allowed to happen.
Totally.
Right, but the doctor doesn't understand it. You know, they don't understand that that's how it works. But I will say, like, and you notice too, people that have a good positive attitude about, you know, the cancer, like I'm going to beat the cancer, and you know, they do. But
They
people
do.
that are like,
So is that an argument
their
that
mindset?
is that an
Yeah.
argument that if the guy has what the doctors consider a terminal glioblastomic cancer that normally is a 14-month median
And you
life.
will survive it. We will give you all kinds of healing and love. We're going to tell you, we're going to help you in every way possible. And God is there. You pray.
That was my question.
You say everything you can, but you will never tell them that there's got 6 months, get your 2 months, get your affairs in order.
That was my question. No. I'm not saying do that. Well, should they tell them, or can they tell them that yes, science says that you're expected to live 14 months off of this, but this is what we're gonna do.
Much better.
Or can they not
much
even
better.
mention
much,
the
no,
first
much.
part?
That's much better, right?
Okay.
This is
Yeah.
scientifically, all the books are telling me this, but you know, if you really believe you're going to get better, that would be a way of not giving them, telling them you got 6 months to live, and they
Yeah.
manifest death.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
and you could even tell them, you could say, we've seen people survive through positive beliefs, you know.
We
just-
also
Yeah.
got like
Well,
what Joe
and-
Dispenza teaches and stuff. These, you know, quantum entangling in the meditative state. Hello, everybody. By the way, and I
dig
see
it.
Joe Cool
Hello.
on the show.
What's
We
up,
got
bro?
the whole gang
What's
around
happening,
tonight,
man?
It's the homies, man. Hey, John,
What's
real
up,
quick. Also,
bro?
John, you've been popping out the stuff tonight, man. I appreciate you, bro. Much love.
Hey, man.
Also, out of the same city, state. We up in the same. We found out. Me and this cat, man, we from the same area. It's so crazy, and all glory to the Most High, because you know everything always comes together the way it's supposed to. It's crazy, you know what I'm saying? We had similar music backgrounds. Find out we're on the same, like, it's just wild. I'm
Very
loving
good.
life right now, man, and I'm feeling what I wanted to ask. What y'all think about this eclipse coming up? What have you found out about it?
Oh,
I've been
I'm
doing a lot of
interested in
wild
what fuck
research with
Angeline got to say. I ain't gonna bullshit.
Yeah.
I know her shit interested.
Believe it or not, I don't track that stuff too much. I mean, I I do and I do, but I don't like to I don't like to be like what's going on with everything all the time and how is that going to affect me. And
I
I think
assume
at the time too, I kind of found that I did kind of follow it a bit in the past, and I kind of seem one of those opposite people that do the opposite of what everyone says is going to happen as far as what goes on with me. So I don't know, it's one thing.
that's interesting,
me,
because
what
I
I-
know you look up more than most people.
Well, I do have some.
Well,
I got
no.
recent
I ain't talked to
classes.
so much people. 8 cities over Nineveh. And
I
Nineveh
was-
is in the
yes.
Bible. It goes with Jonah. And Jonah in the Bible, God was telling him, you got to go over to Nineveh and have them all repent and, you know, be able to come back to the Lord. And he didn't want to. He was angry. He said, these are pieces of shit. I don't want them. And then God said, you have to go over there because these people are all my children. They're good. So I feel that this may be a message from God telling everybody to have forgiveness in their heart, because that's the only way we're going to get to a better place, if people can just be nice to each other and make this place beautiful, heavenly, like it's supposed to be.
Well, and Jesse, I would add too that this is part of 2 eclipses. The first one took place August 21st, 2017. It was known as the Great American Eclipse. And you are correct. 7 cities named Nineveh, which has to do with judgment. Now, God in the Bible, every time that Babylon was judged, it would be darkness at midday, right? Darkness at midday was one of the telltale signs of judgment over a nation. So not only do we have the 7 cities of Nineveh, we do have the darkness at midday, but we have a giant X, right,
It's on
over the
fault
United
lines, too.
States from the
Hold
line.
on. I want to know what
7
city the
years
X
ago.
falls. I've been waiting to hear this. What city
Right.
does that X fall on?
It goes through Cincinnati and Kentucky, but that's what he was saying. 7 of those cities on that line are Nineveh, right? So they
I
have
got
to do
that part,
judgment
but
as
the
well.
one, the
Yeah.
other one you was talking about, the Ark. I can't remember the name of the city that the last one took, and the Ark that this one's taking, they form an X, and I can't remember the name of that city, but
Hold
it
on,
has.
I think I
Salem
have
was
the
the one
image.
from the other one. It went in 2017. It went through 7 cities named Salem, and this one it's supposed to go through 8 cities named Nineveh.
Yeah.
I can
And
show
I-
you guys the image if you want.
Yeah, while you do that, I want to bring up another interesting fact that I found
Sure.
that you guys will find fascinating. Okay, so this is supposed to take place on April the 8th. So according to the normal calendar we all use, that would be 4/8. So I thought, I got curious, and I was like, well, let's put 4/8 into the concordance and see what the reference is in biblical, and just see what the heck comes up. Well, it had some interesting reference points. It says to cleanse, properly clean, and I'm like, that's interesting. And then I look up. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold up. That was 53 Strongs. Let me go back to it. I had it pulled up here. I was looking up 488 because it's 2024 and 4/8. And essentially 4/8 was like to cleanse properly. And then 488 referred to God's law of reciprocity, like the law of reciprocating. So like the table's turning or something. So I get a good vibe out of this whole thing. I really do. I got a good feeling. I kind of feel like the darkness has been doing a lot of damage, but the light's about to overtake the dark, and some things is about to. Yeah, I feel like some favorable things, favorable times, not all gloom and doom. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm feeling.
I like it.
I don't think
I can try to share my screen if you guys want to see it. I'll show you the X here.
Yeah, sure.
All right,
John,
here we go.
I got a question for you, John. You were mentioning the age of Aquarius, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that do you believe it's like a cyclical evolution of what's going on with humanity? Like we're kind of going back to a place where we have been already?
Yes. Well, it's called the precession of the equinox. So the sun sits in the 12 zodiac signs for I think it's like 2,600 years. So each, as we rotate through space and all of that stuff, wherever the sun, because the sun is basically pure infinite awareness and energy, that's the energy that is channeled into humanity. That's the element, so we go from the Taurian age to the Aries age to, so we're going from a divine feminine ruled by Venus. That's why you see back in the day, it was Inanna and Isis and all of that shit, right? And can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, so this is the X right here. This is the line from August 21st, 2017, and this is the one from April 8th, 2024. It's 7 years. Think about a 7-year tribulation, or also 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty, 7 being the number of God, right, being the number of judgment, the trumpet, seals, all of that. It's very biblical with the Nineveh, the darkness at midday, all of that shit, right? So I just wanted to, show that out there. And then
what's trippy though, John, on that picture, the picture that I've seen, it goes more over Texas, and it looks like your picture was going more mid east.
I mean, it does go through Texas. So
that X in the middle of the screen where they both crossed, I'd still like to know the name of that city.
Oh, you're talking about right in the middle. I don't know which city's right in the middle.
Someone told me the name. I bet you if you call it or someone call it, I'll remember. It means something.
We interviewed a guy, Rion, who's actually having an event that's fully catered for a party there where it's 98 degrees above in a city in Texas. Wow. Like he's in Arizona, but he rented the hall in Texas as close as he could find as, for his event. It's going to be 98% degree to where it comes right over.
98%. Jeez. Yeah. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we thought Angelina and I got free tickets for them if we make our way up there.
I would definitely that would be a cool thing to have, like an event like that. I did get some eclipse glasses, so I plan on checking out. What question did you have? I kind of lost track there.
The X. I was asking for the X in the city, and I got eclipse glasses in this drawer right here. I keep eclipse glasses.
What's the gentleman's name beneath me, in the box beneath me?
My name's Michael.
That's
Michael. Did you have what question did you have?
I was just asking you if the age of Aquarius was like a representation of a cyclical thing.
Okay, yes. So, like I was saying, like the Taurian age was a matriarchal age of the feminine. So it was all like about Copper and Venus and Inanna and Isis and all of that. Then we went into Aries, which was Marduk You know, and that's Yahweh, that's the masculine, that's the angry, wrathful God that'll bust your ass, right? He's masculine, it's defensive, protective, all of that. Then we're now in the age of Horus, which is, you know, the Pisces stuff. That's the child, Christ, the Son of God, right? So it's a mix between the two. And it's the two fish, duality, as above, so below, right? And then the water is us. We went from ethereal age to a fire age. Fire is magic. And then we went to a water age. That's why Christ walks on water, because the Christos sits on top of us, right? That is the anointing. That's what Christ means. And now we're going into the Aquarian age, which is the age of air. So when Christ was asked by his disciples, he said, Lord, when will we know when the end is come? And they said, when you see the man carrying a pail of water, follow him into his house. What he was talking about was the Sabian symbol for Aquarius, which is the man carrying a pail of water, and his astrological house. So now that's why you see AI and technology.
I never heard that.
Aquarius is about technology, and it's also about the collective too. That's why we're going from, you know, more away from the individual to more about the people. All of that. And it's also air is like, it's the ether, it's air, the prince of the power of the air. It's consciousness. So it's going to be more about consciousness. It's going to be the doing away with religion, innovation, and all of that, you know. And then you think about Pluto now descending underneath the ecliptic as well. So all of the things of the occult and stuff like that are very prominent, because that was part of the recent age. So it's like the planetary bodies literally control. They have an influence directly, because they're energy, you know, on what we experience within our physical reality and what the powers that be decide to do to manipulate us and control us as well.
And to answer Rocky's question here, the reason why they'd be calling out the National Guard is for any reason for them to put fear into the consciousness, get supplies. The more people are afraid, the more they can be controlled. So the more they say things, they get people angst, and the ones that are easily set off get set off by it. And then when it's like that order out of chaos thing, then they come in as their saviors, and then people thank them for their, you know, servitude.
Right.
Amen.
Well, people
Are you
have
talking about this
Stockholm
translation? He replied, as you enter a city, a man carrying a jar of water will meet you. Follow him to his house that he enters. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about, Joe.
All right,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not sure what that means.
But he's describing, so Aquarius, if you look at his Sabian symbol for the zodiac, so like Virgo's the virgin. That's why, you know, Christ was born of a virgin birth. It's, you know, the house of bread is in the constellation of Virgo. He was born in Bethlehem, house of bread. And, you know, they're trying to, it's an astrological story is what it is. The sun rising, you know, 3 days and, you know, dying and all that. It's an astrological story. That's why the same story goes back to the Mithraism and all of that. It's the same story over and over and over. And I'm not trying to offend nobody or knock their religion.
No, you ain't offending nobody. You're not offending.
Well, I'm just saying to like the people that do get, you know, some people do get sensitive to the religious stuff. So I don't, you know, I'm not knocking your religion.
Here's the context of that. It was during Passover, and he was sending some guy, John, I think it was, to the city. He said, he answered, when you enter the city, a man carrying a jug of water will meet you. Follow him to the house he enters, and say to him, say to the owner of that house. The teacher asked, where is the guest room where I may eat the Passover with my disciples? And he will show you a large upper room already furnished. Make preparations there. That's
okay, so Jerusalem and all of that, and the holy city and the third temple is up here. So this is the holy city. This is the third temple. That's why when they brought out all the C-19 jab stuff, that was called the abomination of desolation. That's why Trump mimicked the story of King Cyrus so much. He was minted on a gold coin, and like Nebuchadnezzar and Cyrus, he was the outsider who became the king of Babylon. And then Babylon fell in the 4th year. How do you know? Because they had 30,000 fucking National Guard troops occupying our capital, but they did a fake transition of power to a guy who's probably not even alive in Joe Biden, right? So we fell
you just jumped the shark, bro.
Well, no, I'm just trying to explain how it works. So this is
As soon as you explain it, let's make sure I comprehend it.
The holy city, which is here, following into his house, right? So they're saying when you see him in the holy city, that's here, right? It's a thing of consciousness. They're talking about follow the astrological signs. Follow that talks about 666. He who hath understanding, let him calculate the number, for it's the number of a man. It's actually time. That's what it is, right? There's 60 seconds. 2 + 4 is 6. 24 hours in a day. It's time. It's a construct of time. It's not actual, like we're.
Did I get you mad at me before? Because I'm going to be gentle. And I'm thinking we talked before and I asked you too many questions. You got mad at me.
We're all good. We're all good.
Well, I want to ask questions.
It's a new day.
You about to get mad at me.
No, this is a new day. Go ahead and any questions you have.
I gotta check the messenger, right? I agree with damn near everything you're fucking saying, especially I love what you're saying with the temple and all of that shit. But I do believe you just said that you followed the script that motherfuckers that some people believe that I don't know, the insurrection nonsense and Trump being some mythical figure that I don't know. Sound like you was following that and Joe Biden. He may or may not be alive, but the transition of power was fake. How is I don't know. I'd like to examine that a little bit.
Okay, so they shoot off a certain amount of cannons and stuff. When he was inaugurated, they shot off 3, which is like showing that we've been compromised by a foreign power. I'm just telling you, they're telling you exactly they don't say it with their words, but you just got to pay attention because the army has certain protocols. The military has certain protocols. So we shoot off so many cannons whenever a president becomes, takes over power. We only shot off like fucking 3 of them, which actually sent signals that we're under duress.
Do you think that Trump is a wild card and he's not part of the master plan?
I think Trump is controlled opposition. That's who I think Trump is. I think he's a puppet and that he is no good guy. And the Trump and his vice president Pence, trumpets. You get it? You know what I mean? Just people know what MAGA means. MAGA means magician. It comes from the Temple of Set or the Temple of Satan. Magus, magician, right? That's why Maria Abramovich, who is, like that satanic artist who does all the fucking
spirit cooker.
What's it called? Spirit cooking. Yes. She said Trump needs to be elected president because he's a magician. He's the only one who has enough power to shake everything up enough to wake people up. See, people think the Illuminati is a bad thing because they don't understand what it actually means. Illuminati means illuminated. Lucifer is a title. Satan is a title. See, these things that people demonize, it's only because they don't know what it actually means. All this stuff, that's illumination, all of it. Like, I've went through this on my show and stuff before. Like, these all
think it's more people.
So a hidden hand, if you understand Hermetics, the 7 Hermetic principles and how things work, if I wanted to make you all wake up, and I wanted to make you all come to the truth on your own and accept freedom and accept liberty and all these ideas that you're no longer accepting now in the society you want to be controlled, right? Not you in particular, but society. What I would do is I would push you to a system of control so much that way you would polarize in the opposite direction, right? That's how the pendulum swings. It's called polarity. Right? These are the 7 Hermetic principles. So I push on evil on you so much that way you'd want to come to the light. Because anytime I try to force you to do something, you're going to do the opposite. It's human nature. So when you think about the Illuminati and why the hidden hand's so fucking mean and control and shit, it's because they're trying to bring us into a new world order. It really is a utopian idea where we all live without borders, where we, and like,
do you believe that they are intentionally these illuminated
the 3 world wars? Look, the grandfather of modern day Freemasonry, Albert Pike, the 3 world wars, the letter to Mazzini, 1871. He talked about the outline of the 3 world wars, and everybody says, "Oh my God, that's so fucked up." The First World War, the Bolsheviks and all that. The Second World War, the Nazis, and he outlined it all. Third World War was a social cataclysm where all the religions were mutually destroyed, followed by, with Christianity, with no deistic spirit or compass, would be indoctrinated into the true doctrine of Lucifer. So
Can I ask, do these illuminated ones,
all of our ideologies to make us enlightened?
these illuminate, I think that's what I'm about to ask you. These illuminated ones, we're talking about what we consider the Illuminati in general. Are you saying that they are very aware that the things that we perceive as evil, they are really doing it in a benevolent spirit because it's what we need in order to grow up? Is that what your claim is?
There's no such thing as good or evil, that good and evil are part of a similar frequency. Think about hot and cold. Where does hot end and where does cold begin?
I understand and agree with what you're saying right now. I was asking something else.
Polarities of the same thing. Yes, I am saying that the hidden hand, it's not an organized group. Those societies are fraternal orders, and
I'm talking about the 8 families, the Bilderberg group. These guys I'm talking about. The guys who plot and plan.
These guys.
The guys in the forest, with the big owl.
You're talking about Moloch and Bavarian Woods, Bohemian Grove.
What the hell is Bohemian Grove? Yeah. All of these guys that meet secretly, supposedly, to plan all these things. Those guys in particular, do you think that they are aware? They're saying that this is the medicine my kids needs. We're doing this for the good of them, because I assume those guys are nefarious and like to control, not taking away from your theory as a whole.
No, I agree with. Okay, so I think that the actors or the provocateurs that are used are not usually good people. They actually use them and manipulate them based on their ego, their desires, their weakness. Logical.
Very good.
Right, their weakness is how they use them. But there is a hidden hand that operates from a higher consciousness. You're at a high state of consciousness. It's like having a bird's eye view is the only way I can explain it. It means when I'm talking to you, I'm not just talking to you, this way. I'm also hearing myself in your words. I'm having 2 or 3 conversations at once because I'm on a higher level consciously, and that's how they are. So whenever they're doing something, it appears one way to the public, but it has an underlying tone that speaks to our subconscious to push us in a certain direction, because it's like, that's why it's guiding,
It's logical. We cry out, everything is evil, blah, blah, blah. But if we believe that this thing lasts forever, when this short time is over with, your greatest teachers will be the hardest moments. You may learn to appreciate the things that you thought was so horrible in a different context.
That's why, what is Paul in the Bible when he's talking about, he says, not true knowledge is sorrow. Wisdom is sorrow. Meaningless. Everything is meaningless. There's nothing
vanity.
True, right?
I feel like my brain is being like massaged with all of this information.
I hope that's good.
Like Mr. says, it's a scripture. They're using it like a script, the Bible. They're wanting to make that. They think consciousness needs it. Consciousness is manifesting. This has to happen. God said this has to take place in order. And so many people that say they're good people are helping manifest it by attacking everything that they think is, bad or dark or wrong.
Very good. Yeah, I like it.
So I got a question. This is related back to kind of the age of Aquarius and what it might be, right? And how it might look to us. Does that have anything to, because I'm on the same page with so much of everything that's been talked about. Like, it's just, like you said, it's all the same story, right? I'm wondering how that relates to the idea of the 3D shifting into the 5D, and is that just other words to describe the same story?
Okay, so from my perspective and my opinion of everything, the whole ascension stuff is kind of horseshit to me, because we are already existing in the 5D, right? So the heavenly hosts are the luminaries, these lights, these stars that are giving off energy, and these planets, they're already, like, think of like the sky as like a lattice, and all these lights are poking through from a higher dimension, right? Giving their energy, looking down. That's why in the stories of like the Gnostic text, reality of the rulers, hypostasis of the archons, Pistis Sophia, who's the Holy Spirit. She looks down, and Yaldabaoth, the lion-head serpent, snatches her ass up. They're actually describing, the heavenly luminaries looking down, the light coming down, because it goes through that prism we call the firmament, the electromagnetic field, and it becomes a projection to manifest our physical reality. It's also called a soul-luminescence, or star in a jar.
Are you saying that an outside influence, these spirits and stuff, are actively beaming down, affecting our reality and things like that?
I'm saying it's not.
Me. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. It's me.
You're in another place, in another existence, part of a whole, and this illusion is you being fragmented in this specter, this phantom that you call your body. And this is creating a soul, which a soul is like a shadow, but the shadow actually protects you that way, because we take in so much light, and light is pure information, right? It's pure information. So we need something to store it in. So that's what our ego does. Our shadow, our lower self, stores the information. That way we can sift through it and process it, because we're all trying. So if you look at the infinite and the whole, you can't understand it. It's ineffable, inexpressible. Every word you have to describe it comes from it, right? So there's no way of describing it. So the only way, and we are the infinite experiencing itself. So the only way that we can understand it is by breaking it up in pieces, dividing it into fragments, fractals, right? And looking and examining at each piece and getting knowledge about it. That's what we are. We're a piece, everything in our reality, every study, everything. That's why we have to have division. That's why we have to have the darkness, because it allows us to look in the mirror, and the mirror, the darkness, the black mirror, reflects what we're looking at, so we can actually analyze it and see it. So, we're already up. We have no place to ascend to. We're already there. Right.
Hey, Michael, what are you wanting to say, Michael?
I feel like I just want to say, I feel like, again, this all goes back to what John said at the very beginning of this, all telling the same story, because I feel like if you can apply what he's saying to quantum physics, the idea of, a particle doesn't exist until you observe it. Well, that's because you are it. And that just totally makes sense. It just explains. It's just connected to everything, all the information. I think that's, for me personally, that's passing through my vortex. It's all the same. It's all telling me the same story, and that's why I related to that when John said that, because it's like, you could.
It's kind of like that. What he said, as above, so below. The last part of that phrase is as within. Or as within, or so within, as within, or some shit. As within, so within. However you phrase it, but not just above, below. As without, so within.
I never heard that one. That's a good one.
As without, so within.
Yeah,
I should trademark that one.
That one's good. I never heard that one.
Yeah, the universe is you inverted. So
That's
everything that
good.
You inverted
outside of us projects.
So good.
You inverted. You inverted.
Watch my channel, bro. Yeah,
I will. Listen, I didn't want to step on any toes, Jesse, but I was going to ask if I could ask him on my show. He would be great for the live stream of consciousness.
Man, there is no toes.
Yep.
I can't believe you're gonna steal your guess like that.
Together to make stuff. It's more insulting to ask for than it just you're my friend, man.
Yeah,
you don't have to ask something like that.
Yeah, John, you're great. I'm going to definitely check out your stuff, and I definitely want to talk to you more one-on-one.
I will come on. Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love collaborating. I think that's so often, YouTubers and shit get big egos about who's smart and who's got this and that figured out. But the truth is, we are all an individual piece of this. Yeah. So we need one another. I need your perspective. I need Jesse's perspective. Angeline, I need Joe's and Angeline's, and I need everybody's in order to put together the whole picture. Yeah. Remember, I'm one piece of this, whole. Yeah. So it's I got one perspective,
So everything is just as equally as important.
Yeah, you're talking about a clip that Angeline made from the last time we had one of these about the puzzle piece, right? We all have our puzzle piece. And what's so amazing, Jesse, thank you so much again. I know you haven't gotten any props this session, but for putting this together, because we all get to see each other's puzzle piece, and we all get to be like, oh wait, does that fit right? It doesn't fit right next to mine, but you know what? I can see that piece over there. That's part of the picture. That's exactly
John,
what we're about, man. So much love to you. This
John,
is
I got a
all you
question
guys.
for you, John.
Yes, sir.
The way things are, and I guess the wave has been the government, the powerful, crushing the little guy. In a way, it seems like, to go along with your philosophy, it's inevitable. Not only that, it must occur. So does that mean that me, in that present moment, should I relax and just let things occur? Is it crazy for me to be trying to fight the power? Because it's supposed to happen.
That's a tricky question right there, because I'm
It's a
with
good
you on that.
question.
I do feel like the way that we do fight the power is through knowledge, right? We fear what we don't understand,
Yes.
and fear keeps us prisoner, right? So
Education.
anytime we're bringing enlightenment and illuminating things, we're
It's got to
bringing
be a
all
good
that
thing.
right. And I do feel like, what you're doing, I've seen your channel. You actually do,
Okay.
seriously, you actually do pretty good work exposing police corruption and shit like that. I feel like that has its place, and it's absolutely necessary.
Good.
Somebody
Good.
has to do
Good.
it, bro. So I respect what you do for a fact. Yeah.
All right. I guess things the same way we are part of a whole. We are separate, but we're part of the whole.
Exactly.
Things can be two things at once. It can be just as important for me to fight the system as it is for it to exist. My part can be just as crucial as the other part.
Right. And you
At
can
the same time.
fight the system, and you can fight the system and still be all about loving other people and treating other people with love.
Yeah, I must. That's why I fight
That's
the
the most
system,
important
right?
part, is raising your vibration. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's just relaxing or actually doing the street work. It's about raising your vibration, constantly raising. You're not, going down with the sinking ship. You're helping guide this ship just as equally as important as everybody else is guiding it.
Yes, if everybody was aware.
Yeah, when we're all collecting lots of puzzle pieces too, even if they don't fit at the moment, the more we collect, all of a sudden it's like boom, boom, boom. Like, right? It'll come to you because it all suddenly, these all fit together. Like, I left off a while back, but wait a minute, now it's coming back because it makes all this make sense, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
So
I feel
collecting all
like
those
that.
puzzle pieces, and really, we just are like, everything already is. But we're like almost like doorways. It's like whatever our awareness opens to, we begin to allow to come through us, right?
And,
so, yeah.
And it doesn't have to happen immediately, too. You guys will talk about something, and it might hit me days from now in a different context. I could be editing or having a conversation with somebody else. It's the puzzle piece was out there. I knew what it looked like. Here is where I needed that puzzle piece. Now it makes more sense. I see the puzzle piece theory. It don't make a whole lot of
time to like digest the shit. You know what I mean? It's like I find it really weird. Like I'll do a video or even be like reading something or whatever, and I'll flip on like YouTube or Facebook, and like Jesse will have a guest on that's talking about exactly what the fuck I'm studying, or you know what I mean? Like just weird shit like that. It's like these synchronicities where like you can kind of see how it's like an ant colony. Everybody's like working together. It's like this.
I think this dude, when you came
like
in,
one large organism at the same time.
Mr. Zen, I do believe that when you came in, was that you who commented on the quantum entanglements?
Yeah. I was just talking about how that is exactly the same kind of thing. The idea of particles, reacting when you observe them. And they're not until you observe them. It's like, because you are them, it's like.
That goes with his anthill theory that he was just on to as well. It seems like they may be functioning as one unit across vast spaces. That quantum entanglement would explain these things.
Totally.
Consciousness, that thing that we're all connected to. Everything affects us. So you help one, you help us all. You heal, you harm one, you harm us all. You heal one, you heal us all.
Right. Yeah. And quantum physics is just a way to describe that one scientific aspect of that concept, which is throughout everything, right? So everything you just said, that's not just particles, that's energy. That's
exactly.
Existed. Yeah.
And source is energy, and it's always like driving us forward. It's always influencing us energetically, even though sometimes like we know something here and we have a drive towards something here before we know it here yet. That's what gets us, that's what helps us get the information up here, right? Like something's always inspiring us to something, like something doesn't make sense. I can't put my finger on it, blah, 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 blah. And that's kind of what moves us forward until we can get it up here and we can articulate the words to start to express that.
That's
I do
kind
have
of
a
what
question
reveals that
to you
time
guys
is
on
an
the
illusion.
panel.
That's what.
Do you guys believe that we come here and have like contractual agreements with ourselves on the lives and the experiences that we have? I'm just curious to, you know.
I personally think we pick our parents. So depending on things that we need to learn in this life, we pick those parents. So that's my personal thought about how we come here. I don't know about contracts, if we're signing some shit or we're binded. I just feel that we pick our parents. And I think that that's what, you know, helps us guide us to what we need to learn in this existence.
I'm with Jesse. Not only do I believe we pick our parents, I also believe that I was over there making mad promises. God, I'm going to be the coldest one. I can help these guys. I also believe I was over there running my mouth too. Yeah.
You know, like for myself, I thought about this a lot because I was born into a shit situation where I was literally born as a baby into abuse people don't even want to think about. And it didn't get found out and go to court till I was 8 years old. And so I had been questioning this a long time, and the death of my younger brother and all this kind of stuff, right? So one thing that kind of came to me as a revelation was that, yes, I picked my parents. But the other thing I know is that Source is never scared, never looking at like the problems and being like, and whatever, right? Source is always like ready with the answers. Source isn't afraid. I mean, all the way up until if we decide to resist life-giving energy until we pass away, Source is like, well, then I catch you on the other side, right? Like it's not right. Like
you can't fuck it up.
And this is our experience. But Source always sees, for me, this is the way I like to see it, that Source always sees my highest self, who I am, who I'm meant to be, right? And I think that when we're up there as part of Source, and I see my parents, I see who they are, who they're meant to be, their true selves. And I come here for that experience. But of course, there's always the chance that we're not going to get that experience. But even in their resistance to being themselves, I can take the lesson or the things not the lesson, but the things I want to gain and grow in, either through learning, watching them through the positive, or grabbing it through the negative for myself.
I 1000% agree with you. I do that with friends on panels that do really horrible shit, doxing niggas, pictures of their dead grandmama, videos pissing on a baby grave, horrible shit. But I've seen a moment.
The journey is here, you know, it's like you were needed, like you were actually needed here to help and heal.
Not just that, exactly what she was saying. I've been seeing a moment of light where now I'm sure that that you know they're one of us, they're part of the family. I've seen them move around like that. So even when they're misbehaving, doing that horrible shit, I just take that as an opportunity to learn from the negative, as Angeline just said, when they're not giving me that positive shit that I'm normally able to pull out of them.
I agree with all of that. I have believed always that there was this kind of contract, right? But I also believe, like you were saying, and like we're talking about right now, I think that's just a part of the language and my understanding in this experience of that idea of how everything is connected, right? Because I mean, there are people who are into like going into their past lives and seeing how everything's connected through their past lives. And, you know, I mean, right. I think it's just a way to describe the same thing, right? It's just a way to describe what energy is and how it's all connected.
Yeah, well, it's really hard for people to wrap their head around, like coming to the earth, like, you know, to be in an abusive situation and stuff like that. But then I think about like how my life has went and just, you know, everything from, you know, like my numerology to my astrology, everything about me is like, you know, led to like my purpose and what I've done, you know, like you know, speaking and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, it's like, it's almost like, it feels like it was something I was always like destined or put here to actually do at the same time. So it's like, but so that if that is the case, then the bag was also, part of the agreement to actually mold you into who you were.
If you did have a say so about this life as me and Jesse proposed, that speaks to our character, that we chose things that would kick our ass. What are we, masochistic? Right. What the fuck was that about?
Needed. Sometimes it's not about us, though. Sometimes we're needed in this situation. So we make you think it's about us having to go through some of this shitty shit. It's not because you needed it.
It's about everybody.
You were needed there in that situation. And I think our job here is just to make this place better when we leave. Hopefully our energetic footprint has caused better than when we came here. And I think that's ultimately, what we need to hold dear in our heart.
Yeah, I don't think I chose negative things, but I believe I knew there was the possibility of either or because of their free will, and that I would have that free will also. Right?
Right. That's a really good way of looking at it, as opposed to being like, oh, well, I specifically wanted this person to get murdered, or, it's like they're understanding that because you're dealing with other beings of free will, and also too, souls are not at the same place, they're not evolved at the same place. Like each fragment of a soul, in my opinion, like I may have lived 100 lifetimes less than Angeline, and Jesse may have lived 200 lifetimes more than both of us put together. Like we don't know like how many times we've been through the wash, so to speak. And
I understand.
Yeah. So, and if you guys ever are interested in kind of finding out, one thing I believe is an indicator is your numerology. Your life path can kind of show you, like where you are as far as like, like master numbers and stuff like that. It kind of shows you, what type of energy your soul has accumulated.
I'm interested in knowing, but I'm going to be totally honest with you. I got no confidence in numerology, astrology, my sign Virgo. I got no confidence in any of that shit.
And DJ Stonewood, what about you? What's your thoughts on, how we get here? Do you think we pick our parents? And welcome.
Can you hear me, Jesse?
Yeah. But I'm going to turn your mic up.
Yeah, and if you can get closer to the mic, that would be advantageous.
Is that halfway? So most people, if you have automatically adjust your mic, it keeps it at about halfway. And so I always put it like to the highest or close up to it.
I'm trying to look for the mic adjustment. Where is it on the screen?
You're good.
I hear you good now.
I can hear you.
Jesse took care of it.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, trying to see. None of my controls are doing anything, it appears. I think what's happening here right now is an unnatural situation. In general, you would be basically in a soul family reincarnating, playing every role, so you learn every aspect of it, even playing female roles, male roles. You play the parent, the son, the daughter, the grandpa, the aunt, and all that stuff.
Dope.
That would be and it would be a learning process because you'd be remembering. So that situation changed when they put like the electromagnetic prison around the earth, and then they started controlling the incarnation cycle. They have a basically a couple of the archons that would be called like the lords of karma, and like when a soul dies, you go to your real like soul review, which would be like in a 0.0 time existence, and then they put you back in like the etheric plane surrounding the earth, and then these lords of karma will play back all the shit you did in your life that you're not necessarily proud of, or that you maybe even caused harm to somebody or whatever, and tell you like, hey, look, you did all this stuff, you can't move on, so you're going to need to go back and fix it. And then they let you preview a few select lives that you can go into for the next one. And most souls are fooled into like, oh shit, I got to go back, because they don't realize there's no one judging them, that they're their own judge. So they can't forgive themselves. So then then they just get put back in here in the Earth matrix. And in order to get out of here, you can't have any attachments to anything as far as like you think some other soul owes you something or you owe somebody else something, then you're definitely coming back because your vibration's not high enough to realize there is
What are
no
you
judge.
doing here, bro? You could left us a long time ago. What are you doing here? It sounds like you got the answer. Sounds right to me.
Well, the whole point of getting out of here isn't trying to get out. It's all in. So you came here for a reason. And if you want to, like, you know, do the Christ consciousness thing and get out like in that way, then, you know, you want to be put in the worst situation possible because it gives you the best predisposition to get like raise your soul score that high to where you can do that, you know?
I dig it. And I love the way you communicate. I understand you the first time. I love the way you communicate.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad it came through loud and clear.
And Ragamuffin, what about you?
Somebody was asking me to redecorate my room.
Yeah. Some people have a hard time with certain things and symbols, and then, you know, they get a lot of their own imagination going, and then they make, you know, pre-assumptions, and then they, you know, divide themselves from themselves, you know, through that divisionary tactic just because they saw a symbol or a sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like programming, right? You see a Nazi flag and grrr, I get all, it's like programming.
Right.
You got me. Yeah.
And we've had guys on the show that talk about that's their war flag, and they took it and inverted it. Now they're not allowed to express their own flag, and it's like,
that is interesting, right?
Did Ragamuffin have anything to say? Or
sorry, I just was I wanted y'all to continue.
Very
you know, I don't like to talk over everybody. That's you know. So I'm just doing the thing, you know. But actually, I don't know. I've thought about that. I haven't had anything come.
Well, let me ask you one, Ragamuff. You believe in what happens after death, if anything? Your belief. I know we don't know. Ragamuffin, that was to you, man. All right, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sound?
I put his mic up, but Ragamuffin.
I can't hear anything, so maybe he's having difficulties with life or something.
Let me check that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold that question until he returns.
Oh, he's muted himself, so maybe he just went and just chilled out, put it on mute, and just
Wait a minute.
There he is.
There we go. Is that working? Hello?
Yep.
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, it was being weird. I don't know what that was about.
All right.
Okay.
I was asking you, what do you think happens after we leave here?
I think,
if anything.
Yeah.
So he's getting cut out. I think it's just some internet connection or something.
They went out again, Ragamuffin.
Yeah, he dropped out too.
Okay, so he's aware.
Hey, Rocky.
What's up, Rocky?
Peace.
What do you think about picking our parents here?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, man?
How's my sound?
Sound is good. Let me turn up your microphone.
You sound very depressed. It works well. I can tell you're very depressed about something.
I don't think that was the analyzing he was looking for, but thank you, Joe.
Let's go in the middle and let's all give him a group hug. We love you, Rocky. Thanks for coming up.
We love you, Rocky. Life after death, Rocky. Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
Can you expound on that? Okay.
I think, yeah.
Well, the way you phrased it the first time, what happens when we leave this place? That was a better phrasing.
Yeah.
My worldview is maybe different than yours.
But what about you? Where do you think you're going personally? Like, what's your thoughts on, your experience here, and after here, where do you think you go?
Me? I think I'm gonna go meet the Lord.
Very good.
Wherever
Is he up? I can't help but joke sometimes. I'm trying to stop.
The Bible
humbling.
says, absent from the body, face to face with the Lord. I don't know where he is. He might
Is
end
he a
up in
white
heaven.
man?
Come on.
No. Yeah, what does that look like to you? What do you think that feels like and looks like?
I can't help it sometimes.
There's no such thing as white.
I know. I didn't mean to detract from the conversation.
We're all
Bad
shades
kid
of brown.
sometimes.
Kind of. I got a new camera. It's a wireless camera, so I can take it outside and shit.
Nice. Looks great.
Right on. Looks really good, really clear.
Nice.
They can send us wireless. That's pretty
What
cool.
do you
can
think,
hang it on
Joe?
shit.
Yeah,
Joe,
that's a good
question
one.
back on you. Life
What was
after
the
death.
question? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, what
I
happens
think.
when we reach here?
I
You
think.
personally, where do you think you're going?
I'll give you me personally. I think Joe's a good student, man. I think I'm good. I think I've been here before, and at this point, man, I'm just damn it fighting a battle. I'm a proven soldier, and I'm a studious kid. And I think when I go over there, my reward for that will be I will have achieved certain vibrations and frequencies that other kids who didn't try as hard did not achieve. And that'll give me access to certain things and levels where I could do other things. And when those other guys get there and learn their lessons down here vibrating lowly, they'll be able to join me over there. I think that lesson, the big lesson I learned while I'm bragging about the guy I am and will be, I think it's that unconditional love shit. I'm going to win that shit. I'm going to have it for everybody, even my enemy. I'm on the way already, and I'm going to be that guy.
Yeah, man.
When you're over there, Joe, I'm sure you'll be inspiring them all the way to their own, you know.
To add on what you said is depending on your vibration, how close you get to that God vibration, that ultimate, zero source, right? So that's the ultimate is
That's
raising our
logical, too.
vibrations no matter what. And the closer you are, the higher vibration. If you didn't learn your lessons here, you can't vibrate close to pure and beautiful. So you're having to recycle this shit again, right? But if you
It's
can
logical.
vibrate at that pure place, you're gonna have a place there, or decide to come back and recycle into this heavenly earthly vibration again.
Yes. It's logical. Either you're stuck here or I'm here by decision. That would be my thought. Some motherfuckers, I assume, are stuck in here because they ain't learned a lesson, and I may be one of them. But I think that over there, man, I got the vibrational shit, and I'm here for other fucking purposes, man. That's
I'm here because I want to be here, not because I'm stuck here. I need to be here at this time.
Something I've come to personally is that this is where expansion happens. This is where becoming happens. And I think a lot of people up there want to be down here because this is where like up there, they're always influencing us because we're on the leading edge. We're like the ones rolling out like right? So I don't think we're like trying to just get out of here. Like, honestly, I don't know, like, cause up there again, there's no fear, right? In any of it.
Yeah.
And when we're up there, we're not like up there being like, oh my gosh, I never want to, like, we're not afraid anymore, right? So I don't know.
This is kind
subscribe
of like
to fear
the
belief.
Action Channel, the HBO. This dimension here, whatever you would call it, it's the Action Channel up there. I bet you the other ones are a lot less. They're more subdued because you're an adult. Here, I'm sure they recognize, that's what the fucking party is.
And watchers all around,
Joe, will you come back as a black man again? Maybe come back as a white guy.
Would I come back as a white guy? No fucking sense, bro. Listen, I would rather be the slave than the slave master. I think his shit is more difficult to overcome than mine. I have no desire, and without getting into it, and this for a lot, white motherfuckers gonna have it rough. You guys got to keep up with the Joneses more. You're expected to be better and all of that shit just inherently. I wouldn't want to deal with those fucking things, man. No, I gotta remove all those blinders before I could be a normal motherfucker. You guys got a host of problems I'm not interested in.
Very healthy, man, to way to look at it like that. I
Man,
love all
Rocky,
these.
would you come back as
so
a black
good.
man, Rocky? You could dance and play basketball and shit, bro.
Hey, I can play basketball.
We got other
She
I like
benefits
it,
is
man.
too.
so good.
Oh,
I'm
what
a
girl?
total baller. And she's good. I was like shocked to me. It was so amazing, but it was so perfect and in alignment that she would love and be good at basketball. And she's short. And she knows how to
I'm
shoot so
5'3",
good.
and I used to play center because I could jump so high, and I could always get it in from center every time. So I was always made center. Never made sense, but it worked.
That's heavy.
And we won gold every year. So woo, I love basketball.
The only way to fight
Nice.
something is to starve it. What was that the last part of? Someone said the only way to fight something is to starve it. The only way to fight it is to starve it. Mystery.
So
I
that
just
could
kinda
be
like
a
to
lot
feed
of
the right
different
wolf
things. So if you
metaphor.
have some kind
Right.
of like cancer in you, you can starve it. If you know, the energy, the money, the system, this beast system, to fight it, you can starve it, not feed it. So it
That
could
go
mean
for
a
everything.
bunch of
Anger.
different things.
Yeah, it go for anything. Yeah.
Well, our attention goes, energy flows, right? So we are, anytime that we're feeding into the negativity of the system, and and that's why, you think about like the news and the media and all of that, and how they are constantly, pushing the dualistic nature of the system and getting us to polarize to one extreme or the other. That way we're always at each other's throats. And you even see this too in spiritual communities where they're like, oh, it's divine feminine and we have to break out of the patriarchy. It's like, everybody is always pushing one brand or another of
It's really
divisive
weird,
shit.
ain't it, man?
And the internet has become a fucking echo chamber to reinforce our ideas and our opinions to tell us that we're right. Like back in the
Yes,
day,
it's ego.
right. You used to have to be able to, to listen to something that, you didn't agree with, and, maybe explain where you come from and, mutually agree to disagree. That's, the idea of freedom and liberty and all of this, to where you have the right to be wrong. You have the right to a shit.
Now, if you don't have my opinion, you are wrong. You are worthy of ridicule. I can attack you and dock you because your opinion sucks.
No right to have a differing opinion. How fucked up is that? You don't have the right to have a different opinion than I do, so you shouldn't exist. And then say they're the ones that are holy because they say Jesus.
Right. Well, that's, and don't even get me started on organized religion, because, the dogma is one of the most toxic things you can see. It's like the hypocrisy and the judgment that we see in Christianity. You'll see it in Satanism too. I belong to, a lot of like satanic and Luciferian groups and shit like that as well. I belong to every group because I study all the religions, and they are the same way as Christians are with their hypocrisy, just on the other end. They believe that they're, pushing freedom as they're also pushing one doctrine, and let you step outside of that ideology or school of thought, and you'll be thrown out of the club, right along with being thrown out of the church if you were a Christian.
Yes, I dig it. Yeah.
Like another side, religion needs to be abolished, people think, and that's not your choice. If people want to have any type of religion they want, connect with any book they want, they can. So shut the fuck up and just let them spiritually be themselves.
I always got thrown out
They
of.
don't have the right to push it onto others, though, and they don't have the right to try to use it to control, the agenda or the narrative for all of us as a nation and things like that. I don't feel like, I do believe there should be separation between religion and state and things like that, because when we get into this, it's like, and you hear people say like, well, this is a Christian nation and all that. It's like, no, it's actually a Luciferian nation.
Freemason, Luciferian nation, it was founded on.
It was founded by Freemasons, and that's who the founding fathers were. That's why the statue has the Masonic symbol on it. So it was actually found in liberty, the idea of liberty. That's libertas. That is Columbia. That is Lucifer, Prometheus, the light bearer. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and sexual promiscuity, is in the fucking New York City, with a Masonic logo given to us from France.
Is that what they talking about, getting rid of the Statue of Liberty?
So it's like,
I heard that they were talking about getting rid of the Statue of Liberty. Is that why?
Well, just in general, all of our nation was built on Luciferian principles. That's where the whole liberty and all
I
that
know, I
came
agree.
from. So it's like
Yeah.
when they say we're a Christian nation, it's not actually true, you know? Like
Yeah.
the founding fathers and everything for you have the right to be who you
Let
want
me
to be.
see.
You wouldn't be able to do that in Christianity. You know what I mean? You would only be able to do that in something that was free thinking, you know, like
What about the
something like that.
Declaration of Independence? Dependence is
That's
a
think about
document
that. That's an act of
founded by
rebellion. That's also Luciferian.
is
Declaring your independence from the governance. Govern means lord or archon, right? And they were also thought to be put in control, these monarchs, by divine order. So they believe that God gave them the right to rule over mankind because of their
so
bloodlines,
you're
things
saying
like
that the
that.
mere act of declaring independence from the monarchy was, so watch your mic, DJ,
It's an act of
was
rebellion, yes.
a bad thing.
I know it's not a bad thing. I think we look at Luciferianism as a bad thing, but and all things have two sides. But that the truth, being told, like our acts of rebellion against the crown and all of that, they were
Yeah.
put into power by God in divine order. Our acts as Protestants against the Catholic Church and shit with Christianity to have, these were all acts of rebellions. Satan is a god of rebellion. Lucifer is a god of rebellion, right? These liberty and all of this, the freedom, the ability to make our own choices, be whatever religion we want, and all of this, it's built on Luciferian principles and as well as enlightenment. So light, and when they say in God we trust, Satan's angelic name was Gadriel, is what it was. So God
I'm
is
not
actually
so
short for
sure
God.
I'm bought on that these acts are acts of rebellion. If I want freedom because someone has enslaved me, it doesn't inherently make freedom an act of rebellion. I should inherently have freedom in all of these things. If someone tries to take it for me,
According
and
to the
I
Bible,
finally,
you're supposed to respect the government, right?
I think
Yeah,
I
that's
do. When I'm
So
in
if
the
you
open
are
air
under
yelling
the
at them, I'm
oppression
still
of a
respecting
system
them.
or and according to the Bible, it also says that slaves should respect their masters. So
No,
I'm
I
just
don't see
saying,
it like
according
that.
to
No, I
these
don't. No, I don't.
Testament
Yeah,
biblical,
yeah.
ideologies, they are acts of rebellion.
Well, no, well, fuck
Not
no.
true.
No.
Like,
It was called the War of Independence. You know, it wasn't a rebellion. It was, we were going by the laws of
how do you think
England.
you get independence? You're rebelling against who's got control over you. That's exactly what it is a
They
rebellion.
broke
You
their own
can
laws.
label it independence.
Well,
You're
it's not
independent
if no
because
one is
you're
controlling me.
already being ruled by somebody. You're rebelling against the rulership.
What if I have
It's that simple.
It
independence?
was
What if I
war
have
for
That's what a
independence?
revolution is.
Wait.
A
What if I have
revolutionary war. That's what a
independence?
revolution is.
What about independence? If I have independence, meaning I have no rulers, I have true independence. Where is the act of
Which is the
rebellion
Satanic
now?
principle, meaning you are your own God. Yeah.
Where is the act of rebellion now?
But it could be like this, as that way says, this is not a game of vengeance, lose the legal name and win the game. This is a fact. So if everybody just took themselves away from that corporate fictional legal name and chose not to use that name, it could be as easy as that, as the whole entire world finds that independence. We're not controlled by you anymore. And if the world did that together, that'd be an easy step that things would get better much
The
quickly.
United States is a corporation. Like, that's what people fail to forget. In 1913 and 1933 and the Federal Reserve and all of this, they sold you out to the international banks and became a corporation, right? That's why it's in all caps. Whenever you're born and you're given a social security number, that's a bond. That's what that is, meaning bondage. Right. That's why the national debt is accrued when they borrow against the amount of taxes they anticipate you paying in the entirety of your life. And people may get butthurt and not like it, but it's true. Right. It's true. So this country accumulates its wealth not based on the land, based on the people. So if we ever were to fall, right, we were ever to be defeated, conquered, or whatever, do you know how they pay their debt to other countries? And you and me and our children. We're the citizens, right? We become part of this.
Currency.
Right.
Yeah, you become the currency.
The country didn't become a corporation until 1871. It was called the Act of 1871. the Declaration of Independence and the whole like revolutionary thing was obviously a controlled psyop. On paper, you know, pun not intended there. On paper, it sounds
The
good. Like
illusionary of freedom.
What's that?
The illusion of freedom.
Right. So, you know, it appeared to the people as something good, like, you know, outwardly, but it was just controlled opposition. That's why all the guys were members of you know, England, basically came from England from secret societies. And as far as the what was the other thing that I wanted to mention? Oh yeah, it doesn't tell. That's not what it says in the Bible. You're looking at the King James Bible. If you just go 20, 30 years before the King James Bible, at the end of the 1500s, it says we wrestle not against physical.
You're talking about the Geneva Bible, yeah.
Principalities and governments. So that's what it says. Not that we're, you know. So they took that part out.
That's the Geneva Bible. That's why King James created a new version of that and that's why the whole Guy Fawkes thing where people wear the anonymous mask is because Guy Fawkes wanted to blow up Parliament because King James was rewriting the Bible. And people think that it was Shakespeare. It was actually Francis Bacon who was put in charge, which is also, you know, another person part of one of these fraternal orders. So
there was a bunch of people
created and controlled by these people. They just don't know what they're talking about.
Guy Fawkes, another psyop. That's why they just moved the election to, you know, remember the 5th of November.
I mean, I'm just talking about historically. I'm not talking about what's psyop. Everything in our world when it comes to history is psychological warfare and being used to create a narrative to get us to perceive history from one perspective or another. That way, you know, in history, it's his story. It's written by the winner. You know what I mean? So they want us to, you know, believe that things were a certain way that way we accept our reality. If you control a person's perception, you control their reality. Right. And that's why when you have things like fucking COVID, you know, they can tell you whatever they want to tell you because, you know, they've already been telling you and indoctrinating you from the day that you was born. You know, when we go into the school systems and everything, it's indoctrination upon indoctrination, you know, religion and all of that, you know, and whenever we become emotional, you know, especially when like religion and our political alignments and all of that, we turn off the logical side of our brain. You know, we stop having the ability to think and critically think and question things, you know, and we become, you know, because we have an emotional attachment to these things because, you know, we believe them to be true. And we also believe that we have skin in the game. Like, you know, when you're Republican or Democrat, you think, oh, we're going to do this. It's like, it ain't we, you know, you're not part of it. You just think you are. It's a big club and you don't belong.
That's how they program us too. Is through emotion. They program our nervous system and our muscle memory and all that through emotions. So you get connected to the emotion, right, over the truth, and it's hard, like, because you feel it, right?
Trauma-based mind control.
That's how the energy harvest works, because you're in a state of emotion, energy in motion, and they're here to steal energy so they can get you just to admit the particular frequency of energy that is fuel for them. Then that's what they're going to do. And there's a multi-layered, multifaceted way of getting you to do that. Just like Monsters, Inc., where they get the children, basically fear, and then, the monsters just consume the energy for their sustenance. It's very
similar. So when you're talking about
hang on, John. Rocky wanted to say something?
Yeah, Rocky, your mic's super quiet, so sometimes we don't hear you, but I think I saw you trying to talk too, so go for it.
You did, and I was agreeing that the Geneva Bible says that we wrestle against worldly governors, principalities, not worldly governors. So King James, he was a worldly governor, so he had to kind of change that a little bit because he's a worldly governor. Yeah, Francis.
Worldly governors and princes of darkness. That would be like your politicians.
Yeah. And so my new theory is that we're in, according to the scriptures, we might be in Satan's little season, Revelations 27. And that they've hit
when he returned for a season.
Huh? Satan's little season is after the rapture, or after the tribulation, and after the millennial age. And then we have this, they call it the Dark Ages. Why do they call it the Dark Ages? It seems like, you know, they were building magnificent buildings and all this stuff, but yet they call it the Dark Ages.
In the Bible?
The evil. No, history. Okay. They call 1,000 years, you know, the Dark Ages. But then they say the Renaissance period was when all these evil suckers took over. And they call that the Age of Enlightenment, when all these evil families take over so they got it backwards, you know. They got us thinking the 1,000 years, they call it the Dark Ages, when it was really maybe the millennial reign where Christ ruled for 1,000 years. He built all these magnificent buildings, starports, and all this stuff that used ether, and, you know, they transported power through these buildings and all these magnificent structures. They don't have any toilets. Why is that? Well, maybe because the saints who were ruling with Christ at the time, they don't have to go pee and poop. So why are they going to put those in the building? You know, it's you know, I've been researching this for like the last 3 months. It's pretty cool.
I've watched that.
There were people running around at those
giant
days.
structural buildings that had no toilets in them, and so I saw some of what he was saying, that they didn't have any of the fecal matter. They were just too high a consciousness to be having to shit in the toilet.
Saints who reincarnated saints.
That's
came and
no,
ruled
no,
Christ.
that's not it.
Is my perception. It's how I perceive it.
There were no toilets.
I did want to ask DJ though.
Did not have toilets. Modern day castles did not have toilets for the same reason. It's just not a thing that they did. It's so this is what I wanted to ask. You guys are both saying that there were beings running around orchestrating the building of all of these great structures that was so high that they didn't even shit and piss.
I'm not saying I saw what he said. I'm not saying it sounds pretty, in alignment with those structures, but I don't know. I'm not saying that that's the way it was. I just saw that I saw what he said, what was going around.
So, John, you're thinking that it was higher beings. They're literal beings of physical flesh that ran around. Maybe that was Rocky saying that shit. That ran around and did that was Rocky.
Yeah, that was saying that. I just wanted to know. DJ said that there was people that was stealing our energy, and I've heard the concept of the loosh and all of that. I just wanted to, understand what he was talking about, like who is actually stealing our energy.
They're called trolls.
Energy. Is this like? Does he believe it's terrestrial or whatever? Because, I mean, honestly, I feel like every one of these entities are actually us. So that's what I mean. I just wanted to see what his thoughts were on the harvesting of energy.
Well, it would be the archons who are like at the highest level that evil can be, which would be like the lower astral plane, which is the emotional plane again. So you have the physical plane, that's us, physical. Then you have the ether, that's the energetic plane, that's why it's E, and then you have the lower astral plane, which is the emotional plane, which is another E, so that's where the energy gets fine-tuned into emotion, into the specific frequency that they can consume, whereas like the etheric plane would be like a general, energy where it's not fine-tuned enough to consume as food for them. So then underneath that level would be like, etheric beings that are at like the etheric level of existence, which would be like these reptilian bloodlines that they've employed to farm the earth for them. We're basically the farm product, like we're the crop, they're the farmers, and then the archons would be like the owners of the plantation. The owners aren't out there farming, they have the farmers out there doing the work. They would have the slaves out there doing the work. So the reptilians are actually the slaves. So all these families that we know as like these Illuminati family, they're the slave families. They're not.
Have I seen an archon? Have I ever seen an archon?
No. Maybe some that are incarnated into a human form or using some type of technology to animate an avatar here in our realm, and you'll see them on TV. But no, you've never seen one like in person.
Well, and Archon, just to say, an Archon means a lord, a governor. An Archon is really, in my opinion, is a planet. So those are the rulers of the reality. So when you talk about, these dimensional aspects, the way that I see it is that we are just part of a process of consciousness being, evolved, right? So it's like the whole concept of us being prisoners and something, these reptilians feeding off us. The serpent is the Kundalini, right? It's the two serpents going up the caduceus, right? The sacred secretion and enlightenment and all of that, right? That's part of that process. The rulers of the reality are the planetary energies that actually make up the 7 colors of the rainbow, the 7 main planets, correlate to the 7 chakras, which also correlate to the solar system or the soul system, solar plexus, so on and so forth.
Do you believe? I see that you believe that these things have other meanings than the literal meaning. Do you believe
there's an exoteric understanding, which means, like I said, everything's external, where and that's where people get this concept of like these deities and stuff are feeding off of us.
So you do believe that the planets are planets, even though they do tell us.
Before you answer that, John, I just wanted to welcome Archangel Michael Energy, Patrick, his bodysuit name, and he's went on the missing link. So just wanted to welcome everybody. This is John and Rocky and DJ and Joe and beautiful Angeline.
Thank you. I'm Angeline.
I'm just scared.
The beautiful one.
You scared him away, Joe.
Oh shit. Jesse, what did he talk about?
Your theory of the Archons kind of goes along with my theory.
I was asking the guy on your show, I was wondering what type of stuff did he talk about when he was a guest Archangel, I think you said his name was, just so I could communicate with him better when he hops back up. Well, he's here now.
Hey,
Archangel.
how you doing, guys?
How you doing, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Look, I just pulled over. I've just been watching and listening to some of the things that you guys have been saying and thinking, and it's interesting to hear.
What do you think, bro?
Well, everything works on vibrational energies, and this is why people are all at different levels. Inside your blood reacts to vibrational energies. In 2012 is when energy started to return. 12 and 12 is 144. Okay, there was originally 144. There was 12 tribes of 12. There was 12 tribes of 12. Okay, now, as I've mentioned, not only in some YouTube lives, of which I've done about 4 or 5, probably 5, which was addressing the Rothschilds and the Queen and the First Communicate.
Okay.
We also addressed Trump. We also addressed the world leaders. We also addressed the Pope and all his consulates. We also addressed Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson and Trump also got a visit by giants among men at Trump Towers in May 2019, which is why Trump jumped on a plane and flew around the world. And then some leaders went to the UK under special invitation. Why some of you are more awake than others is because of the vibrational energy and the reaction that happens. If you actually search, there are nine strong energy fields. St. Patrick went to Ireland from England in the year 432, which is a 9. The highest obtainable vibrational energy that the human body or the cell can take for enlightenment is at 963. Okay, that is full enlightenment. There's only one human being on this star at this moment, And it's not a planet, it's a star. A planet is their name for it. The last two words mean end times. Okay, this star's name is Lilium, and they are pulling Lilium's axis negatively, ending times, planet. You are all Earth, okay? You're an enlightened, angelic realm, transition humans, okay? So when they tell you about planet Earth, they're telling you exactly things that they want you to know. Everything is coded. They show you this in the Da Vinci Code. Everything is coded. The Lord is a state. It's not an energy. The Lord is a state. So is everyone going to, a situation. Is everyone going to face that situation? Everyone is going to face the Lord. Everyone's going to face that situation. In the Bible, it says that Noah lived for 950 years, okay? And his ancestral line or production came along with Jesus, the 13th bloodline. So when you add the 13th and infuse that into the 950, which is not years, it's a frequency, you end up with a frequency 963. Okay, again, it's the highest attainable energy frequency hitting the star, because any frequency is too much here. And this is why it's a transitional period over years, because too much energy in one go is going to unbalance. Everything needs to work in perfect harmony. So we have been addressing these people, but it has to be done in a process, okay? We can't come in here and take over, okay? We've told them this. I've even mentioned it to you in a live, Jesse, okay? We can't just come in here. You have free will. One of the tricks that they use, okay, is the government and elections, because you are now signing away your right to someone else. You have given your free will, which is why they make decisions for you. And in a human form, it's very difficult for you to get around that. Okay, so that's part and parcel of the trick. Jesus is a state of being, and everybody is a Jesus. Even these people are a Jesus. But Jesus has a duality, okay? The Jesuses that are going to be saved are going to be joyous energies saved under salvation. Because those are going to be saved under salvation. When they are saved, they're going to be happy about it, a happy state. They're going to be joyous. Now, these elites and leaders have been advised. It's them we've come for. The whole book is about a battle between these energies being led by Lucifer, okay? The one with the light. Now, what's actually happening is they're using dense energy to manipulate the energy coming through, okay? When I approached them when they launched everything, that wasn't so much to put the pressure over humanity, although that is to try and stop the energy, which we've told them they're not going to be able to stop. But that was also to try and disrupt me as much as possible because of the energy levels that I run at. The energy level that the fallen one, who was Archangel, I loathe to call him even an angel, but he was Zatarael. There are other names for him, Azazel, Satan, okay, Zapharel, angel, terrorizing angelic Noah, okay. Noah's about an opportunity, a new opportunity as human spiritually. And the ark, that's coming to you from the angelic realm kingdom.
So John, did you want to respond to Joe's question, or did you want to respond to what Archangel Michael said here?
Archangel Michael said a lot. No, I'm not. No, it was a lot of good stuff.
No, you're right. You're right.
There's a lot of good stuff. Yeah. When you're talking about we dealt with them or we talked to them, Archangel Michael.
We being watching energies. If you have a look at my profile picture and statement there, it has a statement there. It turns around and it tells you that we have been watching your world through a magnifying glass. Okay. Right. As I said to Jesse in one of the lives, if you have a vehicle, if you have a product and it's not running right, and you just keep standing there looking at it and looking at it and looking at it, is that going to fix things? No, it's not. Right. So therefore, either you're going to delve into it to try and see what the problem is, or you're going to call someone in to come and try and resolve the problem. Why is the engine not running right? So we're here in human form, being inside the problem because this star is being tilted off of its axis. Global warming or temperatures are rising, but not by the way they're telling you. Okay, they're using dense energy. Your molecular structure, right, reacts to vibrational energies. This is why they own your entertainment industry and your music industry.
Wait. What's your
Yeah,
name,
they're burning the
Archangel?
oil. It's blood. It's pissing me off.
Let me ask you a favor here, Archangel. You are overwhelming us with information.
Yeah.
Can you let us kind of ask you a couple questions or something? Try to keep the answers brief and concise.
Yep, and as I've said to Jesse in previous lives, I'm happy to answer any questions. There are some things that I'm not going to talk about. Now, if I'm going to tell you I'm not going to talk about it,
I don't care. We ain't gonna push you on. If you want to talk about it, we're adults. You ain't got to. You don't need no fucking pre-warnings. Just all right. Did you have a question for him, John? He was asking.
When he was talking about the we thing, I just wanted to get your understanding. Do you believe that this is like the higher self of human consciousness, or do you believe that you're dealing with extraterrestrial entities? And if so, how are you in communication with these entities? Are you channeling, scrying? I just want to kind of like understand where you're coming from. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just want to understand really.
Explain the connection.
Well, God stands for the greater outer dimension. Okay, very, very advanced, very, very advanced. We are the ones in the UFOs. Okay, this is why they created your church system, because they had to hide everything that was.
Are
in
you
there.
jumping and changing his fucking? I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
He's just. Was this the answer to his question?
So is it
When you use the word
Slam?
"we" again, he was asking you who "we" is not why.
And I did answer that a little bit previously when he first asked it, my friend. I said we are watching energies.
So that's what I mean. Who is the we? Is it extraterrestrial, or is this our higher self, our higher collective consciousness?
These are higher. We're higher beings. We're here. We're you. We're you. The Bible tells you that you are Jesus. You're all higher beings. You are all gods. You're all of the greater outer dimension.
Right. So we're all the same.
Yes, I agree with that.
Totally.
God,
exactly.
Greater outer dimension. That's beautiful.
There is differences. In fact, the differences is just an energy level, awareness level. As I said, I resonate at the highest level possible here on this star. Okay. Unfortunately,
what does that give you the ability to do that I don't have? Because I'm a base individual that still watches porn.
Where do you come up with this?
Just the fact that I can't really give you a reason. I'm here. I'm reincarnated here to help you. Okay, they show you in movies.
Yeah, that's too much free will. You're asking him about someone's free will to get an answer. That's not really a fair question.
But so this is all about So what they want to do is they are being led by the fallen one who's told them that they are the enlightened gods. Okay?
No, people use the Bible and then they come up with theories, and it's totally opposite of what the Bible says, but they use the Bible. It's confusing,
Well, they didn't actually. The very first version that they came out was the King James version, and unfortunately, they told you right there in the title. They told you it was a version, right? They didn't lie to you.
Yeah, the King James version is based on his mom's version of the Bible, which was the most popular Bible at the time. The King James was not the first Bible or the version of the Bible.
Well, that was the King James version is the one that they created their churches for and started to not let everybody know what's going on. Guy Fawkes was a spiritual battle. Guy Fawkes was a spiritual battle.
I don't know who Guy Fawkes is.
Okay, well, Guy Fawkes in 1605 was a spiritual battle.
Okay.
Okay, when high energies come together, create sparks, explosions, fireworks.
made up crap.
Right.
Just want to let everybody know that we're streaming right now to like a whole bunch of platforms. So we're at like around 170 live viewers. So just so everybody's aware that there's quite a few people here with us.
Yeah, I'm streaming on my YouTube channel. So I'm streaming this out on my YouTube channel, and I will restream it on all my other platforms.
I'd have put my lipstick on had you guys told me, man. I could have put my makeup.
Come on, man.
There's still time to put your lipstick on.
It's not too late.
They were dancing before, bro. Come on.
No, hey, I do. Archangel Michael, I do like what you're saying. I do resonate with some of it. You know, being in the outer dimension, in the occult. Aleister Crowley talks about outer space as being the outer psyche, right, outside of the collective psyche of human consciousness. So I feel like there is truth in it. And when you talk about, you know, we as in a higher consciousness and just really being individuals that have the awareness of this mission on earth to raise consciousness. I feel like, you know, what really gets people a lot of times, you know, when you're, you know, and this is your understanding or understanding of things. And, you know, like I said, it jives a lot with mine, even though we explain it a lot differently. I feel like what loses a lot of people, you know, is like when you say like, we are here to do this, or like, who's we?
I think
you know,
he does
like,
that intentionally. He's aware that he loses people. For some reason, he doesn't try hard to communicate well. I already have made that assumption about the guy. I don't even know him. I think if you thought your message was really important, you'd be finding better ways to communicate with us. You know that you are overwhelming us with information, and we are not communicating as best we can, Michael, in my opinion. And you're muted if you're talking.
You're muted, bro. Archangel Michael, you're muted.
No, he's not on mute. It's just for some reason we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mike.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't. We can't hear you at all. I think you can hear us, but we're not hearing anything that you're saying right now.
Michael, the Archangel.
Michael, we can't hear you.
Are you in a van with a cage in the back or what?
While he's figuring it out, so God would stand for gold, oil, and drugs. That's what these.
That's what I heard. Yeah,
that's what these.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. So, and then a lot of new age misnomers about a lot of stuff. So the way you come into this world, you know, in your physical form is you get 72,000 genes from your mom and 72,000 genes from your dad, making 144,000. So that's just actually your physical avatar, you know. And I've heard all the stories about, you know, 144,000 coming here with twin souls, coming here with Yeshua from Sirius A and all that stuff. But, you know, you got to get down to what the core meaning of this stuff is. And before, you know, he was mentioning about like we're stuck to all this dogma. The reason you say dogma is because, you know, the folks who've kind of put forth a lot of our, you know, our fake belief systems would be coming from Sirius B, which is the dog star. That's where you get dog, you get Sirius satellite radio, and why you say, "Hey Siri," and all this stuff. So, you know, a lot of
yeah, that's why the moon in the Sephiroth, the moon in the Sephiroth, which has to do with dogs as well, and wolves howl at the moon, right? It's a star where all of the other spheres, or the sphere that all the other energies go through. That's why witchcraft and stuff is done at night under the moon. Yeah.
The moon is basically the satellite antenna for the Saturn moon matrix, which would be coming.
Right. It's a parabolic dish that's used to house the 7 archonic energies that you think are, you know,
so you're telling me the moon is hollow and it has a satellite inside it called a satellite 7?
No, the moon is like a hollowed out only because it's a ship. So it's just like the Earth. The Earth is a mothership where we're going on a cruise around the galaxy while we learn lessons. Yeah. The moon is also like basically a ship that they stole from somewhere else and then brought it over here to you know, basically to house beings that would then be coming down to the earth. So if you're if you're brought to any planet in any type of avatar and you die on that planet and your soul exits the body, in order to enter the reincarnation cycle of that planetary body, you're going to have to incarnate into the avatars that are there.
So are you saying you might start off at the moon before you hit Earth?
Well, that's how they came. The moon is the original pirate ship that they came here on.
Okay.
That, you know,
according to the Zulu creation mythos, the moon was not originally part of the earth. And if you look at like the Anunnaki tale, the moon is Kingu, who orbited Tiamat, which was the feminine serpent, which would be Earth. She was broken into 1 million pieces, scattered across the universe, which is us, the fragments of spirit. And the moon was, you know, because he loved her so much, he was meant to orbit her or whatever. But in the Zulu mythos, the reptilian gods drug this moon into Earth. And if you look at it, it is in a precise position to where it, you know, it does look like it was placed there because of, you know, eclipses and the alignment and the tidal lock and all of that, right? And it's too big for a planet, all of these things. And in that mythos, they brought in the moon and it caused destruction on the earth. Well, then they told all the people that they had to worship these reptilians. And if they didn't, they would drag the moon back away and make destruction happen again. Now, what I believe the moon is, I believe it is like a satellite that is, you know, taking the Saturn frequency as part of this soul system. I don't believe we're in a system of oppression and control at all, though. I believe that this is something we're doing ourselves. And that when we talk about extraterrestrials, extra terra means outside of the earth is what it means. And these are interdimensional entities. And these are just different dimensional aspects of ourself, dimensional consciousness, right? And it's all part of this great filter where we're taking souls and refining them and evolving them into higher states of consciousness. You know, it's like,
yeah, but with that being said,
a fragment of the infinite, they couldn't control you and trick you and put you down here if you were God, and that's what you are. We're all fragments of that. You know, like they can't trick God into going into prison. Like it's not even logical. Just like the whole Jesus dying on the cross, like your son, like God took his only son and then killed his only son for, you know, the sins that he made you commit. And all this is like, we have to use our logic when we're thinking about these things. Every bit of our experience is a projection of ourselves. And even though these are energetics that we're dealing with, and we call them deities and archetypes, this is just for us to understand these different energies. That way we can understand them better and how they work and how they are part of, you know, the whole collective paradigm or projection that we live in. That's why if you look at like Carl Jung and he talks about how the astrological story and everything mimics all of the creation stories. Why is that? Because we're collectively creating it. So it's just a reflection of ourself, of that Fibonacci sequence or that golden ratio, which is that divine spark that's in everything.
That story that you mentioned, the Anunnaki tale that's been basically just totally bastardized and turned into a complete piece of shit story. If you go look through the Zulus actually say that we originally had 2 moons that were very small and that kept the planet, the weather, and all the consciousnesses on the planet in balance. The Snake Brothers destroyed those 2 moons and brought in this Death Star moon, but they also brought it to another planet that was like a super Earth, which they call Tiamat or whatever, which has now been turned into the asteroid belt, which is where you get all those fragments that are orbiting. So when they brought in they came in here on 2 pirate ships, 2 moons, our moon and the moon that was around Tiamat. So the beings that were on Tiamat were a lot further along in their evolution process and were a lot more advanced. So when these negative beings from that other moon that was around Tiamat started incarnating and trying to take over their society, they went to war with that moon and they ended up blowing up that planet and that moon, which is now called the Van Allen asteroid belt, and that's where that story of orbiting her and all that stuff. So
in the Norse mythology, it's called the hammered bracelet and all of that. But this is what I'm saying. Is that these stories aren't actual happenings. These are expressions of us in different ages at higher states of consciousness. We are the Anunnaki. We are
No,
the
I would
gods.
I
That's
would
what I'm trying to
disagree
tell
with
you.
that completely.
Hang on,
Of course
DJ.
you would, because you don't understand it.
Hang on, John. I think we should address Satan came here. What are your thoughts?
Satan actually is just
No,
a name.
DJ, if you're not looking at the screen, someone came up with a fiery moon or sun behind them looking like Satan with horns, and it's called Satan. So I just wanted to know what their thoughts were.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that's my ex-girlfriend. Hey,
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Let me smash that cone first, and I'll tell you.
So, what is everybody smoking tonight? Because I hear the stories you're telling, but I wonder what you're smoking to get to these conclusions.
Is your name
What's your
Starbucks?
conclusion? That's quite a statement. I was just wondering what your conclusion is before anybody responds.
So, what was the question?
Your question, what everybody's conclusions are coming to.
Oh, well, everybody's in their own little world, I guess. It would be what dimension you're in. To what conclusion you come to.
That's the best you got?
Yes, pretty much. Not smoking as good as stuff as you guys are.
He spent all his energy making that avatar. That's about it.
I did not make anything. I'm lazy like that. I found it on the interweb.
Well, yeah, weeds everywhere. If you can't find it, you're super lazy.
True, I'm just cheap. I smoked all my stuff already, so I'm just sober now.
Well, it's hard on everybody. I thought black people had it bad. Satan and his people got it real bad, bro.
Out down here.
It's tough down there, bro.
Oh, shit.
It's hard on the pimp. Talk about problems.
Where's your headquarters, Satan?
What? Oh, I'm down. I'm right under New Jersey. 2 miles under New Jersey.
So, Archangel Michael, Patrick Johnson.
Yeah, me Satan.
What you want to say to Satan hanging out here on this panel?
You whoop his ass once before, Michael. Did you beat his ass once before?
Right.
Funny fuckers. Look, look, at the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. I mean, I'm not going to talk too much more into that sort of stuff.
We love it. We love it. We love it. I'm just accusing you of dragging on or something. Forgive me. We love it, bro. I do.
Well, it's
very
pretty
knowledgeable, very in alignment.
The problem is it's so complex that sometimes the discussions have to be a little bit longer to fill you in on some of the other stuff to get to your subject. You know what I mean?
I do.
Is there a book I could read?
But yeah,
There's a lot of
everything's been done.
to the things you're saying.
Sorry, what was that?
There's a lot of background material to the things that you're saying.
Yeah, because everything's coded. Everything's coded. So sometimes you have to go a little bit further into it so you can give the reasons for what that actually means and what this actually means and what that actually means. You know what I mean? Like men in the Bible isn't about a collective of mouths. Men in the Bible, when it talks about giants among men, we're talking to these men that of the negative energy. Okay.
So let me ask you a question before you go on, Mike. Do you believe in the giant in the conventional sense? A lot of people hear that story and they think that is evidence of a giant man that walked. You don't believe that? Yeah.
No.
You believe like mental giants, vibrational giants.
Yeah. So when it says that these people were, approached by giants among men, we're talking about God incarnated, angelic Noah's transitioned spiritually. Okay, so that means we're God incarnated, like I said to you before. So it's explaining something, but it's hidden. Okay, so that's the notion of gods, and these men are mentally enlightened Noahs, because they're mentally enlightened about Noah being a new opportunity as human spiritually from the angelic realm. Okay, so everything's coded.
So we're talking about men who had a certain knowledge, in particular. You're calling it Noah. ancient knowledge of Noah. These were the giants that they spoke about.
Well, Noah is addressing these elites about the new opportunity, about the boat, about the wave, okay, about the uplifting. When we visited Trump, they were expecting us.
Whoa! Let me ask you.
Yep.
Are you saying you don't even believe the story of Noah? No flood. It's just a story. Is that Noah? Yeah, that was Noah.
It's a flood, but it's an energy flood.
So no water flood. You don't even believe that? Yeah.
Well, water.
What about the shift into the Piscean age and the age of water as the daily?
There's lots of evidential studies that there was water above us, and everything was a lot larger here, including animals and people. And when that water swooshed down everywhere, flooding this earth, causing so much water compared to all the earth that was here, all the plant and vegetation and earth, it caused everything to get smaller. And that's why they're not dying.
And
they're
we
not
were in
dragons,
a different astrological cycle, a cycle of fire, and we were like more magical beings. We were a higher consciousness, so we were like a bigger being, a bigger entity because of that consciousness. If you have a larger, electromagnetic field, it's because you have a larger body. If you think about the stories of Nephilim, right, the fallen, it means men of old, heroes of renown, and all of that. They are, demigods. They're part star, part man, right? Like they're, and that's what those mean. I feel like every time, and this is like the misunderstanding. And this is where people get the whole Pleiadian star system, all that stuff. They're not understanding it's just an energy that, they're channeling in, and that this is all part of one consciousness, one universal consciousness. And, everything that we see external to ourselves and all of these old ages that we went through were just astrological cycles and different mutations of humanity at different states of consciousness. If you think about the fall of Atlantis and all of that, we were at different conscious places. We were Lemuria, all of that. We were different beings with a different element that was ruling that particular age. Just like the religion in Pisces, just like Aquarian, now we're in, a state of conscious, expansion.
I wonder why we attach all this.
And why you're nodding your head, Rocky? Why you're nodding your head, bobblehead over there? Why you can disagree and have some information to say. If you disagree.
The giants weren't real, but they found giant bones buried all over the world, evidence of giants. But you're saying
wait, what giant bones are you talking about, Rocky?
I'm saying it was us in a different state.
Wait, Rocky, what giant bones are you talking about?
That's not my fault. How big I'm not saying it's not real. I'm saying these were different ages, and we were mutated in different ways because of different astrological ages, different consciousness.
Rocky made a statement. Rocky, you said there have been bones of giants. How tall were these giants from their bones?
They got different sizes all over.
Give me the big ones.
A lot of them are 8 to 12 feet about.
They got
Rocky, what do you think?
They got 30 foot. They got 9 foot. They got huge ones.
Yeah, don't assume that 30 foot.
Recently, something where the person, it was at least 3 or 4 times bigger than what the person that was walking under. So 30 foot.
But let me just ask people: why is it so hard for people to fathom that we were the gods, that we were the giants, that we were these higher conscious entities? Why is it so hard to fathom? Why can't you get off your fucking knees and stop believing that everything that was great that was done on this planet, all the pyramids that were built, everything, that you're a fucking slave because you have a slave mentality now to your spirit?
We all know slaves.
I'm just saying, how come you can't fathom that it was you?
Some of
that
the
you were in
souls
a
that were
different astrological age, a different level of consciousness, that we built the pyramids, that we did that. Right?
Some of the souls that were incarnated at the time of giants are now incarnated into these physical human bodies that we are now.
I'm not asking for airy-fairy bullshit. I'm asking why you can't believe that you are the gods.
We are all gods, but you're failing to realize that we're in a physical realm.
You're failing to accept the truth, is what I'm saying. You want to be a prisoner. You want to be a slave.
Here we go.
You want to be a prisoner. You want to be a slave.
Here we go.
You want to be a victim.
Here we go.
I'm just telling you the truth.
So,
yeah, here we go.
The
You have
truth-
no
the truth
no
from your
factual
perspective.
information to back up what you're saying.
The-
and I'm
the
asking you,
truth
why
from your
can't you
perspective.
believe that you descend from these energies?
No.
On
So
these
anyway,
bones,
I'll comment.
Why can't that be accepted?
I'll comment on that while somebody's not commandeering the mic, if that's cool.
He wasn't this.
so just out of curiosity, where'd you get the information on these large bones?
Yeah, because I've looked
I've
into it.
been to
I found no bigger
a
than
large
12
bone
feet.
museum. I've been to a
Yep.
large bone museum, which is now closed. So I've seen them in person.
12 foot was the largest I've been able to personally verify. None of that 30-foot shit.
Yeah, same for me. Same for me. I've been to the one in Catalina Island, which is now closed, but they're all like basically 10 foot would be the max there. And when they talk about these people coming down, these beings coming down, quote unquote, fallen
Yeah, they were
angels, it
descending
doesn't
down in
say,
consciousness
hold
is what
on,
they were
please,
doing.
hold on. Thank you. It says these beings of men of renown came down here. Doesn't say pieces of shit. Doesn't say fallen demons or reptilians. It says fallen angels. So that whole story has been misconstrued when we were taken over basically by beings that were just larger than us, and we couldn't physically battle them. Then basically like a reconnaissance mission was sent here of beings that were just as large as the negative ones that were humanoid, and those were the actual ones that started the name Atlantis, because they came from Atlas. So if you're from Atlas, you would be an Atlan, and then you come here, you start Atlantis, and then later on that got its name when they came about 200,000 years ago. So that was the original kind of like help that was sent, or the cavalry that was sent, because the reptilian beings were 8 to 12 foot tall, and we couldn't handle them at 5-6 foot tall. So then they sent the largest Pleiadians over here, which would be from their planet Atlas, and they're like 8 to 12 foot tall as well. That's why you get the Greek god Atlas, who's so big and strong he can hold the world on his shoulders. That's how he's depicted. So those 200 quote unquote fallen angels that were sent down were actually Pleiadians sent here to help us. And that's where you get these movies like Gods of Egypt and stuff, where they show you that they're about twice as tall as a human being. So if they're like 10 to 12 foot tall and you're 5 to 6 feet, they're twice your size. So that's all that it was. Now, are some of those souls that were incarnated from those Pleiadians still here? Yes, I would say so. So in effect, some of us would be those previous giants that were here. Same incarnated soul with a wiped memory, so you wouldn't necessarily remember that. But yeah, there were giants here, but not giants like, you know, what they make it sound like. Now, back in the time when the Earth was being first terraformed for this particular life that we are now here on Earth, yes, there may have been beings that were, you know, 25, 30 foot tall that would be humanoid, but from another frequency. So there's a book called The Ceres Agenda, SERES, and this talks about these beings that were here that would be like 25 foot tall humans, just like us, that were terraforming the Earth for the human experiment, using frequencies to create mountains, to create all this stuff. And this was all shown like they get like bread and wet it all and then put it under frequencies, and it starts making like mountains and all these different things that we see as the topography of the Earth right now. As far as that flood thing that Jesse was talking about, there's fish bones and everything on top of every single mountain all over the Earth. So at one point, either flood waters, waves, or whatever washed over pretty much all the land on the Earth. And then when those waters subsided, they subsided and they remained a little bit higher than what they originally were, probably about 400 feet. So we have a bunch of civilizations underwater that, you know, we can't study. So that Atlantis thing, that there was no Strait of Gibraltar before. That was land. And then when that got washed over, it created the Mediterranean Ocean and drowned Atlantis out. So it's, you know, 400 feet under the water in the Aegean is where basically the center of Atlantis is. And you know, you can go see that. They have National Geographic, you know, you can, I mean, even though that's controlled, but you can go watch their controlled subs going down there and showing you all those columns.
In the Aegean Sea?
Yes, where Greece is. That's why you have all
Okay, can I respond now, or are you going to keep running your mouth the whole show, screaming, hold on?
Go ahead, jerk off.
Okay, that's what I mean. You're a bitch ass motherfucker.
And you would say that to my face.
Like, let's
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing.
Let's
It's
just
a
clear
nice
the
little
energy,
story you
everybody.
made up. Nice little story you made up, and I'm glad it came from National Geographic. But like I said, if you actually read the text, if you actually read the text,
please.
He was
Okay,
quiet
come
the
on,
whole
man.
time, bro. He was quiet.
No shit. Yeah, I didn't say a word the whole time.
Fun.
Okay, well, anyways, I don't care. You wouldn't say that to my face. I know that. But if you look at the actual text, instead of the story instead of the story you're making up out of your head, if you look at the actual text, they're trying to describe in the esoteric, which, you're talking, everything's physical to you, right? Because, you don't have the spiritual knowledge. We were talking about ages of consciousness. We were these beings. Atlantis going underwater was us going in the age of Pisces. Us going from an ethereal being.
No, we were physically underwater. Physically underwater. Physically.
Okay, I'm sure that makes a lot of sense. I'm saying as above, as below, so below. So whatever reflects in the physical is a reflection of a conscious state, right?
Yeah,
Not
but
everything is external and outside of the self.
It was still
I know you
physical
can't wrap
water,
your
though,
head
because
around
the stuff
it.
is there.
I know you can't wrap your head around it because you're a prisoner here, right? But the truth is,
we're all
that
prisoners
everything
here
has
right
descended
now.
from a conscious state. That's why the Lucifer and the story of the fall and all of that, the rebellion, that was us falling in consciousness, right? So keep reading the narrative from National Geographic, and you're going to keep staying stuck in the prison.
I didn't read any narrative from National Geographic. I'm telling you about when you can watch on the
You're
National
making up a lot from your
Geographic
head,
channel
too.
when they go with their underwater cameras and you can see all these structures at the bottom of the Aegean. So that is actually there, proving that the water level has risen. So we have columns
And that has to do with what? That has to do with what? That just shows that there are polar shifts on the earth and that we switch polarities in consciousness, like I'm trying to tell you. So these beings that you think are somebody else with different ages of
That does not prove Atlantis. It could be the city could have been called Bob. It doesn't prove that that was Atlantis.
Atlantis only got its name from the Atlans, like I told you. It wasn't called Atlantis before. It was just human settlements, but it got called. It got its name.
Atlans, and it means of the Atlantic as well, which is Poseidon and a water god, Ea, Earth, like Enki, like that's what I mean. Like you're not understanding. Like you're thinking
that whole story of the
that are ruling over us. Will you please shut your mouth and let me talk?
That whole story of the Anunnaki is a bastardized story, and it's an
bro?
incorrect name. Anyways, it's
Okay,
actually
will you
the
hush your mouth and
Anunnaki.
let somebody else talk? Hush.
It's actually you've talked enough. Actually,
really, I got invited on here to talk. You just come in here
I don't
running
like
your
this.
jibs.
This isn't like I don't
the
like this.
Anunnaki story. Actually, it's a false name because
bro.
means.
I'd like someone else. Hang on, DJ. Maybe Patrick. What's your thoughts on what these guys were just saying and how they were communicating?
It's like this every time
Well,
too.
Let's just say the confusion that song is working very, very well. Okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, John, you wanted to just say something?
Do you know how many times I see conversations like this where a panel of people are talking and one person doesn't believe the other person or does this and this. And again, it's all part and parcel of the dissension. It's all part and parcel of the splitting. It's all part and parcel of giving lots of different stories and lots of different subjects to split and divide, so that you don't.
Right.
So I heard when I was driving about the conversation when you see someone from a church and when you don't disagree with them, what happens? The conversation ends. They don't want to talk to you anymore because you don't believe them. So automatically there's disassociation. It's a splitting, and it's working very, very fine across you.
Right.
That's that level 9
I
vibration,
said
ain't
to you,
it, man?
Jesse, right at the very start.
Instead of always having this concept where we're powerless, where we're prisoners here being farmed and fed off of, right? Which is a very small perspective of looking at things. It's a weak perspective, Just the truth, just like you feel like you're powerless to the New World Order and the government.
We're not powerless to it. We're much stronger.
No, not you, Jesse, but I'm saying this is the mentality, and it's people can't fathom, right? They refuse to believe that we ourselves are that great, that we have through ages been in different incarnations at different levels of consciousness. And these stories that we tell ourselves are because when we end cycles, we forget everything. And these gods that we're worshiping, these are energies that we inhabited. These are our stories. This is us, and it's like we're not nobody. We created all. If everything is a projection within ourselves, then there's no way that there's any being outside of us. That means we're God.
You can separate yourself from yourself.
Right.
He's basically saying that we're all of it.
And all of this shit, and all these physical stories, that's called the exoteric. That means that's, the esoteric internalizes it. It makes everything a projection from within. But when we make it all on the outside, then we're a prisoner to the physical world, right? We're a prisoner to the external forces. And the truth is, we're in control of our lives. We manifest, we attract, we co-create. Everything is a part of our existence. And we've been doing this since the beginning of time. We have been in ethereal states. We have been in water states. We have been in fire states, because those are the elements that make up everything. When we talk about the Ark of the Covenant, and the archons, these are the planetary energies that represent the rainbow, that represent our chakras and make this projection possible. That's what I mean. When you don't understand those things, of course it seems like you're a prisoner. Of course it seems like aliens are running shit, right? But it's just because you're not illuminated. Will not enlightened to these things. But once you step to a higher level and see it from a different perspective, instead of calling people pussy and talking over them, then you will actually, begin to comprehend that it's all you. All of these stories are all us. Nobody needs to save us. Nobody. This is part of the experience. We do this every fucking time. For eternity. You know what I mean? And it's like in the dogma of the people, right, that says, because I got a pentagram in the background, you don't even know what that what means either, right? It's the
are you Jewish?
And the five to the Digitaria.
Are you Jewish?
My religion don't matter. Don't ask me my race or religion. That's got none of your business.
So you are another fake.
And I'm not.
Troll.
No, I'm not. But it's none of your fucking business. You're trying to defer to something physical again.
Okay, but it's okay.
I
breathe, everybody.
To defer to my race now.
I knew it. Another fake Jew troll.
By the way,
welcome. No name calling here. I don't like that. You're both my friends, and when you guys disrespect each other, disrespecting me.
That shows you where his mind's at. That shows you where his mind's at.
I knew it.
I'm a Jew, which I'm not.
Another satanic fake Jew.
I knew it.
Actually, I'd hope that you might all be Jewish, to be truthful with you, because again, you don't understand what the word Jewish actually means.
Children of Israel and all that. Israel means he who wrestles with God, which means the principalities.
It means Judaism.
This guy's just a goofball.
I'm not a goofball. I'm actually by far more intelligent than you or anyone you've ever met. And I know you're a fake Jew troll because you're pushing a lot of these Luciferian actually ideologies where evil needs to be here in order for us to evolve. That's exactly what the Luciferians push, and we don't need evil to evolve.
You couldn't exist without a shadow, bro.
There you go. Thanks for confirming. Okay, I've done my job. I'm gonna go walk my dog from the dog star.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out.
Well, bueno, guys.
Welcome the
Hello,
unique
Tanya
Lee. How are you today?
I'm good. I wanted to kind of come in. Everybody's talking about stories and learning and information, which is great. I mean, it's great to learn things. It's great to investigate things. It's great to do all that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean shit. It's how you live your life and your carnation in this life and how you're affecting the world around you and the energy that you project. So all this, we come from this, or this is true, that's not true. That is the separation in itself. That is the separation. Okay. And so when we're fighting about where information comes from, it's going to come, whatever information that you have is going to be your truth. Okay. And it's always going to be different. It's always going to be different.
Very
So
good.
there's not one over the other.
Very
And
good.
and until we get that,
Very
we won't
good.
fix a damn thing.
We're all right in our own way.
For me, I like to just focus on, does it empower me and does it set me free? Does it set me free? Does it empower me? Does it set me free? Does it empower me? If it doesn't, I just move on to the next best thing because I know that's our expansion forward.
Guru has me
We live in a
asking,
fear,
is it
like a
healthy?
fear system. Fear keeps us prisoner because we have this illusion that, we're under the oppression of invisible entities all the time. And what we're actually doing is we're like the whole devil and Satan shit, the accuser, right? It's because we don't want to take accountability for the shit we do. And that's the flat out fucking truth. That's the whole new world order. We don't want to take accountability for the fact that we won't make change in our world. So we blame it on a hidden hand and an elite. It's like, it's up to us at the end of the fucking day to be better people.
Can both
It's up
be
to us
true?
at the end of the day to change our world and stop
both
blaming
true?
demons and devils and stop blaming gods for all this stuff. And we're all trapped here. Does it feel like we're trapped? We're getting the experience of life. This is a beautiful gift. You know what I mean? And if we continue to look at that, we'll never accomplish anything.
With my experiences in the past of like being really afraid of demons and all of that in the past and having all these crazy experiences, when I realized it was just me allowing and creating, I was like, instead of thinking of it as bad, it actually made me be like, wow, I'm that powerful. I'm that powerful, then I'm also that powerful in the opposite direction.
That's dope.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, and it's like, we demonize the dark side or the lesser, the lower half. But the truth is that is our unconscious, our subconscious, our shadow. We could not exist in the physical world without darkness. And I know people don't want to hear that. Oh, that's it. I'm not Jewish, by the way.
There's a
People
shadow.
don't want to hear that.
It doesn't have to mean it has to be dark, right? So
Right,
the dark
right.
is
It's like, these are the same people who they hate their physical self is what they do.
Very good.
Yeah, they hate their physical self. They hate the fact that they have desires and urges and that they're human. We're human. We're here to have an experience. It's okay to want to have pleasure. It's okay to want to experience emotion. Like there's nothing evil about that. It's just our perception, on how we choose to see it, So that's all I gotta really say about that, And it's like we're still stuck on these, and I promise you, the age of Aquarius, religion is dying. Those ideas of duality are dying. And it's like people are coming to a place to where they can, we can think for ourselves. We can control our own lives, and we can take responsibility and accountability for our world, and we can change it if we choose to.
But it's never going to be the peace on earth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You didn't say much. Go ahead. And then I just want to welcome Water Woman.
This peace on earth and all this that people are searching for is not supposed to be here, and people really need to get this. Quit trying to change the structure of the world and focus on your own life. Change the structure of your life and how you affect. And when people see that, it's nobody's job. Nobody got, oh, you're this great being and you're going to come down and you're going to be this angel and you're going to help save the planet. That's horseshit.
Surely that is your one job. You got one job down here, and that is it.
Right. You came down here to have a human experience, to be able to experience all emotions, all experiences, and all feelings. Right? It's a pleasure to be here. Many are waiting to come here to do this. You're also here to learn, love, and grow and evolve your soul. And if people get so caught up in information and trying to push information that they don't really live their own life.
Let me ask you a question.
So far into their mind that now they start becoming these gods or these angels or this or that. And the truth is, yes, we have God in us. Of course, we are a spark of that creation. But if we are really to talk about what God is love. And you think God, do you think love sits around and argues about, who's better than who? Or what's this? I mean, darkness is always going to be here. Our job is to contain it within your own realm. And if you and others see you do that, they do the same. They do the
All right, let me
same.
ask you a question about that.
Sure.
Because I don't want to mischaracterize. I don't, if
Okay.
this is not what you're saying, are you saying you have no duty to help other people while you're here? I know we have to work on ourselves and do those things, but does
Oh,
that
no.
mean you have no duty to help other people while you're
No,
here?
no, no. That's not what I'm saying.
All right.
But some people get so trapped up that is their duty that they're not doing it around their own realm, right? They're so caught up in pushing agendas that they're not living their life as
I
well.
get it.
So they're not walking their talk. You can get up and anybody can read a book and learn it, but can you walk it? Can you live it? And part of that is my job is to give people the information and help them in whatever way I can. But what they do with that information is none of my business.
Yeah.
Nobody
There's
is
two
going
ways
to
of
save
working.
you unless you
Right.
do it.
Exactly.
There's two.
So it's not my
Yeah.
business what they do
It's
with
about mastering ourselves, not trying to master everybody else, right?
Yeah, like we can go around being like, I'm here for this mission. I'm going to do this. I have to do this, blah, blah, blah. And you're pushing. But the thing is, the real transmuting the darkness or whatever is that you're like loving and setting yourself free. And then just in that being, you are already setting others free. You're not making it your job. You're not making it your mission. You're not trying to find a plan to save the world. You're like
Look,
working on you. And then your very being just naturally does that. It awakens what you awaken in you and you release and open in you to allow those pathways in and out also will awaken in others, even if they don't know it here yet, but they can sense something is right here, right?
I keep it simple as fuck. I consider my job as an alchemist or something. I sense the energy coming in and transmute it to what I prefer it. And that solves every fucking thing. I see something negative come in, I try to make it positive. If I think a certain energy needs to be here, like I chastise people like I'm their daddy, I will fucking transmute the energy to serve my purpose. I transmute fucking energy. And it works for the other guy too, because that energy is a real thing and it'll go to the next guy. If I'm most of my damn trying to make somebody's days better and seeing someone down, I transmute it to positive energy. That shit would affect them and it'll spread. So while I'm working on my damn self, I'm working on them. It's the same thing at the same time.
I really want to say hi to Kim. And do you want to say anything?
Much love, everybody.
Hello.
Good to see you up here for the first time.
I know, I'm so excited. I love you guys so much. And I'm sitting outside in the cold looking at the moon and my pink blossoming willow tree.
Are you the Kim they were talking about was a flat earther?
No, the water. She's the water lady, Kim.
But I would say look to the water if you want that question answered.
Should I just mute him now? Kidding. Well, welcome up. It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah.
It's really lovely to hear you guys, and I'm really excited to be connecting with you all. And
Did you had a conversation about the energy thing? I'm curious. What do you fall on energy? Is it? Go ahead.
Well, all right.
I laugh.
Here we
It's a lot
go.
like mine, isn't it?
So I just got to preface, I look to the water. For me, creator is water. And I look at all the stories from all the belief structures around the world. And I have found for myself, water is the string of truth in all of them. And that's the consistency. And it's also, in my opinion, the Creator loves us so much that the Creator took the form of water to show us the different energy phases, whether it's water, vapor, plasma. There's 9 different forms of water. We've discovered about 5. And so as we open and grow, it allows us to see where we came from, which was the void and the darkness. Sorry, y'all. Like, I love you, but it's not a bad thing. It's just like let's play, right? Let's play real quick. Let's just imagine ourselves, our own drop of water, all the way back to the beginning, where there was void, consciousness, and water. And this is what I find water has taught me. It's almost like everybody's stories are correct. For example, the Big Bang might have happened. I just don't think it's in the way we think it is. For example, if consciousness went into the waters, that is sonoluminescence. That is the sound calling forth the light. And then the frequencies started playing in the water, right? And so
Did you say it's not a luminescence?
Soluminescence. Star in a jar.
Yeah.
He didn't clear that up. His mic was so fucked up. I didn't hear what he said.
Sonoluminescence. It's like when the dolphin makes a sound and it creates a light bubble. And that light bubble is also hotter than the sun.
All right.
And that happens underwater. And so it's a beautiful example is as above, so below, as within, so without. That also represents our heart. Our heart, the light of our heart. And why our heart is, in my opinion, what should be guiding us, even though our brain is 98% water. It's water creator consciousness. It's the language of water that's arising on the planet again. It's a remembering, time of remembering. It was the first language before sound. And so as we go back into the language of water, that's how we become telepathic beings. And then we share consciousness again. So y'all are right. Like, we have divided. The waters have divided. The sparks have gone out and played. But we're also coming back together because that's what water does. We go back into the clouds, then we come back into the earth. And just like when a being transitions and they become the vapors, the energy continues. It's all of it's correct. It's
People
just
forget that God spark that's in each and every single one of us. And then they forget about the creation and the power of it. They think every single road and tunnel they need to figure out when it's already been figured out by creation. We just trust the process.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I have been focusing on literally building the new earth. And that's why I'm writing a modern day healing musical in the 528 hertz frequency for sound and light, really specifically looking over the etymology of words. I cannot even use the word family because the word family is actually horrific and we don't even know it. It means household servant. And so it comes from a very dark place and we call her beloved family.
Well, women, wife anyway, right?
I'm sorry.
Wife, household slave. All right.
Well, listen, family is a very specific thing, man. A household servant means a very specific thing, and it locks you into that storyline. So if you really want to escape the matrix or the whatever, the script that's being forced upon us, you have to write your own script. It's that
Check
simple.
this out. I dig it with the change the frequency, change the vibration, but I also believe a word as like family. I think that more or less, and I understand that the vibration from even saying the word, blah, 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 but I think that only has the power and has the power that I give it. The vibration that you cause and that it the effect that family word causes in you has a lot to do with your beliefs. I think if I use it, it can create an entirely different
It's a
vibration.
sigil. No, love. It's a sigil. The writing of it itself is a sigil. It's a symbol. It's It is a frequency, whether you believe it or not. It exists.
It's an energetic
I
representation.
said it does exist. I said it is a frequency. That was the first part of what I said. But I said I think the power of that frequency is determined by you. It's not inherently negative.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you like the word blessing?
Word's a word, but sure.
Great. Go look it up. Look and see what that means. I used to like it too, until I started learning what things actually meant. And then it changes.
Blessing, and so I say blissing instead of blessing. So, but
Why,
Angeline, you
Jesse?
wanted to say something?
Why do you wait? I want to hear Angeline, absolutely. But Jesse, why do you say that? I'm curious.
Blessings. So blessings
Why
is
do you
like
replace
blessings is like one of those words that they put a spell on, just like sirs, like slave I remain. So once I started learning some of these spell words that they put on, they cast these spells, I started using them less and less to get them out of my consciousness, because I didn't want, when I knew that these things had spells and had, you know, certain purposes in the words, I didn't want to attach my energy to that type of, you know, vibration.
Yeah, when we understand, we
100%,
stand
and that's why.
under the spell of the word.
But Angeline, you wanted to say something?
And that's why when
I'm just gonna get her to drop her link in the back because people are asking for it, so we can put it in the comments.
Oh gosh, I'm on Facebook under Worldwide Water Tribe, and also Sacred Healing Water Sanctuary. I have to go back. I
Do you
don't know
see
how
on
to
the
do that.
side it says private chat? If you copy paste the link into the private chat, then we can post it in the main chat for everybody.
I will try. I'm really not. It took me half an hour just to get this. Listen, it doesn't even matter. What matters is this: you guys are special, and I really freaking love you guys, because this kind of conversation is vital and needed. And I just want to wrap up the word blessing, because it's really important, man. I was going around telling children to use the word. It actually means blood sacrament. Blood sacrament. And so it's important that we can just, I just think it's important that we grow and continue to research. And it's vital in these times to know the source of your water, food, and medicine, and information, which is frequency, sound, and light. That's how they're enslaving us. If you know the source of those 3 foundation building blocks on this, of the being that we are on this planet, if you know the source of those things, then you can write your own script. And the miracles flow through us, and all miracles are around water. And science now is going to give us the understanding to see what that means. And we are going to be able to come together and go on tour and share these solutions with all the kids so they can escape their abuse.
What solutions are those?
A way for them to find true freedom. And what is true freedom? Knowing the source. It's knowing the source.
You said something about showing the kids the solutions. What solutions are those?
So what I'm creating right now, I'm in the process of building a sacred healing water sanctuary, where I teach people the language of water and how to experience that in the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual applications, which is whatever your belief structure is.
So that's the solution to learning the language of water is the solution to what exactly? Violence? What?
Everything.
It allows you to feel the truth when found. It surpasses words, and it allows you to feel the truth.
And how do you teach and learn the language of water?
Well, you're going to have to show up for that, brother. You have to come be in the,
my ass. That just tell me you selling some shit. That's all that tells me. I am not worthy. I am not worthy. Here is a soul that you could help. I gotta pay $14.99.
I didn't even fucking say that, bro. I didn't even I'm not selling shit. What I'm trying to tell you is this: everywhere you go, there are sacred waters. I'm going to teach people how to pop these up in their own backyard. And then I'm writing a modern day healing musical, and I'm going to take the solutions out to all the cities like a Cirque du Soleil, Renaissance Fair, Farmers Market, Church, family gathering, all in one. And then I'm going to give
Water
the solutions to the
experience.
children. All right. So I don't need you or any other motherfucker telling me that I'm selling something. Am I clear? Am I
Not
clear,
really.
brother?
Not really. Get
Am I
clear on
clear?
those solutions if you want to impress me.
Okay,
That's it that
the
impress me.
solutions are the solutions are this, and then I'll bounce. All right.
Excuse me? What?
The solutions are this, and then I'll bounce. Know how
You
to
ain't gotta
find
go
your water.
nowhere. Don't get in your feelings. Like, relax.
I'm not.
Just-
I'm not.
okay.
Know how to
You ain't
find
gotta
your
go nowhere.
water. All right. That's the first thing you got to know. How do you
No,
find
no,
water?
it's down at the ocean. Be more specific. My water's in the tap. Be more specific. You know, no one knows what that means. You know how to find your water. Or maybe I'm missing something that's simple.
Oh, you're
What
missing
does that
something, all
mean?
right.
Find your own water. I could go get some
Okay.
out the
All right.
kitchen.
All right. All right. The electricity goes off and the water goes off for two months. Go find water. How
You
do you
meant
do
find
it?
water in
Go.
that sense. Okay. No, I got you in that. Go ahead. Continue.
Go.
What's the
How do you
question?
find
How do
water?
I
Go
got
ahead.
a
That's
I got
not
a
a good
river.
enough solution for you.
I got a river behind the house.
We have to really relax.
But what
All right,
else?
How
What
do you
else?
harvest it? How do you clean it? How do you share it? How do you make sure that you can have the source?
Okay, the solutions is find water, harvest water. What
Know the
else?
source of your food. Why? Why should we know the source of our food? Oh, maybe genetically modifying the food.
All right.
Okay.
I agree with
Know
all
the
those
source,
solutions, by
knowing
the
the
way.
source of your information. What is
Very good.
information? Frequency, sound, and light. Why? Because they're poisoning us with the frequency. And so when
I
you know
dig it
the
all.
source
I like it all.
of
Yeah.
the frequency, then you can heal yourself because it's a double-edged sword. Has
Very good.
the way they're killing you is how you heal yourself, just like in nature.
The
How
way
do
they're
you heal
killing you is
yourself?
how do you heal yourself.
Absolutely.
I
What the
think I
fuck
hear
do you
what you're
think
saying.
5G towers are, man? I'm turning those into 520 hertz towers, brother. I'm gonna heal the world with those. Keep laughing, bitch. Because I'm gonna tell you right
No
now,
name
if they're
calling.
killing you with frequency, then what the fuck are you gonna heal yourself with?
I
Frequency. If they're killing you
really,
with water, then what
I
are you gonna
really
heal yourself
sure
with? Water. I don't
learn
know.
how to
Maybe
call
it's
people
just
bitches and shit.
I have a
well,
question.
listen, it's
Angeline,
really
hang on for a
hard.
sec. Kimberly, hang on
Yeah,
for a sec.
I'm
Angeline
sorry.
wants to speak. Please.
Yeah, this whole words thing drives me nuts. Where did you get your original research from the word family, saying that it's just slaves? Because I mean, if I go back to that first English
Look into the
dictionary,
etymology.
the
Yeah.
Correct. It's not
1828, it includes servant, but it doesn't. Is not only servants alone. Same when I look up blessing and stuff. It's like if you're going into other languages, but in general, it's like why? Like we're the ones who are powerful. Our beliefs are powerful. Our fears are powerful. So it's like walking on eggshells, fearing every freaking word we say might be something
And
negative
don't
when
the
we
words
don't feel it
change?
negative or intend it negative or put out the energy that is negative when we're saying it. Don't we change
Yes.
the power of that? Just like if we change the power of our water when we speak something over it or when we believe something. It's not that
Very
if
good.
I believe it's not if I say to myself, oh, you're beautiful, you're perfect, you're amazing, you're beautiful. If I don't believe it, that's shit. Because it's me and what I believe and my energy. I can try to talk myself up until I'm blue in the face. If I don't actually believe it, my words don't mean shit.
Listen,
And that goes either way.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
that's very
words,
true. I
words
don't want to take away from that.
like
I feel what you're saying, but I think where I'm coming from, I'm about to write a musical for children. And I kind of have accountability and responsibility. I just want to make sure it's at the highest vibrational frequency for the goodness of all. And so that's where I'm kind of coming from. And I got to be honest with you. It does come from, for me, it does come from a place of fear, because I think when you find out that everything that you've learned has been a lie and words you thought you meant something good are now something totally different. If it doesn't shock you a little bit to pause and say, whoa, I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing, or,
we agree
at
on
least
what words mean.
like you said,
That's why they're
like
in the dictionary.
doing it
Because
with
we
good
all agree
intent, with
certain
good
words mean
love.
something.
I have that dictionary too.
But
when you
isn't
go
it also
deeper,
though? Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I was gonna say, but when you go deeper and realize how powerful you are, like that just becomes the bottom line. It doesn't matter what you figure out is like the right, like energy is just energy. And we like interpret that energy and put it in different boxes and give it meaning and whatever, but it's the energy behind it. It's energy. Any word I put to energy is putting it in a box. Just our way of trying to describe energy.
Yeah, the spell only
right?
works if
And
you
what
believe
about our interpretation of the word too? Like, if we think about, the servant of the house, right? Like house, if you look at it from a spiritual place,
it.
the house is like
Right.
your
Now it
temple,
suddenly has
right? The
another
servant
meaning.
of the house. So it's like, it could literally be, and God, if you think
Good
about the
point.
positive, it's do what thou wilt and thy will be done. So to be of the light means to serve others, right? So I mean,
I
it's
love
not
to be
actually
a
a
servant
negative
in my house.
thing, right? It's not actually a negative thing to be, a servant of those that you love, or be to a servant of,
Yeah.
who you revere. Like, so I mean, I guess it would be like your
I
interpretation
consider
of how you
myself
see
a
things.
servant. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if I could interject for a second, I think that we, as a society or as this community, we start learning, and then we get so fixated on a section that we've learned that we quit going deeper. So
Okay.
what you're saying, Kim, is right. That's the meaning of the words, blah, blah, blah. But what she's saying is that you have to rise above that. Okay, so you got that knowledge. Now you got to go further. See, we never stop learning. We never stop excelling. We never stop evolving.
Right.
So we never have it completely, and we have to be okay with that. And yes, some words, there's certain words that are trick words in our vocabulary. Some words were designed to be very horrific, and but how we use the word and how we control ourselves is what that word is now in this moment. In this moment, what it was.
Ooh, in this moment.
No, it doesn't matter now. It's
Yes.
only this moment, because if we're evolving, we understand that it's all the same, and what it's all about is how you conduct your energy.
Let me give you an example.
How you conduct energy.
Let me give a good
Yeah.
example of that.
The
I get
word
into that
means
all the time because I always use the word nigga. And people tell me it has a horrible origin. If you use it, you're doing evil shit. And I think it has the power I give it. If I say, Jesse, that's my nigga, there was nothing negative there. You can talk to the end of your fucking time. There was no negative intent there. I didn't cast an evil spell on him.
I'd still rather you say brother, though.
The only words I want to become conscious of are the ones that are hurting people right now that maybe I'm doing unaware. That's the only thing I'm concerned about, because I am in the here and now. Like, I don't know.
And most importantly, you need to worry about the words you tell to yourself in your mind. Those are the words.
If you believe it has power,
what's the shit you're saying to your mind, in your mind? Oh, you messed up. Oh, you didn't do that right. You could have done that better. Blah 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 blah. Those are the words. So if you really want to help children, which is also something that I work on because my son is very spiritual, we have to teach kids how to connect to their divine connection.
I think that's what she's talking about doing.
Well, she's talking about with water, though, right?
I
Learning
think
water.
you need to teach kids that they're already connected to their divine thing, and just make them aware that, yay, you're connected. Like,
Right.
Always connected.
That's like bringing it back, right? Father, Son, Holy Spirit, inner child, self, and higher self. It's the same thing, right? And it's just giving the children the tools to survive, to be able to see intuition. Everybody says, follow your intuition. No, man, your intuition is the light. The light in the street. That's your intuition. It's about to turn yellow. Your discernment is what will tell you whether to turn left, turn right, go ahead, run it, stop, based on the decision. So we have to
Intuition. Let's not short
Intuition.
sell it. I believe in. I'm like you. I'm usually all about discernment, but cats like this done told me that intuition is a good thing that should not be overlooked.
No, I'm not saying it's not a good thing. It's what gets your attention. It is very important. But if you're not using your discernment, then you're over there going, man, I knew I shouldn't have done that. Man, I knew, I felt that. Oh, I knew that was a bad relationship. Oh,
Discernment and intuition go hand in hand, though, right? So if you're living in your intuitive state, you're going to have very good discernment because you found that balance and you didn't separate yourself from the rest. That's what the mind virus wants, people separated from each other.
If you had
when we're
good
already
intuition,
connected.
it would improve your discernment.
Focus on the intuition and they don't focus on the discernment, and they go together. They're like, they're part of the engine, right?
Yeah.
The balance, I guess, the yin and the yang, the balance.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, words are very powerful. We have to pay attention to what we're saying, but we have to, more importantly, is what is our intention.
That's all I care about. Someone can use the hard ER, and it's nothing. They could be using it, telling about a story or something they heard. Another guy can be using it to cut as best he can. It's the same word, just the intention, which I would describe as energy and frequency that they put behind it. They put a certain energy out there. So now it couldn't be the word itself. It's not logical.
Well, and if you think about it too, like the media with the programming stuff, like neuro-linguistic programming, that's how they mind control and manipulate us, is because they will use certain words like racist, right? Describing Donald Trump to make you get all gassed up because it has a negative connotation and they want to
yes, it does.
And get you to turn off the logical side of your brain. So I feel like what Angeline is saying is like, we're taking our power back when we take our words back.
Yeah, very good.
Exactly.
Right? Like in the beginning was the word and the word was with God. So if the word is the universal, way that we express frequency to dictate reality, right? Then if we take ownership of those words and it means what we intend it to mean, not what they fucking tell us it means, right? Then in essence, we're becoming, our own masters and not the slaves anymore to the system. I really think that's cool.
Yeah.
Connected back to God, it's the remembering. We have to remember this because it's already inside each and every one of us, but they mind virus you and then physically virus you with the chemicals and poisons. So
what's the quickest way to get our memory
even
back?
more. So we're at like battling. So
what's the quickest way to get our memory back, Jesse?
Quickest way to get what?
Our memory back. You say it's already in us. We just
it's all
gotta
internal.
remember it.
It's meditation, balancing, quieting the mind, not letting the mind virus control you.
Oh, good
getting
ways.
back into your heart space from your head space.
Maybe you could smoke a little less pot,
out of
Joe.
your heart space, back in that intuition is when you're balanced, head and heart, right? When you're back
Hygiene,
in
all
balance.
good. Meditation,
Spiritual hygiene.
Spiritual hygiene.
It's like shower and shave, meditate, ground and protect. Spiritual hygiene. It should be a part of your
spiritual hygiene. However it is, you know, some people need a spiritual enema in that hygiene, but it's we all are figuring this out the best we can.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like that. What was this you said for the spiritual hygiene? What was
ground, protect, meditate.
Ground, protect, and meditate. I like that. That's actually a really good way to, to kind of give people the basics of what they can do to really keep in shape spiritually. I feel like we let that go. We think about our physical and shit so much, and we never really think about our spirit.
And it can take 15 minutes, 10 minutes a day, a few times a day. People get the assumption that meditation is this big, long, drawn out thing. And you get people to understand meditation means to focus on one thing. Look up that word. It means to focus on one thing, right? And so when you're engulfed in a song and you're dancing and you're singing the song and you're in that moment, you're in a meditated state. When you I'm sorry?
I would say meditation too, in a lot more like ground or scientific way. It's a way of taking control of your brain back, because your brain is always running on autopilot, running everything, just blah blah. It's got a program, right? So meditation in a way is taking back your power and telling your brain,
Yeah, I
shut
get
up,
it.
I'm in control. No, you're going to be quiet. I'm in control. It's you becoming aware of your mind and getting it to be quiet enough for something new. Like, and physically, when we're living this life, that is a great way to, like, how do we change? And what there's meditation, all that stuff is great, but also try something different. If you would normally say something, try not say something. If you would normally do something, try not do something. Become the silent observer and see if something else happens or transpires or becomes created around you when you do something different. Become the experimenter, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if you normally want to defend yourself on something, try do something nice and see if a whole other side of a person comes out and you're like, wow, maybe I was like, right? Like, you have to experiment, right?
Take it to extremes. I take different
It's like breaking the
routes.
condition.
You know, when I try to help people understand, you know, because I have my own platform as well. And think of a classroom, okay? And your ego is the teacher, and all the emotions are the students. But you're in charge of the school. So when the teacher's job is to get whichever emotion wants to pop up and speak riled up. So if you had that situation in real life, would you allow that to happen? Does that make sense?
I think I missed some of it, the beginning of it. Reading the damn comment that was up there.
It's like
You were
a
saying, and you're the teacher of the classroom. And I
No,
thought you said
ego is a teacher of the classroom.
ego is the teacher.
Right. You're the observer of the classroom. You're the one in charge of the school. You're the superintendent, or whatever you want to call yourself, the principal.
Right.
You're in charge of the whole thing. So you got to remember that you are in charge of ego. You are in charge of these emotions.
Your highest
And
self.
the biggest problem with emotions is people try not to feel them. There's not a wrong emotion we have. It's what we do with that emotion that matters. It's not. There's nothing wrong with being angry. There's nothing wrong with being frustrated. There's nothing wrong with being depressed. There's nothing wrong with being happy.
So everything there's a season.
You stay in that vibration and what you do with it, because it's all part of the human experience, right? So every emotion has its opposite. So it's okay. And we're like, if you don't, people will either push it down or they will get really obsessed about it. Oh man, I'm having such a bad day. Well, you know what? This happened. And then what happens? More bad things happen and more bad things happen.
And it usually turns out just to be, yes, it's a mental thing, clearly. You can have two dudes. Our job is to mow this massive back lawn. I'm in the heat. One guy's on the left and he's pushing, damn, I hate this heat, it's fucked up. And the other guy thinking this is the most beautiful lawn I've ever seen. They're doing the same exact task. Can't be the task. It must be the mindset.
Exactly. And it's like, you know, if you start thinking about something or whatever, you got some situation that starts to trigger you, the ego's like, go tells his buddy Mr. Fear, and guess who Mr. Fear talks to? Doubt and distrust. And now you've got all this, you know, hectic shit going on in your mind, all because you didn't acknowledge the feeling and let it go. Right? You obsessed over it. You're like, oh my God.
We put thoughts to it. Often it's better just to feel it and recognize it as energy. And because what happens is when we feel something, our brain's job is to protect us, right?
Yeah.
When we feel something negative, it is going off a mile in a minute, trying to figure out, why are we feeling like this? How do I protect you from it? Who do we blame? What's the problem? What do we fix, right? So when you're feeling something, it's so good to learn that, okay, my brain is about to go off. It's about to freak out. And I need to just know that it's going to do that. and try to breathe and just let myself feel this instead of putting a bunch of words to it. Let it go.
I do
through
the
us,
other thing.
right?
I think maybe it's this dude shit, but I look for those bells and flags going off too, so that I can dominate and control that situation. I want my brain wants me frantic because 12 cops just turned the corner, and and I got a cracked windshield or something, and I don't roll with that fucking anxiety. No, I be like, no fucking way. You don't run shit. I may pull up anger to get over that fear right there to get me back to my baseline emotion and shit like that. But I don't ride the emotion a lot.
That's kind of like reparenting. A lot of people call reparenting. It's like that inner. It wasn't an inner child part, but an inner part of us is freaking out, and we just become that parent to that part of us that's freaking out, like that loving parent. Like, you need to calm down, like you need to, right, like all that stuff.
I'll be on some dominator shit, but maybe your way is better. Just be more parental about it as opposed to fuck that, like I'm at war with that energy.
I love to look at everyone like a little kid, including myself, and when someone's in the negative or freaking out, I'd be like, okay, if that was a small child, like a 4-year-old, how would I help them through this? And often that's what we need to do, even for ourselves, right?
That's good to remember,
Yeah, and that, like,
John, I
I've
just
heard
wanted
of that.
Rocky's been really, really patient, and I just wanted to hear, and then after you, if you can go, you've been really patient too.
Sure.
But I'd really like to. But Rocky, when you speak, can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone? Because when you're talking, it's a little bit hard for us to comprehend what you're saying.
Quiet.
So if you spoke a little bit more directly for us, so we could be able to hear you.
Can you hear me back?
Are you whispering?
Really muffly.
Maybe
Can you hear me
closer to
now?
the microphone. We can hear you, but
We have to like really tune in and
tilt the
listen.
mic down towards you, so it's not straight up pointed. It's pointed towards your mouth.
Yeah, try that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought you
that'll be
guys
much
could hear
better
me.
for sure.
I thought you could all hear me. You can't even hear what I'm saying?
We can hear now, but you're very quiet. Like, you speak very quietly, especially into the microphone. So if you had a setting to turn up that microphone, we might be able to hear it. Might be the microphone,
It's
just
got
needs
knobs
we just want to let you know, like, when you start talking, it's very quiet and a little bit muffly, and then so we can't really hear you. Like, you're not like in the conversation, so then we
Right.
kind of hear these weird little muffles in the background, but not what you're saying.
Well, we
so we're
can't
not
hear one
purposely
word.
trying to speak over you. It's just that
Is that better?
no,
Is that
it's
better?
still the
It's
same.
really,
But
it's
if
really
we listen and
basic.
stop and
Yeah.
listen, then we can hear, but just not when others are talking.
There's a volume on that mic. I had that microphone at the top. The top round button is a volume. You can turn it up on the
Is that
microphone
better?
itself.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better.
Hello?
Chiquita,
What's up, guys?
hello.
Good to see you guys.
What's up?
It's horrible, bro.
It's horrible?
Well, it's
You turned
not
up the
horrible,
gain,
but
I
it's
think.
very quiet. So you have to. Everybody would have to be completely quiet, and we'd all have to focus just to like be able to comprehend. But we could hear you, but a lot of it would come muffled. We just have to speak a little firmer or turn that mic up.
I'm trying to get the mic to work better. It used to work really good. I don't know what's going on.
I almost wonder
Yeah.
if the mic's even working or if it's your computer picking up your sound, because
That's
you
what
just
it's
tapped it. You just
like.
tapped it and we didn't hear that. So I almost wonder if your mic is coming from somewhere else.
Oh, he's probably not into that mic. He's probably just into computer monitor. He has to switch it. So you might have to do that in StreamYard. You might have to switch your microphone.
The Yeti mic wasn't on.
Oh,
there you go.
It was going through my camera mic.
There we go. Now we hear
Yeah,
you.
for a bunch of
Welcome.
times, like, it was
Welcome
really
to the
hard
show,
to
bro.
comprehend you. So this is much
Holy
better.
crap, all that time.
You
Yeah.
more
guys
to the
couldn't even hear what I
conversation. I
was
love
saying.
Lupita. Hi, beautiful.
Keith,
Welcome.
what's up, brother?
Welcome, Notch and Rocky.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, well.
Great.
Can you hear me?
I'm glad to see you up here.
We can hear you. Lupita, we can hear you.
Great.
Yeah.
This is
Anyway,
Lupita,
I was
Evolving, a
just
long
talking
time
about
Facebook friends of ours. Go ahead, Rocky. A little bit
that
louder.
meditating, the meditation, the definition. You guys
Okay.
don't seem to go by the definition of the English. You have a different definition. It
All
says
right.
to
Let's.
dwell on anything in thought. To dwell on anything in thought. To contemplate. To study. To turn or to resolve any subject. So it's
Yeah.
And
that-
a lot
there's
of people
different
say
kinds
that
of meditation as
Yeah,
well.
that's
empty
different. Yeah, I was
says to
meditating
empty
on my
your
taxes.
mind. It says to empty your mind. Some people think meditation means to empty your mind, but
I
according
do.
to it says to dwell on anything in thought. You have to think.
One
That's
thing
what
at a
Well,
time.
meditation is to blink your mind. That is the whole purpose. Is not to have thought when I
Well,
do
to
it.
get
The
to
whole
that
purpose.
purpose. Yeah,
Well,
to get to that
that's
purpose.
not what the dictionary says meditation is.
Well,
Like the
they'll
Bible
have to
says
change it
to
because I
meditate.
determine what it means. So they'll have to
Yeah,
change it
so
another few
you
years.
can change
True
definitions
story,
if
right?
you
They got to
want.
follow me.
If you look up types of meditation, though, there's a lot of different definitions to different types of meditation. So you got to look at that too.
But I think
Yeah,
what
well,
they
the
mean with
scripture,
that,
the
what
scripture
definition
tells
that
me to
he's
meditate
saying,
on the Word of God, which means I
Right.
have to think about it. I can't just empty my mind because I have to think on the Word.
Yes,
So
in
you
right?
guys
You have to
Christianity, they
think
say
on
to
your
meditate on the
purpose.
word.
Right, but it's only one thing at a time, and that's the objective, is to get to where you're thinking of one thing at a time, not multitasking. This whole
Yeah, the Word of God.
multitasking is
Meditate on the Word of God, which
is
has a lot of
All
different.
right, here is another dictionary from Google. Think deeply or focus on one's mind for a period of time in silence or with the aid of chanting for religious or spiritual purposes as in a method of relaxation. There it includes in silence, which is the type of meditation that I was talking about. I was saying like meditation means a couple different things.
And I'd like
Yeah.
to hear Lupita, then not Chiquita, what they feel is meditation. Like, what's meditation to them? What is meditation?
Notch.
No,
Ladies
Lupita.
first.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, meditation, it actually there's only one purpose for meditation, but there is multiple ways to do the meditation.
Okay.
You can chant, you can go in silence, you can dance, you can even in your shower, because water, it's like an entryway and a relaxation for you. And so then you can go into a meditation. Now, the purpose of meditation is practically the same definition that both of you guys said, the thought that and what answer you want to receive from that thought. And in order for you to do it, you have to concentrate on that and not allow your brain to get redirected or distracted from that purpose. So there are multiple ways to get it done, but ultimately it comes down to the same purpose.
I've only meditated for one purpose, and that was when I can remove my mind of all thoughts, three entities or something comes to me and talks to me and teaches me stuff. That's the only reason I've ever meditated, and that was my entire purpose of meditating every time.
Connected back to source.
Mm-hmm. Which is where you reach a level of frequency that you can start receiving the channeling through other energy beings.
That's what I think it is now. Frequency. I wasn't so bright when I first started doing it.
Yeah,
Now I
like
think I was just
channeling.
trying to achieve a frequency.
The more you do it, the more you practice it, the easier it gets to get to the frequency, and it's faster. It doesn't take us long.
Yeah, I got really good. They taught me, those spirits taught me to lay down and relax each muscle individually, blah, blah, blah. There's a certain way to do it. I got so good I could do it sitting up. Not that good anymore. And honestly, I ain't did it since I've been chasing cops. That's been about 5 years now.
I get into a meditative state when I play basketball. I get into a zone. I'm just in
I
this
dig it.
beautiful, connected to source, swish after swish after swish. When Angeline recorded one time 11 in a row, and she made a little cute video of it, but that was the
Yeah.
zone, right? Such
Yes.
a beautiful meditative state. Love listening to the sound, love moving, love releasing the ball, and just
How about
flowing.
this, Jesse? If you have a partner or partners on that court and you all are part of that energy and vibration, to feel like you're communicating without even communicating. You know what they're
Right.
going to do before they do it.
Sports can
It's
be
true.
beautiful.
Once you hit that frequency of that same level, you guys could just connect without even talking to each other.
Bands, I hear they do that shit. They be like, I know what dude was going to do before he did
They
it.
actually call that flow, actually, and being in a flow state.
Mm-hmm.
When you're like that, or in the zone, or whatever. I get
was
in
in
that
the
when I
flow
sing
state.
or dance or do my art. Those are my
I get in the
zones.
flow state when I
Well, we do
bang.
that.
Flow state in the ass.
We should focus on doing more of that. And the more that you do it, then you can kind of catch yourself walking and living kind of in that flow state.
Mm-hmm.
You can exercise it when you're doing a certain thing, but if you keep doing it and doing it, pretty soon you're just walking in that state. You're just flowing.
What
Well,
can we
whenever I
do?
read tarot or do live streams, I like channel the energy of the people that are watching, and it's like I get in a state to where it's like the information's just coming, you know, or
What
whenever I'm
if you're
doing
going
tarot,
about
it's like it's just flowing through me.
What if you're going about your day and you need to re-achieve that flow state? You're in public somewhere or whatever, and you got to grab your flow state. What can we do?
Breathe. Focus
You know,
on
like you can't meditate.
focus on your
Maybe you're
breath.
in a crowded mall somewhere or
You can
something.
always focus
Breathe.
on your breath.
To
Yeah.
breathe, you can always breathe. That
Number
sounds
one,
Yeah.
breathe. Breathe.
Take
Different breathing
it
techniques.
always 3 deep breaths usually helps because it's the first one is to release all your anxiety, the second one's to relax, and the third one is to connect.
That's my go-to. is
Release,
3 deep breaths, and
relax,
in
and
through the
connect.
nose, out through the mouth. Not Chiquito. Welcome,
Release,
brother.
relax. and
How's it
connect.
going, Jess?
This is
Angeline,
amazing. I'm so
Hello.
happy to see you here.
Hello.
everybody else.
What's
Good to
good?
see everybody.
Always a
So,
pleasure.
well, thank you, Joe. I
That's-
appreciate it. Go ahead.
I
What were
was
you
just
saying?
saying it's always a pleasure to see you, bro.
Well, thank you very much for the welcome. But I guess the way I kind of feel about it is that people are going to have different definitions of "quote unquote" meditation, and the practices are going to be different. A lot of different techniques involved. My form of meditation is called Vipassana. A component of meditation, so far as I understand it, is concentration, right? So you want to achieve some level of concentration, and then so we start by what is called Anapana, which is different from pranayama, because Anapana is just trying to focus on one part of your body, like basically on the upper lip of the breath. Every time you breathe in or breathe out, you try to focus on the sensation. And then the next step, the Vipassana part, is when you actually move that concentration around your body, just picking up any kind of sensation that you might be feeling, like heat or tension or cold, whatever it is. And the idea behind that is to try to purify the body. But generally speaking, with this kind of quote unquote spiritual practice, that there is kind of foundational things that one should adhere to, kind of like having more morality, so that's Shila, Samadhi, Panya is what we say. So Shila is the having a moral foundation, and not engaging. Like right now it's Ramadan, as example in the Islamic faith, and they have a very specific rule about how one should conduct themselves, like fasting, not engaging in immoral activity, stuff like this. And that's generally true to be the case. And Samadhi is just concentration. And Panya is hopefully you get some kind of insight through that meditative practice. So I'll just land it there.
I dig it. I had an experience, and people taught me to meditate those three spirits. Meditate the three spirits I was talking about. And the first thing they told me to do is lay down and focus on each part of the body, individual, feel the sensations of each muscles, and that's where it started. Exactly what you just said.
They've actually hooked people up, like hooked their brains up and measured their energy waves and stuff through different meditations to see which ones were most effective, and used them in psychology for people dealing with trauma and everything to see which ones were most effective. And there's lots of different ways to go around it. Like for myself, what I love to do is I love to start with tapping, because that calms my nervous system down so that I'm not racing as much once I want to go into meditation. And then I have a little, and I'm also one of those really sensitive people, like, to my body. So if I focus on my heartbeat or my breathing or whatever, it almost makes it worse, because I'm too much trying to, like, right? So for me, I have an oil diffuser, and it goes off and on, just makes this little sound, right? So for me, I just focus on that, because one, I don't zone out because it goes off and then back on and off, and I just keep bringing myself back to
that. Only works when you're in that room
sound, right?
or at the house, though. Yeah, that only works when you're at the crib.
But you can always find something. You can, like, an air vent or the background noise of traffic or just something, right? Like,
music, I intentionally use music. It immediately takes me to the vibration I want to be. I got my playlist for when I go on certain trips, the energy that I want. I'll use different playlists, you know. If I'm working, if I'm chasing cops, I got different energies that I need. And so I got a different playlist. I like music.
I put a little link in some places showing a study on some of that. But,
hold on, I think Rocky's whispering again. Rocky.
Oh, I'm sorry. I like this definition. Meditate, to plan by resolving in the mind, to contrive, to intend. Planned, contrived, to resolve in the mind. So you're meditating to resolve something?
Meditate on a thing. Yeah, you have a problem, I'm going to meditate on it.
Yeah, I like that definition
you
too.
Want to meditate on it to resolve it, like
resolve things, and that's what makes the mind wander. And this, false illusionary matrix is purposely programming you to make your mind wander, to get away from that etheric state, the heart state, intuitive state, living by your intuition instead of the mind vibration programming that's bouncing into everybody. So that's what we have to battle every day, because then some of those words, like I said, do have power, even though you don't let them in, you're not afraid, and I don't use them because I'm afraid of them. I just don't give any power to anything I'm not in alignment with.
I dig it.
Have you guys heard of heart math?
Heart math?
Yeah, that's another big one. So it's like there's Joe Dispenza and there's heart math. Those are the two sciencey things I love to go for. But heart math, there's like this technique you can use where you think of a question. So this is to get like an answer to a question, right? So maybe you're struggling to get an answer to something. You start simple, right? Like, should I or shouldn't I do something? And you're not sure, right? So what you do is you go, you zinc your breath and your heart. And what you do is you start to think of something that made you just put the question aside. You think of a time that you were feeling really good and happy and expansive and just joyful. Like maybe you were like laughing with your kids or whatever. And your goal is to feel that and feel it until you're like breathing with it. You're feeling it in your whole body. Your heart is beating and your heart and your mind rhythm will come into alignment. And then there's more to it than that. But once that's in alignment, you come out and you ask yourself, what's the answer to my question? And it almost always comes so easily, no confusion there.
It looks like music could work again in that situation. Could get you there fast, put on something that gives you that feeling, because some of them old records, it takes me back to skating at the skating rink or whatever, at the club when I was young. It takes you to that feeling quicker. Now, come back to the question when you're in that feeling.
different people would definitely need different things. Some people, the music would just be right bang on for them, opposed to some people that aren't so in that vibratory.
You're right.
Music.
For someone, it could be a sense, right? It could
Yeah.
be.
What about music being a form of hypnosis? Have you guys ever heard that? That like, you know, whenever we're listening to music, like when our body's like moving and stuff like that, like that's a form of us being hypnotized by the beats. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Right.
I'm in a meditative state for sure when that happens.
So I mean, and think about like somebody that like does like a QHHT and how they bring on like you know, hypno states to all, you know, to get somebody into you know, their right brain, you know, which is their intuitive, you know, feminine creative side. That way they can bypass the logical part and be able to. Basically, it's putting them in a state of meditation, you know, through, you know, words or whatever different forms. I've never done that myself. I don't, but, you know, and like, when people would do like chants and things like that with drums and shit, you know, having massive meditations, you know, like tribal people or natives. So there's a lot of different forms I think we can use to induce ourselves in altered states of consciousness. You know, so I think somebody was saying, well, you guys are all high. Yeah, we could get high too. We could take psychedelics, you know, like, and that would.
That's a shortcut, man. You better be prepared though. Be that moral guy, because those psychedelics kind of bring out what's in you. And if you weren't moral to begin with, that's when I think people have bad trips and shit. And if ever I've done a psychedelic, it was to chase God or something along them lines. I've never had a bad trip, and I used to get high all the fucking time.
That's why they're trying to
ever been around somebody?
Everybody, so they can
Yes,
control
I have. I
body
think
through
the devil possesses them
frequencies.
literally.
Yeah, like you're looking around somebody,
Psychedelics can open
or
up
you
a
feel
whole
they're
other
evil.
level of things.
Yes, I literally think the devil possesses them. I had the first time one guy called me, this one, speaking answering machines and shit. He kept calling, and he said, what happened, man? I was possessed, man, by something evil. And I did it after that. In other words, people use that same word. I was possessed, and usually by something bad, by something evil. I totally believe in that shit.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because when you are not in control of your own body, it's easy for any dark entity to take over your body. So the best way to get that natural high is for you to learn your source code. Your source code is your direct connection to your soul. And that way you can have that natural high in the natural frequency to where you don't need psychedelics or anything else to access
They
the
don't work
divine
on
and the
me.
Almighty.
I can't use them now. I got a bag full of mushrooms now, man. It don't matter how much I eat, how much I try that DMPT, EMPT, or whatever I use. I can't even get a trip now. And my guy is like, Joe, because you live in that fucking state now. You know, you're there. It ain't like it used to be. And he's right, man.
I love that.
Like things like dimethyltryptamine, which, you know, our brain naturally produces, you know, which is, you know, a strong hallucinogenic. You know, I know we can produce those kind of things naturally, and people do sensory deprivation, all different types of things. But things natural that come from the earth, like psilocybin and dimethyltryptamine, you know, could it be that these chemicals, these elements, are actually altering our chemistry in a way that kind of takes the blinders off to allow us to see the entirety of the reality.
That seems extremely
The
logical.
limitations that are, you know, put on by our brain. And when people have bad experiences, I believe it's because those spiritual doors do open, and they have negativity and things within them that's waiting on the other side. Like it's a part of their own, you know, energy. They're in alignment with that, or it couldn't even come to them, you know, or they have, you know what I mean? It's like if they were doing, like, because there's been tribes, indigenous people for eons that have used, you know, things from the earth, you know, to, you know, have spiritual.
To induce those states,
Yeah.
But
For
they do
healing
those
or soul
supervised.
cleansing or-
Usually somebody who is expert about it. And if you're going out there and experimenting on your own.
Well, a lot of rite of passage is what I mean. When you look at like historically, a lot of rite of passage, for shamans or just people becoming men or whatever in the community, they would go out alone, and take, hallucinogenics and go into the forest. And it would be because they could actually like commune with nature within that way. And yes, they were living a far more natural life, probably a far more what we would call morally based life than what we live now. Depending on how you perceive it, but, I don't feel like there's, I don't feel like, these designer drugs and stuff like that are, really bringing people to the best spiritual experiences. But when people are doing these, and you're right, some people do peyote ceremonies and, ayahuasca and all of this, and they are being guided by a shaman, or somebody that's, very skilled, in dealing with that particular, chemical or element. But, I feel like it's the intention on what we're looking for. If you're looking for the joy and pleasure of just getting higher, as opposed to a spiritual experience and somebody that has, done the work, you're not going to have all that negativity waiting for you when the doors blow open.
Well, the thing is that negative energy doesn't always transform or come to you as negative energy. They just want to get in there and they pretend to be something else so that you can get comfortable with it and misguide you and mislead you. Shamans, it's actually a word that it was not initially for Native Americans. It actually was brought over from the people who came from overseas, and that actually means people who do deals with demons. So you should look into what shamanic truly is, and shamans truly are.
Well, but
medicine people are the natural indigenous people.
That's also a belief thing. Is when you see
that I ever seen, they're some of the most nicest, kindest people. So I'm not sure how that kind of goes.
But once again, this goes back to a belief thing. If you see demons as some external, parasitic entity that you don't have control over, then yes, I guess there's something to fear. And anytime you make a choice out of fear, right, we're not in alignment with our highest self. But if you see, demonic entities as disembodied personas of the collective unconscious, and they have, base or distorted polarities because of whatever, they come from, these are parts of ourself that we need to heal, is all I'm saying. So yeah, if they do deals or have a mediumship with these entities, of course they do, because they understand the connectedness of everything. So to me, that's not a negative thing. To me, that's just somebody understanding, the universal connectedness of all things, and how every piece of conscious experience and entity that we think is separate from ourselves is actually part of us.
Of course it is.
Yeah. And welcome Svetlana Maximova. She was recently interviewed on The Missing Link. So how are you? And what's your thoughts that you wanted to share?
Hello, Svetlana. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
I heard her say hello.
Figure out her sound, maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll try the edit mic setting. No, it's up. So
yeah, she's not muted.
It took a while to load, so it might be something on her end, internet-wise.
Oh, I
there
can
we
hear.
go.
I cannot hear you.
Yeah.
You're very low and actually even hard to comprehend any of the words. Maybe if you put your mouth right to the mic, or
but I can't hear you. But I think you can hear me.
Yes, but it's very low.
Okay, I just want to say about meditation. In my opinion, it's actually knowledge. You actually have to quiet down your mind, because mind is not you. Language and word, it's basically equals numbers. It's basically language of the AI. It's not you. You, it's more feelings, it's memories, it's intuition. You do not speak words, so you need to cut off the words. I also know one of the most dangerous meditations would be transcendental meditation, which is breakaway meditation. They use some kind of entities, brain waves, and it's actually been proven. It can be measured and recorded, so don't use that. And as far as meditation, you want to connect to yourself, not to the computer who produced this inner voice for you. Because if you want to control someone, what would you do? As early as possible, you pretend to be you. Like it usually happens to people around 2 when they start speaking. And when you look in the mirror, it's the voice saying, oh, it's me. And that's the first imposter becoming you, basically. And from that, the chatting never stops. That's how you've been controlled. And I've been controlled the same way. Before that, you don't experience suffering or unhappiness. You just fall asleep and connecting to your higher self very, very easily and quickly. And soon if this imposter get into your, it's called mind, basically. So
Are you saying your inner dialogue is
you
inherently bad?
You don't do anything. And body is just a trainer. And the mind is an imposter, basically. Thank you for listening. And
I think she's saying AI frequencies. So it was at the end there that was so hard to comprehend. She's got sometimes connection issues too. So it's not just the microphone. Her connection kind of comes in and out.
I think she's basically saying like what we were saying about our programmed brain isn't us. It's a program. And some people are just running off their program instead of themselves. Like, just letting that brain take over, thinking it's them. Like a lot of people have a program and think it's them. They have these autopilot thoughts and think it's them. And
up because of it.
What?
If that's the programming,
because of it.
Yeah. I wanted to say something about demon because of what you said. There's a great quote that Ravi Zacharias said, and it has stuck with me for years, especially when I see and learn information that is very disturbing. You must see the heinousy of evil to appreciate the majesty of love. And that's so however evil it is as high as the love can be.
If you read this book, the prophet Khalil Gibran, he talked about love, and he said a picture of it as being on a boat, and love is being above deck and having the most enjoyable moments you have with your spouse, your mate is the most incredible shit. But understand, the height of that love is equal to the depths of the bad times that are below deck. And they will demand equal time above deck. I thought that shit was interesting,
Yeah, that's very true.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I got a little thing with demons because I grew up in a lot of that fear, and I went into the history of that when I went into the history of the cultures and stuff in the Bible, and I had to really think about that because I had a lot of that in my world growing up as well. People on the floor shaking and everything's a demon, right? Like in my family, every freaking thing was a freaking demon. My car broke down, it's a demon. We're gonna cast it out. Like I'm not kidding. I was the little kid. I'd walk in, there'd be people laid out all over the living room floor. I'd have to step over and go up to my room. Like this was my life.
That was normal.
So, it was just normal. Like I had to make sense out of this stuff because when I got free, I'm like, well, what the frig was that if this whole Bible thing isn't what I thought it was, right? So anyways,
yes, I understand.
That was where I started realizing how powerful we are. And back then I was like, okay, so we have access to everything. Everything's energy. And this energy comes in and then we interpret it with whatever we have in our minds to try and figure it out and interpret it with. Right? Yeah. But, and I don't want to lose my thought now. I've been thinking about this for a while.
It real. If you're afraid,
Well,
you make it real.
you can make a lot of experiences from your beliefs, right?
You
We are
can, because they're
powerful
called the
people.
programs, yeah.
Yeah, but like separate demon entities, I think that's a Western thing. If anything, a lot of it from movies and stuff, because it's not like a very historical thing, right? In history, they did do weird things. Like they used to think that demons came in through the women's, you know what, right down there. They used to do
Well, that's
horrible
still
things
true.
to people. And they would think, oh, if we do horrible things and get demons to enter these people, we can predict the future and we can find hidden knowledge and blah, blah, blah. But as I thought about that, I'm like, well, we always had access to it. So what if these people just had these things happen to them that opened them up to believe that they had access to these things, and then they could receive that information? And it was however they were, it's mixed with whatever they believe. So suddenly all this stuff happened to them and they start to be like, oh my gosh. And they start to think they're crazy and connecting and whatever, because that's what they were told. And then they started getting all these downloads and blah, 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 but they were always connected. The problem is they're connected in a fearful way now. So they're going to get messages and they're going to start feeling like they're crazy all at the same time. Like, I've heard people send me so much things trying to convince me of demons, like, oh, this woman was the wife of the devil and they put her through these rituals and they put her in a coffin and put blood on her and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I would go fucking crazy too. Like, that doesn't mean it's the demons. Like, you know what I mean? And then Jesus saved you. I'm glad that belief was big enough for you to believe too,
We
right? Like,
literally had Satan on panel earlier tonight. I'm just saying.
I mean,
Yeah, you missed that.
it's true that it depends what you're
In
believed in.
Solomon's magic, though, the 72 demons was how he built his temple. I just want
Yeah, there are some
that, right?
demons, but they are so few, and the likelihood of any of us running into them is very, very unlikely.
It should be
Well,
high.
it depends on people's frequency. And when people talk about demons, doesn't mean that you fear them. Like, I acknowledge that they're real, but I don't fear them. Because the power who stands with me is a lot bigger than they are. So, understanding and being aware of the dangers that are out there energetically, it's something that you need to be, informed of and be aware of. Doesn't mean that you need to fear it, because you don't have to fear these things. And demons are real, whether you believe in them or not. And they're apart from you. They're not part of you.
and that's your
So
opinion, right? That's
they're
your
not,
belief.
they can't control you unless you allow them. They don't come to you unless you call for them.
Well,
But they're always watching.
Yeah, but a demon comes from domain. It's a mask. It's a persona. It's a disembodied ego, is what it is. And if we look at, in the esoteric, Solomon built his.
Those aren't demons.
Okay,
You're talking
Solomon
about shadows.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah.
Please? Solomon
But I
built
mean,
his
they're not
temple from demons, which means he tapped into the collective subconscious, and the temple is an allegory for a spiritual enlightening. He healed the parts of himself that we're all rejecting and demonizing, literally. And most of the demons and entities, I just want to let people know, weren't even in existence before Christianity. What they did when they started conquering other cultures was they take their gods and stuff and they would call them demons. That's why if you look at, just for instance, Baal and all of this, these were Astarte, and then they get the names of foul mouth or foul breath demons and stuff like this. They were gods and goddesses in other cultures, is what I'm saying. And then they got demonized under Christianity because the papacy and all that didn't want you to have access to this part. If you think about the Great Flood, right, and the deluge, and I truly believe this, these cycles that we go through, these are parts of ourselves that we used to once have access to before, this cycle we're currently in. And in order to, heal those parts of us, those fragmented parts of us, and you can say they're not a part of you, but everything in this place is a part of you. There's nothing that can exist apart from you because you're in God. All things are in God. There's nothing outside of God. So they're a part of you too. period. So it's like these parts, whether they're disembodied or not, they're still connected to your consciousness, right?
That's
And you
right.
still have
Right.
the
All
ability,
the
depending on how
fractals,
you,
all
if
everything
you,
that you're talking
right,
about are
and if
fractals of
you're, and
creation.
if you're banishing them, right? You're banishing them, and you're calling them these negative things, and you're afraid. What type of energy is going to be reflected back to you by this black mirror, by this shadow, right?
Yeah.
Well,
When
that's
you
why
approach
you
it, how come people who practice Solomonic magic, who invoke these things, like myself, who invoke these things and bring them up and talk to them, but talk to them with respect and reverence and understand it's myself that I'm talking to, right? Because I want to access a part of myself and heal a part of myself. Never have an issue, never have a problem, never have anything. The thing don't come back and haunt me, right? People that are tapping into stuff like ghost hunting and stuff, they're opening up doors, you know, not understanding what they're speaking to, and then they're afraid of it, right? So the thing's going to, and negativity can only attach to karma,
Good
right?
point.
So you couldn't even have this feed off of you if you wasn't broken within yourself in some way, shape, or form or facet also. So it's like we always want to externalize, blame the devil, blame demons, and never take accountability for the fact that, you know, it's like it's us bringing these things on ourselves, and it's up to us to heal these parts of ourselves.
When they say, what if there was a God, why would he let babies die? I'm thinking like you. We're doing that with all the negative energy and karma we're
He's not
putting out
doing
there.
that. Each person
Right.
does that action themselves.
Right.
Okay, let's go back to
interpreting energy through
Tanya.
our fear.
I want to hear now Chiquita's take on all of this.
Well, I mean, you know, does demons exist or don't exist? I guess I would say they're both true. It depends on the perspective. But I do agree with the idea that all is a part of creation. And so, you know, my take on it is that the creator, there's no arm wrestle between the devil and the creator. But I do believe that Satan exists out of some kind of a mystical, I don't know, mystery type of paradoxical process that God has allowed him to exist, maybe out of free will, you know, so that we can express. And then, you know, part of my belief is that we are tested here, and maybe some part of that is that we are like, you know, fallen angels ourselves, and we need to kind of prove to God that we're worthy of, you know, making the right choices. But, you know, who knows?
I like it all, Lodge.
I like perfect, except for not fallen angels. We're all just born here as angels. It depends on you to which direction you take.
I think this is
as you wish.
Yeah, I think the fallen is talking about descending in consciousness. You know what I mean? It's like if we go in these ups and downs and these highs and lows, you know, throughout the cycles of time, you know, and we once were an ethereal being, and you got to think if we were coming into a physical form from a spirit, well, we had to descend down to it. We probably didn't just get here all at once. So these, you know, if you hear about the tales from the Greek, the Norse, all of them, there was primordial entities first, then there were titans, then there were, you know, the demigods, and then there were us. So it's like describing a dissension in consciousness. And then if you like listen to the stories of Ragnarok and all of this, same thing. They say that we go back up, you know, and fight this, you know, in this war in heaven. It's just, you know, war in the spiritual world between these energies and these cycles that are taking place. And it's like it's just going up and down Jacob's ladder, up and down Jacob's ladder eternally, because we're eternal beings having a physical experience. You know, we always want to make it, you know, something, honestly, what I think it's just not. You know, it's hard to comprehend how something that's completely omnipresent, ineffable, inexpressible would put itself in a mortal body. You know, and something that's totally whole would be able to fragment itself, and the process that would entail. And if you look at the stories, the reason all the stories are all the same in all the cultures is because they're all describing the same process of how we got here to where we are today. And obviously when the cycles end, because we shift to new elements, because we shift to new bodies, we have mutations consciously, we go up and we go down. we have to write it down. We have to put it in pyramids. We have to, put it in symbols, because symbols, they embody an energetic expression of energy that we can't divide or, explain with our words, right? That's why we use the symbol, the all-seeing eye and all of that. People think, it's all just evil, but it's like, they don't understand where it actually originates from and why it's here. It's here to trigger us when the time comes, when we're able to understand it. That way we can pick back up the story and say, oh, okay, yeah, we have nothing to fear here. We've done this a million fucking times. We've done this a million times. We went on this journey a million times. We've came all the way down. We're on our way back up, and it's like,
but there's a question
instead
there.
of feeling like we're at the whim and the will of these gods, what would the question be?
Okay, we come here to evolve our soul. So if we're coming back, and depending on where we are now, how much of your soul has really evolved?
Well, that's the thing. It's a process of taking something that's whole, putting in a bunch of fragments, right? Each element, right? It's put under pressure. It's like putting under pressure, like creating a diamond. That's why you need the negativity. That's why you need the darkness. That's why you need the chaos. It's order out of chaos.
You're trying to make life way too complex. You're making life way too complex.
No, it's not that complex. It's very simple.
But it isn't all about that.
We've been told this over and over.
Life.
That's took us off the pathway into darkness.
At a base level, sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That's not a base level, honey. Not at all. Do you know how hard it is to love your enemy?
That's a simple concept, and I'm talking about something different than that. Yeah, we can all just live our lives.
See, that's where we
sure,
get
but
lost.
for lack of knowledge, surely my people will perish. If you're satisfied with not knowing, that's okay, but it's not wrong.
It's not. I know a lot of stuff too, but that doesn't do anything if you're not living it. That's the whole point. See,
I understand. I know, but preaching at people is not going to help me live it either.
Well,
so I'm going to share an experience with you guys, and you can believe it or cannot believe it. It's all up to you. But if you want to actually hear the frequency, so you know the truth from non-truth, it's up to you. A lot of you guys talk like you're all experienced on a meditation and frequency and all of that. So I'm assuming you can get to a frequency right away to understand and hear the truth and the actual vibration and frequency. So I meditate a lot, and of course it took me a little while to start doing it because I didn't believe in it before. But ever since I was a child, I seen beings. I see different type of beings, different frequency, energy, and you can call me crazy or you don't believe or not believe it. But I lived in Arizona at one point, and I met the devil there. And you can say it's a part of me, but I don't think so, because I was a very gullible, innocent person at that time. And I lived there, moved there, and one night the devil just showed up. And he was not like most people describe it. He was not with horns, red, or, a huff foot or anything like that. He wasn't like that. He was actually a very beautiful male man, a man, but his eyes did glow red. And he wanted me to join him. I rejected him, and he left. Well, years went by, and I kept seeing things, ghosts, spirits. I have helped many spirits to cross over that have been left behind, trapped here by demonic entities, and I have helped them cross over. Now, when I started meditating, what was it? 7 years ago, I wanted to know why there was a darkness and a light, and why there were so many people going through so many different things. And I was shown our souls, our spirits are two different things. Our soul remains in the creation with the creator, and fractals of our soul come here to earth as spirits, and it can come here at the same time or in different timelines. And we each have many fractals living at the same time. And through our life experiences, as we remember, we will never forget what we already remember in this human physical form. Meaning, what you remember now, if you're already living at a higher frequency, when you reincarnate, you will already be at the same state. You will never regress. And once we hit our full potential, then we can reunite all our fractals so that we can know our true existence and live a life of peace here on earth as we do in heaven. But there is above and is below, meaning part of our fractals are in the below, which we eventually need to all reconnect and bring forward back to our soul. And that showed me that the war is still going, but the war that here on earth is for our soul, our mind, like our full energy. That's the true frequency of this planet. And many who have attachment to darkness have the power in this planet at the moment. And that is something that needs to be shifted. So take with that as you want and resonate with what you can resonate and just leave what you don't.
Thanks for sharing, Lupita. And John, did you want to finish?
Sure. Yeah, I just believe we're in a process of evolving souls, and to the, the devil stuff and all of that, if we look at a lot of this and I'm not trying to be rude, I'm not trying to diminish anybody's beliefs or what they believe. You're welcome to believe whatever you want. But these are all, forms of religious indoctrination that we're hearing here. Like, I'm just being honest, and it's the truth, and
it's your truth.
No, it's the truth. Hasatan, Saturn, is Satan. It's based on a planet. That's the truth. It's not my truth. It's the truth.
It's your truth.
Okay, well, you can say that if you want, but that's where it derives from.
Depending on where you research.
That's where it derives from.
Depending on where you research.
Astrological story, just like the birth of Jesus, coming from the Virgin and all of that. I'm trying to tell you, from Virgo, Bethlehem, the house of bread, which is in the constellation of Virgo. This is because it's at. Can I please finish?
No, but you need to acknowledge this real quick. Do you realize that what you're saying is your truth and not the truth?
Okay.
The truth, hang on.
I'm not going to argue with you. Please just let me finish. I don't want to argue with you.
No, when somebody says something, you say, no, that's not the truth.
Well, so they're rudely interrupting me to try to discredit what I'm saying. So
no, I'm not. I'm just saying, don't say that it is the truth. You don't know the truth. Nobody knows the truth. It's your truth.
I know it's not what the government told me to believe and to blame the devil outside of me.
Your truth. And it depends on where you researched it and where you got your information is where you know your truth. That is where it comes from. And then when you evolve, you get your information directly face to face with spirit, like what she's talking about. And until you really look at it as a spirit, physically.
Right, but can we stop trying to paint this as an evolved belief? This is not an evolved belief. This is an indoctrinated belief given to you through religion.
This is just your truth.
Will you please let me finish and stop being rude and interrupting me, please?
Okay, well then just
nicely, kindly, please, respectfully, please. Will you stop? Let me finish,
if you will stop that, I sure will.
Respectfully, please.
Let the Illuminati guy talk.
You know, let the illuminated person
The
talk.
Illuminati guy who knows everything. 'Cause he's
Okay, well,
illuminated.
that's
No one
your
else is.
perception, bro. That's your perception. But if you don't want to agree with me, you don't have to. You know, I'm not making you. I'm not twisting your arm. You can go around being a sheep the rest of your life. It doesn't matter to me. I'm trying to tell you how it
Well,
actually
I'm a
works.
and you're not.
Okay, I don't.
Okay.
Like, is this all we're going to do is be
You're a
rude because
wolf.
I have a different belief system?
I mean,
than
if
you?
you're going to slander, how can you expect to be?
I can't even
respected?
finish a sentence without
No,
all of
but
you
how do
interrupting
you
me, calling me the
expect to say
Illuminati
what
guy. I've
you
been called a Jew. I've been called everything else because
You
I
said
don't
you
buy
were
into your
Illuminati.
bullshit
You
religion.
said you were.
Yeah,
That's what
but
you
how do
said
you
were.
expect to be respected if you're not going to speak in respect?
I'm being respectful.
No,
I'm
you
asking
just
you, please
called
stop
him a
interrupting
sheep.
me respectfully,
just call
and
him
you
a
still
sheep?
keep doing
And you just
so.
told
You guys are
her
calling me
her
names.
truth
I'm not
was the truth.
retaliating.
Yeah,
I'm not
no,
retaliating. I'm not saying
people
nothing
when
back.
people say
It's
things
called
So
a
you're not
specifically,
dialogue.
getting
right?
it.
Like
So you're
that,
not evolved, honey.
he never said,
Because
Rocky,
you
that
told
he
him
was
to-
Illuminati. He
you told
said
her
that he was illuminated.
You told her that her truth wasn't right. You told the other guy his
No,
truth
she
wasn't
said that's
right.
your
And you
truth. Da,
said,
da, da. She was chiming in, being rude, like you are right now, like he was over
It's a
there. And you guys
conversation,
all
and you've done it
actually
too,
believe the
honey.
same thing. Go figure, right?
It's
Go
not
figure.
about believing. I believe my truth, and I
Okay, well,
respect
can you let me speak
your
mine, or
truth.
is yours that weak in its foundation that you have to interrupt mine to make sure that I don't clarify? That way, people know the truth.
No, that it isn't the point, honey. The point was you
All
were
right.
saying
The point is to
you
interrupt me over
have
and
the
over and over.
new
Please,
truth.
can I finish? Can I just
When you
finish?
said I have
I
the
don't
truth,
care about
you
your
were not
opinion,
speaking the
lady.
truth.
Can I
Only
just
I am
finish?
speaking the truth. Then yes, I
I
will
think she
interrupt
was
that.
just trying to say this
Interrupt. I know it's been happening for like 10
You are
minutes
the
now. I've
only
asked her
one
politely a
that
bunch
has
of
the truth.
times. All right,
You're
whatever. I'm
you're
trying to
doing
tell
great. I
you.
don't get it. I just want John to finish without interruption.
Okay.
Right. It's just rude. It's rude, you know, and that's what I mean. It's like people get locked into these belief systems, and then they demonize it with words like Illuminati. That means illuminated. So yeah, I'm Illuminati. I'm illuminated. Sorry, you know, or I'm a Jew or whatever. This is to discredit what the real truth is. This is to demonize what the real truth is. This is what the Christian church has also done, by the way. Don't do this and don't do that, or else. Why? Because you might discover that you are God. You might discover that everything is connected and is one. You might discover that you don't have to be on your knees praying to a deity in the sky. You might discover that you're not a prisoner here, you're not a slave, and you're not here to serve nobody. You might discover that we have been here from the beginning and that we descended from the stars and nobody's coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. You might discover that there's no new world order, that the hidden hand is you if you have the ability to be able to move the mechanisms of things around you. You might discover these things, right? You might discover that you're powerful, that you're the creator, that you're divine, that there's nothing outside of you, that it's all you, right? You might discover you don't have to live in fear anymore.
Sounds
You might
just like
discover that, right? Like, and because we want to be slaves, because we have Stockholm syndrome, we love our captors, right? We'll defend them to the death, right? This is what they did with Jesus. They crucified him because he said, your father is the father of lies, right? He was saying, your father is the father of lies. The same father, people that think they're worshiping Gadriel, God, right? Yahweh, hands nailed, feet nailed, right? Nobody ever knows what any of these things mean. They just go with it, right? And then they try to chop it up as like they're giving some divine truth to everybody. Like, you know, this is how we evolve. No, this is regression. We're believing the same thing that the church has been pushing down our fucking necks for the last 2,000 years, right? The real secret is what I'm trying to tell you. You can say it's my truth, fine. It's my truth. I'm not going to argue with you about it, but it's also all of the ancients in every culture across the goddamn world's truth if you have the eyes to see. And it's confirmed time and time and time and time and time again. And the true understanding is the reason that it's in the stars and the stories in the stars, the reason that it's all across the earth, the reason that it's in every society, because it is a reflection of us, because we are in charge. Nobody else. We are
People take
God.
created in God's image so lightly.
And I'm not trying to be rude, but I just want to be able to finish a thought. I love these open panels. I love having debate, but I believe in respectful debate, right? And I sat here quietly while everybody else talked, you know? And then when you guys want to try to talk over top of me, call me names, like, you know, if you wouldn't do that in my face, don't do that online. That's fuckboy shit. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't do that if we were sitting at a table eating lunch. So why are you going to do that on a computer? That's crazy.
It's really hard because, like, we grow up in a world where right from the beginning we're seeing it, we're hearing it from people, we're hearing it on television and movies and churches and speakers, and we're getting this stuff put in our head right from the very beginning. And then when we have an experience, like of energy or whatever, we interpret it as this thing. We immediately, because energy is just energy, and then we put the interpretation to it. So as soon as we experience something, we go to whatever we have in our brain to interpret it with. So if we heard about demons somewhere or saw something in a movie or whatever, and we have an experience, and then we remember and we're like, that's what that experience is. You know how many people had a spiritual experience they couldn't explain? And then when they're telling people about it, they're like, I didn't know then, but now I know it was because somebody told them, right? Like, I had this experience and I didn't know then, but now I know it was Jesus, or now I know it was bad, or it was demonic, or now it be.
Well, and I'm not saying these people don't encounter deities or anything. Like, they have probably seen entities and things like that.
You
specters.
see it, you everything.
Yeah.
Totally.
Right.
Totally. You can talk to it. You could, there's all kinds of things that can happen. But the thing is because it's connected to an emotion and such a strong belief that creates this experience, they believe that experience to be true. You can't take that from them no matter what. So to try and like expand from that is really hard for some people, right? To go beyond that, because it makes you have to question everything you've ever believed, especially the power within yourself. And it can also be scary because if we don't have faith in ourselves and we feel like everything's so horrible and I need something bigger than me, I need someone to like know that someone's coming, that someone out there cares, that somebody's what I can't be, and all this kind of stuff. It like just moving out of that belief when you think you've found finally this savior thing or belief, like, oh, now I know how to control the demons because I know about them and I figured them out and I just have to have authority over them. I went through that stage too, where I went from like being scared to being like the commanding Christian in Jesus' name, and you just don't fear them, you kick them out, and you're in charge, and then you just don't fear them and they can't affect you, and you go through all these stages until you realize like it's just our belief, right? And we are powerful. Like this is like why I don't condemn. Like if somebody says this is my experience, this is what I saw, this is what I know, this is da. I don't say you're wrong. I'm like, yeah, that was your experience. I believe you. It just doesn't mean that there's not more than you know behind it that created that experience. And there's still more to know. If you go throughout history, even the Bible itself is not it's not the evolution of God. God always, God, source, whatever, life-giving energy. It just is. Energy just is. All the stories are stories of our evolution, of our understanding of God. Right from the beginning of the Bible, where they're like, oh, it's multiple gods. And then they're like, no, I'm one God. And they're like, oh, we need child sacrifice. And like, no, we don't want child sacrifice. Oh, we need animal sacrifice. I never wanted your animal sacrifice. It's like, it's this evolution. It's like you have to do all these things to be healed, and you're sick because of this sin, and blah, blah, blah. And then Jesus is like, no, get up, be healed, believe, have the same relationship I have, right? All these stories are our evolution, our understanding, unfolding of God, us becoming more and more understanding of the goodness of this. Not like, and that's kind of where we got to keep going forward instead of going backwards into the fears. It's supposed to be the truth that sets us free, not makes us more afraid, that holds us back. All that stuff.
Well, see,
right?
that's the thing, though. Like, I agreed with him, and I agreed with you about how we can control our lives and how we have the power to do everything we want to do. And I do understand the constellations and the planets and all of that. And the whole magic thing, I went through that phase as well. So we have the thing that I'm trying to say is that everybody needs to be open-minded to everything that is said, because everybody goes through different phases, just like you said, and everybody experiences those phases in different orders, not in the same order. So what applies to one person doesn't apply to another at that moment, because they are yet to experience anything like that. So until we go through our whole full circle of our understanding of our true energy, and yes, energy is raw, but energy can also be manipulated, and that's how they manipulate the weather. That's how they're manipulating global warming. That's how they manipulate the money system. I mean, it's all manipulation.
But never let them believe that they're more powerful than you. No,
they're not. I'm not saying that they are.
Right?
I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying they do it. See, when you're trying to say that you acknowledge something that is being done, you think that the person is believing that they're more powerful than you. I don't believe they're more powerful than me. I don't have fear over anything or anybody. But when somebody shares it, then somebody always comes back as saying it as a negative thing, when a person is just sharing information or sharing their experience, and then the other person is diminishing it by putting it into a negative thing, when it's not a negative thing. It's a simple experience, and everybody just needs to see it as that.
And we're just expanding it. We're just expanding the thought. We're just asking to expand the thought further and think about it in different ways as well. And we are all at different stages. And even religion itself, though it is starting to disappear, is a step for a lot of people who weren't even conscious of anything else before the religion, right?
Exactly.
Like it's all a step, and we're all at different steps. But for us to add onto it or to expand on something or whatever isn't always a means of belittling. It's just that there's things that got us free from some of these things that we also want others to know. Like for us to step backwards into that belief we came out of would be going backwards for us, right? Like we need to stand on the freedom that we've come into too, because we want other people to step into that empowerment also, right?
Right.
So it's not that like we're butting heads. It's just we all have our different views.
And with what Vladimir Putin says here, it's widely agreed upon by experts that Hindu is the oldest organized religion. So to take that even one step further is they feel like they're the ones who introduced evil into consciousness. It wasn't there before that Hinduism, which is now Brahmins. The Brahmanism is the top. So when you see the movie John Wick, they go to the desert to talk to somebody. That's like a Brahmin. So that's, you know, if they're telling us something, that's where kind of the high table is, I guess, in those words.
So
it's interesting that he was Brahma. He was a bull god in the age of Taurus, and he was a creator and destroyer. It was life and death. I'm just saying these are like allegories for the ages in ourselves, and it's not all astrology. These are just reflections of where we were consciously. You know, the heavens and everything reflects what we're, you know, projecting.
So you save yourself. That's what you're saying, basically.
Well, Christ said, right? Christ said, didn't I say that ye are gods? If you look in the Bible, the biblical, listen, the biblical meaning of gods is liturgy gods. That means supreme angels, supreme beings, sons of God, Elohim, right? And wasn't mankind created in the image of the Elohim? So that means we created ourselves.
Over and over and over and over again. You're saying that we save ourselves through higher consciousness or something, and
Christ means anointing.
But the Bible says the opposite. It says
The Bible was written by a man. It was put together at the Council of Nicaea by the Romans.
To save yourself. All the other ones say you have to meditate and you have to save yourself. Christianity is the only one that has a savior that says that we're all sinners.
No, it's not. Mithraism is the same thing. Osiris got cut up into a million pieces. That's not true. That's not true. It's not true, and it's all the same story.
It's true. The story of Jesus is written in many different religions, and they call him different names as well. So it's the same story, and I think the Christianity was taking stories from other religions, from other beliefs. I understand that, and I know that because of my own meditation and readings that I've done. But in regards to the Bible,
you keep saying it's the same story. The Bible says that you need a savior, and you guys all say you can save yourself by doing meditating.
But that savior that you need is you. That's your connection to Savior Jesus Christ, whatever it is you think that savior is. It's you. You have to create that.
Right.
Nobody can do that for you. The savior is right there for everybody to just connect to. Christ, whatever it is that you connect to.
but if you want to go from the Bible, I mean,
anointing.
Yeah, it's a spiritual anointing. Christ means a spiritual anointing. But if you want to go from the Bible, when Jesus came, he did sacrifice, and he was the savior back then. He did save us from the original
His
sin.
name means
But then
salvation. It came from Jesus, Isu, Yeshua, Jesus. Those are all translations that mean salvation. Which comes from Yahweh as well. Hands nailed, feet nailed. It's the Tetragrammaton. It's talking about salvation because it's Son of Man, your own salvation.
Right. So after he came,
Can I finish? Were you
yeah.
interrupting?
So you're still really quiet.
You're so low, bro.
Yeah, I can't hear you at times. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, I would even point it towards you if you can instead of straight up.
Is that better?
A little bit better. Just speak with a little bit of goomph.
Yeah.
All right. What I was saying is, I heard him say earlier that we all have to save ourselves. I heard this John, I think his name is, the guy with the horn sticking out of his head. And anyway, that was just a joke. That star behind you makes you look like you got horns coming out of your head. Okay, you say you're not in the Illuminati, but you're basically teaching what the Illuminati says, that we're all going to evolve, we're all going to become gods, and this is all bullshit. I think it's all bullshit. I think we need a savior. I think we need a savior because we're all sinners. We can't save ourselves. So, you guys are into this mysticism, and you think everything, you do some drugs, do some DMT, and connect with these, and channel and do all this meditating, and then somehow you're going to save yourself. The thing is, Christianity says you don't have to be smart. You don't have to be nothing. Just have faith in what God says. And we know the Bible has been misinterpreted and been used as a weapon against people. But it wasn't originally in English. It was written in Hebrew and Greek. And so, you guys are all you're all thinking you can save yourself by meditating and somehow you're going to save yourself, like you're going to evolve. Like, who believes in evolution anymore? Like, now they're pushing this humanist, they're talking about we're all going to evolve into gods. Now, that's what you're thinking? We're all going to evolve into gods. We're all gods. I heard you say that.
You were created in God's image. What does that mean to you? Why do you think God is so lowly that he created you and you're a nothing? That is so hard for God to feel that in your heart, that you feel you're nothing. You are part of God. He wouldn't have created you. You have a spark in your heart that is God, and you just have to connect back to it and not think that other people are not connected to it because you're not.
Christians, what we believe, and you don't even know what we believe half the time. You sit there and talk shit like you know what we believe. You don't even believe the Bible, but yet you tell us what we believe.
What do you mean
It's
I don't believe the
ridiculous.
Bible? It's the most produced book in the entire history. Only someone that was the ignorant
Yeah,
of
and y'all think
ignorant
it's a
would not
conspiracy.
believe that the
And
Bible is a real book.
To control people. That's what you think.
Okay.
No, there's people that are sheep that just think that God came here to have sacrifice and we're supposed to be sacrificed again to be saved. That's ignorant and that's hurting God.
Christians don't believe that. They don't believe that.
You don't believe that the prophecy is that everybody's got to have the mark and there's going to be martyrs and there's going to be death and that, Jesus has got to come back and fix all that shit? That's predictive programming. That's the sheep that want it and make it to happen by believing that's supposed to happen because some book that was written by Freemasons told them that.
So I know you were saying like the Illuminati, they were teaching what they teach, but what if they're using what they know and to like run stuff while keeping us small by making us believe things like that we are small and we can't do it and we're not enough.
They run the world, right?
Right? But they know who they are. Like,
The Bible says
if you want to,
created in His image, we're not small.
yeah.
We have
If we want to go off the Bible, okay, we're supposed to look like Jesus. If you want to go off Christian teachings and beliefs, we're supposed to look like Jesus. Jesus knew who He was. That's why He walked around knowing people were loved and telling them, you don't need all this shit. Be healed. You don't need all this shit. God is your Father, right? Jesus was trying to show us who we are and that we could have a direct connection to our Creator. Okay?
Right.
And if you go into the history of it,
He said
the
the only
reason
way to the Father is through me. That's what Jesus said.
Right. And what he means with that is to walk by him, to walk like he did. And he did go into the mountains and meditated. So he did meditation as well. And he did his fasting. And through his fasting, he did meditation. So the Bible implies that we need to walk through his feet, being like him, remembering everything like he did, and practically being a good person. Not that he's going to come save us because he's already been sacrificed. But
You're
When he says, behold, he's coming on the clouds, clouds translates to
You're reading
consciousness.
into it.
So behold, he's
He
coming
didn't
on
say that.
Crap. Just like the
He didn't say that,
I'm just
Ron.
saying that.
He didn't say you can do everything I can do and more. Are you saying that he didn't say that, or the
He
Bible
did say
doesn't
that.
say he said that you can do everything I can do and more? Did that book that you hold dear to your
it
heart
said that,
have
but
those
you're
words
not-
that you think are connected to the truth?
But you can't. It doesn't say you can save yourself.
no, because he
he
already
said
saved us.
believe
What
him.
he means with that is to be like him, love one another.
Hold on.
The only way, the
How
only
did he
way
not
to-
say you can save yourself? And Angeline, maybe you can explain this, but how did he not say that? And I'll let you know what I think after.
He said, believe him and you will be saved. Basically, he's saying, take on this new belief that I am showing you, that I am being the example of, what I am teaching you, what I am like. It says, if you don't believe my words, believe my works, right? He said that. He was opening up people to a new belief, and he was saying, look, if you can believe this over what you've been brainwashed into, you will be saved. But not only that, it was also just literal in like, look, I'm telling you to watch for all these signs, which was for that time because they were destroyed in 70 AD. He's like, look, when you see these flags around and blah, 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 and whatever, like, get out of the city. And they were saved. It was literal as well, right? If you believed
Literal,
what he was
huge.
warning them about, they got out and they were saved. But also, if you believed, like, just that what he was saying over, you have to be afraid and small and do all these things and blah, blah, blah to be okay with God, and instead believe him, then, that was our expansion forward. He was our gateway to believing something new through witnessing something so that we can expand forward. And we were never supposed to stop. We were never supposed to stop expanding forward. That was a step, right?
When can I say something, please? Here, the way to the Father is through me. What is the Father? The Father is unconditional love, right? What did Jesus do
In
while he
your
walked here? He displayed in everything unconditional love. So the way to the Father, the way back to because we are a ball of energy that freckles out and all that good stuff. But when we're done with this suit, we will go back into a ball and we will go back to that energy source. And the only way to do that is to have unconditional love and be able to not only have it for other people, but yourself, because you can, and be unconditional. Not, I will love you and be kind to you if you believe what I say or do as I say or anything like that.
Works.
Unconditional love. That's what God wants.
The kingdom of heaven is within.
And so that's what that means. Everything Jesus says has a direct correlation to everything that they're saying. It's just that Alan Watts says it the best, that, we got to get that idea that there is this man in the sky or this presence above us, but when that is out to watch us or get us, or it's this smothering motherhood type of behavior, right? And that's not what it's about. You're broken off. You're a ball of unconditional energy. You break off from that and you're given free will. And you come here to learn, love, and evolve your soul. And as you walk, it's not about trying to shove anything in anybody's face or try to get people to believe. And this is why I interjected with you, because you had said something about someone else saying that, their truth. And you're like, no, that's not the truth.
She jumped in what I was saying that's your truth, to try to make it seem like I wasn't, saying something relevant or true.
About not interrupting.
Tried to undermine what I was saying.
About not interrupting. You made a big deal about it.
But you did a lot, so I'm just defending myself.
Quiet. I haven't said nothing.
Were you talking to about Rocky there, not John?
No, I was talking to John. Okay. I guess that one over there. I don't know. I don't. But anyway, my point is that, that's what you have to focus on. And you may know a lot more truth, you think, than someone else. But that's just your truth. And even though all the truth is really when we get down to the same, once we cross on the other side, right now, everybody is in their truth. And we have to learn how to respect each other's truths and wherever they are. And that's how you come across and bring people together. You can't go, well, what you're thinking is all wrong. You got to think it this way, or it's got to be this way. You have
I didn't do that. She's the one who interjected and said, that's your truth.
That was the very first thing I said. You have to be an example of what it is, and that's exactly what Jesus was telling you to do. Be an example of what you're speaking. Walk your talk. Don't just, who cares how much knowledge you have?
I don't pretend to be a holy man. I'm
not talking to you directly. I'm just talking in general here. You don't have to get defensive. I'm just talking in general. The whole reason Jesus came here was to give us that opportunity to see that. And you don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be anything. You do have to. You do have to understand the only way to home is through unconditional love. Because if you don't, you will come back here and you'll stay in the karmic energy. And karmic energy is old energy. It should not even be in our planetary right now. We do it because we choose. We're in that dogma of karmic energy. Karmic energy is something we can very well raise above. And until we do that, we're going to be stuck like this. But it's never going to be perfect, no matter how good the energy gets, because this is 3D and this is what it's all about. So it's not about making the perfect world. It's about you learning, waking up, understanding the different things, and then making changes, and then living the life that you are demanding other people to live, right? And loving people and loving them where they are. Loving them where they are, whether you agree with them or not.
Unconditional love for all of you. That's why I want you to be saved. Put your
Saved
faith
from
in
who?
Jesus, in the person
Saved
of
from
Jesus.
who, though?
Saved.
From
Love
who?
is universal. And
that
I
you can
think
have eternal
that's
life.
something that it's all understanding.
You
And I
think
think that's
God's going
something
to
that we
allow
all agree
wickedness
on.
he's not going to destroy wickedness? You think he's just going to
But where
let
is
it go on?
wickedness? Where is
You
any
don't see any
wickedness
wickedness
here?
in the world? You
No,
don't
there
see
is, but where's any here, though?
Huh? Where's
So
it
Here,
where
here?
does
right
the
now, there's a
wickedness?
bunch of us here. I don't
I'm not
see any
talking to
wickedness.
you personally. I'm not calling any of you wicked.
But I'm saying, but saved from who, though? Who do we need to be saved from? If here, everybody here has got a beautiful heart, connected with you all, and I'm so appreciative of you all
beautiful
here. I've
heart
never
won't
seen any
save you.
wickedness, any malice, anything. It doesn't matter if he's got a sign on the thing. He's got the kindest, gentlest heart,
You've never
and so
sinned.
he's here
You're
as my
saying
friend. So that
we've all
so
sinned and come
We're
short.
all
Of
sinners.
We're all sinners, and we all need a savior. Because
I
the
like.
wages
Already
of sin
saved
is death.
I gotta
Right.
go, but I wanna leave this because I keep hearing it, and
Yeah.
um
People won't accept my narrative, but they want me to accept their narrative that we can all
don't.
just meditate and get a higher frequency, and we'll all be saved. Like
And
no,
that's
I
you putting
think
words in
all
our mouth.
yeah.
So
Just remember that,
Rocky,
because not one person said it, but you keep saying that. That we keep saying that we're just going to meditate and be saved, and nobody said that either. So just like you
no,
feel like we're doing that to
keep
you, you're
talking
also
about a
doing it to
higher
us.
frequency. We need to get a higher frequency. If we just get our frequency right, then we'll be okay. It's like you got to meditate or whatever, however you receive your frequency.
And we're all guilty here because we put our assumptions about what Christians believe onto you, and you're putting your assumptions of what New Agers or whatever you think they believe onto us because we didn't actually say that. So just so you know, you're projecting just as much
You
as
guys keep
anyone
talking
here is.
about frequency.
everything is frequency
Because
and
everything
vibration.
is
That's
frequency.
God. Everything
Yes.
is frequency. If you
Everything
don't know
is
that
frequency.
frequency, you're out of touch, brother.
I know about frequencies, okay, but that doesn't save me. That doesn't.
Nobody said the frequency saves you. So
Okay, what
in
saves
your
you?
world, Rocky, for
You guys
just
think
share
that
your
you're
message
all
how we can be
automatically
saved
gonna go to
by
heaven or
having
something
the
because you're
Savior.
good people? Yeah, what
Look,
saves you from eternity? I mean, are you going to all go to a better place? We're all going to go to a better place eventually. We're going to
let me just put it like this. Emotions, each emotion has a frequency. Each emotion has a frequency. And love is one of the highest frequencies there is. So if we are going to raise our frequency, that means be, love for one another, be love, express love, walk in love, hear love, so that your frequency is the love, the love for one another. So
Can I
that's
just add,
practically
though,
what
that
we
the
say
most
when we say
powerful
frequency.
is
And the most
authenticity,
powerful is
not love.
authenticity.
Yeah.
If I love you, I'm
So
going to
that's
tell
the
you
most
truth. You're a
powerful
sinner and
frequency
you need
there
a
is
savior.
out there. Be your
Because I love
truest
you.
self.
Yes.
Well, we love you too, Rocky. So, John, thoughts? And then I want to hear Nachikita. You've been really patient, and I'd really love to hear from you.
I just wanted to add the highest vibration is authenticity. So I know like a lot of people in the spiritual community want to feel like they're on a mission to save others and all this, and that's their prerogative to do. But I feel like it's disingenuous to act like we're not human beings and to act like we don't have desires and wants and needs. And I'm not ashamed of myself. I'm not ashamed of the body I'm in. I'm not ashamed of nothing, and I don't think any of you guys should be too, and if we look at, all of it, and I mean all of it, not just one book, but all the books, because Bible, that's two gods right there. Just saying, if we look at all of the books, and everything as a whole, we get a lot bigger picture, and the picture is that it's all about us at the end of the day. and I'll just leave it with that. So
And I agree with you. I agree with you, and that's what I was going to try to say before I left too. If we take a piece of everything and we put it all together, then we can all agree that we're like a puzzle, and we just have to put it all together. Right. And we cannot just always say, this is the truth, like what we speak, because we are all just a little piece of the bigger picture.
Exactly.
And that's why I said to you, that's your truth, because that's what you understand. That's where you're studying. That's your knowledge. But you are a smaller piece to the bigger picture.
You know,
I wasn't trying to be rude to you.
So, I mean, there's more to the picture. And I just, when you say it's your truth, I feel like that's some covert manipulation right there. You're trying to make it seem like that's just what I believe. But, like there's nothing to back it up. That's why I said no, because there's more basis than just my opinion is what I'm saying. This is not just, and if people think I'm an evil, dark fuck, that's fine, because I'm just who I am. I don't pretend to be some fucking guru floating on a cloud. Never will, never have.
I don't think anybody here thinks you're a dark person.
Well, I'm just saying, the Illuminati, the Jew stuff, all the stuff that they've said, and, like that's fine. People are more than welcome to believe what they want to believe, but think for yourself. Why do the people, if my beliefs are so evil, why do the people that run the entire fucking planet believe the same thing? And it's because they're empowering themselves. They don't walk around bowing down to nobody. They understand that they can create anything they create. So we can look at that as however we want to look at that. But
so in the same fragment that you said, look at the people who run the world. Look how the world is right now. Look how those people are creating in this world. They're creating chaos and destruction.
It's all of us that are shitting on ourselves by not taking control.
No,
I'm not blaming them for how I live.
Who funds the wars? Who funds the wars?
Who's dumb enough to go fight them?
Well, a lot of people are obligated. They force them to do it.
No, they're not.
So that's what I say. You got to look at the bigger picture. I understand that the Illumination, and that's where Illuminati comes from. I've read their book, and I understand everything they said. And actually, when I first read it, I was like, "Oh, this sounds pretty good." But then you look into everything that they do, and you read, really carefully pay attention to what it says. They are the slave drivers. They are the slave owners. And you can consider yourself not being a slave because you don't believe in any religion or in Christ. But if you're a taxpayer, if you're under any governmental, I'm not assuming, I'm saying if you are. I'm not telling you that you are. I'm saying if you are part of any of that, if you're going on a 9-to-5 rat rates job, you're still a slave. You're a slave by the Illuminati, by the people who run the planet, by those 13 families that run the entire planet. So that's why I said there's a bigger picture.
That's
there's 13 zodiacs.
No, there's 12 signs around the sun. That's what I'm trying to say. This is just a like people just don't understand it. It's demonized to keep you from ever looking into it, because if you looked into it, you would empower yourself.
No, I've looked into it, and that's the thing, that I've looked into many things, not just religion. I'm not a religious person. I believe in what I believe because I've looked further than what the Bible said. I look further than what the Torah said. I look further than what the walls in Egypt said, or the tablets, or the emerald tablets. So like I said, everything's a puzzle. And the Illuminati, the true Illuminati, are not even around anymore because they were overtaken by what right now it's the Illuminati, which there are 12 initial tribals that they said, but there's actually 13. And just like there was an equivalent of light, there's equivalent of darkness.
The 12 tribes of Israel?
Right.
Yeah.
And
You know what I mean? Like, it's just misunderstood. Look, Illuminati means illuminated. It's
right.
Yeah, they steal.
It's a hidden hand.
They stole
they
it.
are
They stole
consciously
it.
creating things.
Christians are.
You know,
Yeah, they're creating chaos, hate, and war, starvation, deploying the planet.
That's not that. That's governments. That's people. That's puppets.
And who
that are
runs
used
the
and controlled
government?
by their
Exactly.
own greed,
The
their own
puppeteers.
greed, that belong
Call
to
the
fraternal
orders.
orders. They don't belong to the Illuminati. They belong to fucking fraternal orders. They go to Bohemian Grove. They're Freemasons. It's like you're believing in something you don't really truly grasp here. That's what I mean. There's no boogeyman. There's no boogeyman. It's just
No, there's just evil boogie people.
There's like just something popping in my head is like, can there not be like people who are illuminated who then take the knowledge of their power but not connect with their higher self and just use it for the fleshly selfishness?
Well, they wouldn't
right?
be illuminated,
So
then, would they?
But they just
No, they can be illuminated. They can be illuminated. They can be, because darkness illuminates people just exactly for that. And I know you don't believe, you think everything is part of you, which we are connected to everything, but we choose what belongs to us and what is part of us.
Yep, exactly.
You have the illusion of choice, but you're a part of everything. You're connected to it all, whether you want to be or
Yeah,
not.
you didn't hear what I said. We are connected to it all, but we choose.
You
Because
think you do, but
okay,
yeah.
I choose to be kind instead of, mean to someone. That's a choice. Even though I can do either one or the other, I still have a choice.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
But anyways, I just wanted to say that in regards, I don't disagree with a lot of the stuff that you're saying, because I have studied a lot of the things that you've studied, and you need to go further than that, not just be stuck on that, because it's a lot more than that. Everything is connected, but they don't give us everything. So if you're just studying what's out there, you're just going to be limited to what you can have in front of you to read. You got to go within and look even further.
Man, with all due respect, I don't believe in like the little boogeyman New World Order stuff like you, so I think I have one a little further. So I'm just saying. Like, don't assume like you know what I know, like, because I'm not assuming I know what you know or what you've studied. That's arrogance. So
okay. Well, I gotta get going. You guys have a good night, and I hope that you guys continue having these discussions. This was pretty fun. So thank you very much, Jesse, for putting it together. And it was nice to talk to all of you guys.
It was nice
Love
to
to
meet
you all. Bye.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna wrap it up too. I want to thank you for inviting me on. As always, I always love the debate, the discussion. People will come around. I swear to God, they will. This is the hardest part, the hardest fucking part. I swear to God, like for all of us, we know religion's the last one to fall off. You know what I mean? I felt so guilty and so like full of shame, like when I was turning my back on Christianity and the world beliefs in the programming goes so deep. It's like, like nobody knows everything and nobody is where they're going to be, like when they leave this earth, like at this point. But I mean, trust me, like we will grow out of this. This is like growing pains, and it's like you know how you know it's true, and you know how you know it's got a real effect is when it triggers everybody around you. You know what I mean? That's those demons coming out, and they're fighting. They're wanting to stay under the mind control. They're wanting to stay in the matrix.
Yeah, but
you're
the one that gets triggered all the time. You're the one that's triggered.
Your trigger's huge. You believe in the Bible, but I'm just saying, like these people get triggered like this for a reason. And it's because it speaks to something inside of them, and they feel like they have to argue against it and defend their beliefs and defend their religions and all of that, because it can't stand on its own, So it's like, at the end of the day, we're going to always catch it. And that's why Jesus Christ said they hated me first. He wasn't a religious cat. There was no Christianity. Jesus wasn't a Christian, by the way.
Totally. He actually told them that you should not abolish religion. He flipped the money changers. Like, I love that the Bible says that. That's badass shit that I aspire to flip those tables. It doesn't mean just allow evil to flourish here. There are people that here that want to control others. And of course, that has to stop. We have to protect the children. We have to protect the women. There's things we have to do here. But that's out of honor in our heart. And that's finding us, again, finding our balls and saying, not blaming it on anything else, but us being able to save us from whatever the fuck they told us that is prophesized to happen. And that's not the God that I'm connected to. Would never have this people subjugated to torture, pain, sacrifice.
And that's what I was saying about the illumination thing. Truly illuminated people don't seek to control others. They don't seek to manipulate. They don't seek to do those things. So those people calling themselves the Illuminati, they're not illuminated or enlightened. Truly enlightened people were like Buddha and Jesus. That's the Illuminati. You know what I mean?
I wanna add to your thing, Jesse, because another thing that happened in the Bible was people became complacent because the religions made them believe that, oh, this person is sick or having something bad happen to them because God is mad at them, or they must have done something wrong, or blah, blah, blah. And I'm not saying this to you, but just in general, the New Age community is moving towards that now too. Oh, it's karma. Oh, that child had something happen to them because something in their past life. Oh, they're doing the exact same thing. They're like, oh, somehow they deserve that from God, so we just have to let it happen.
More fear. Fear is religion.
Well, and they hate Jesse with your divine masculine, where you're wanting to protect and take charge. There's a war on that too, where they over polarize and say, and I believe we do have to tap into the feminine and masculine equally balanced, you know, and both are necessary. But where they're like, you know, this whole war against the patriarchy and it's all divine masculine, and it's undermining the fact that we need that masculine is designed to protect us so we can be intuitive and creative and have the ability, like, so there's a healthy masculine too. So I hate the New Age community, just to be honest, because they all act like they're fucking, you know, so, you know, like spiritually above, and it's like they've lost their humanity. They're becoming the robots that the system, the governments, that's your new world order, the governments want them to be, where they believe the ego is wrong when the ego protects you, where, you know, and not a toxic ego, but, you know, healthy ego, where they believe, you know, your human desires are wrong. Now, I'm not talking about desires that are distorted and nasty, like bad things to children. I'm talking about if you have a wife, you're not wrong for wanting to have sex with your wife. That's a natural human desire. You're not wrong for wanting a good-looking cheeseburger to eat. That's a natural human desire. You know, there's nothing evil about that, you know, and, you know, where they say, oh, we need to do our shadow work, but anybody that's suffering in the world, anything that has darkness, they say that'll lower my vibration if I look at it. So it's like this spiritual narcissism that they're trying to paint up as fucking enlightenment, and it just makes me want to puke in my mouth. So
y'all know where that I'm sorry, I ran out of water. Do y'all know where the term new age comes from? Do you really understand what you're saying when you say new age? I'm just curious.
We're talking about an ideology. We're talking
like
about
a general understanding.
Yeah.
Right. Do you understand that that's not even what it really means? That actually new age, and you can do your research, new age, you remember the hippie era? Okay, after the hippie era, when in the 60s, some people became very enlightened and they broke away from religion and introduced a lot of things that we do, the meditation, all this other stuff. They introduced it into the community, and that is new age.
Yeah,
So
it actually comes
actually,
even
when we
farther than
actually-
that. Aleister Crowley and the Theosophical Societies talked about the New Age before the 60s, and it is like talking about the New Age of Aquarius, but we're talking about a ideological thing that's been turned into a trend online to where everybody's like now a fucking spiritual guru that's spent, 30 days in a book, and they say, my intuition tells me, Looks like, you
Right.
know,
No, I
we can
understand
make
what
up
you're
whatever we
saying.
want
I'm
to say
trying
our
to tell you,
intuitions tell us.
it's not a
You
real.
know, it's like,
What's going that what you're seeing in the community is just fake
I
stuff.
know.
It's not new
I
age.
agree.
New age are the pioneers. See, that's the part I was trying to say before you rudely interrupted me, is that these people had the strength to step out, because you got to think of the mind frame back then and how religion was so dominant at that time, right? Everything was done in the shadows. Anything that you believed in, like that wasn't with the church, was done in the shadows, and they stepped forward and they brought it to consciousness. So when we are putting down the new age and we're using it, this is how you can get a phrase that really should mean something good and twist it and flip it and now make it mean something bad. Because all those people that did that work, now all their hard work is being reflected of the people of this time, and they're nothing alike. What you're seeing now is fake. What you're seeing now is people trying to build a church within the spiritual community. You see a church being built. You see so-called spiritual leaders or talkers on these platforms, and everybody has to hear what they have to say to make decisions.
They basically started adding fear to it. So, you know, it went from being freedom minded to now we're going to add all these fears and rules into the new age.
They brought
Right.
fear into it so they could make money.
Well,
And then
created
it's
another,
like another
religion. Out of
religion.
it.
Yeah,
So some
exactly.
people created another religion out of it.
Right, but that makes money.
Exactly.
That makes
Anything
money.
that has a
Religion
label
is one
carries
of the
an
most
identity.
profitable
It's a box.
things there. Look at the church at how much money they make, and tax free.
Anything that says you're not powerful, you need me, you need what I have, blah, blah, blah. We're going right back to the same thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what they're doing. And so when you bring in the new age, then you're
have,
really, when you use that phrase like that, you're actually tearing down the very foundation that started it, was my point. But
You
people
have
don't
sweet
know.
dreams,
You're
John. I
the
know
phrase.
you're trying to get out
Can I
of
get out of
here.
here now?
Yeah,
Hey,
we love you.
I want to tell you guys, thank you so much for allowing me on. And I appreciate you as always. Thank you, everybody that was on the panel. And I hope you guys have an awesome day. And thank you, Angeline and Jesse. You guys are the greatest, man. And you guys are just the most adorable couple, too. For real. I love you guys. Thank you for inviting me on,
Please
bro.
come back. Thank you.
All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. Have a good evening, guys, or night, morning, whatever it is. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice to meet
Bye,
you.
John.
But I just, I just think that we should kind of look at, that's something we were talking about, and we should really look at the power of what we're saying. You know what I mean? Somebody somewhere used that word to, and it was, I don't know who used that word, but somewhere somebody started using that word to describe the scammers, the charlatans, because back in the day, you said charlotte. You called them charlats, okay, during this time frame. So you had new age that was breaking away from religion. They were saying, you know what, we don't need this. We can learn from Jesus, and we don't have to be in this dogma. And then you have, the charlats. And now it's
okay, but if I start describing something and I say, oh, Christians and the charlats in general, my general audience does not know what I'm referring to. Unfortunately, I understand what you're saying. New Age wasn't what it's made out to be now, but just to make the point so that everybody understands in general what I'm referring to, we all know what I'm saying when I say the New Age, both the good and the distorted part of it, because they both exist now.
Right. No, I was just sharing that because a lot of people don't understand that that's what they're actually doing when they speak on it.
It's a good thing to be aware of as well, for sure. Yeah.
Well, the hippie movement was psyop, got us turn away from moral values and sex, drugs, and rock and roll, meditate and join, find yourself a Hindu guru and just meditate and take drugs and sex, rock and roll. And so, yeah, new age for sure, but not necessarily better age. Worse
There's
age.
always going to have to be a balance between the flesh and the spirit, and we can take it both too far on either side. Like, yes, our bodies do have natural desires, but they're not always good or healthy. I mean, sugar isn't good for us, and we can desire it, like, to the point where it's more addictive than cocaine, they've shown in studies, and it's not going to be good for us, right?
Yeah.
So it is a balance of the spirit leading us, not so that we exit the body, but so that we manage the body to be its best, so that we can be our best here. There's a balance in it all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just because it's a new age or whatever doesn't mean it's a better age. I think this country's gone into degeneracy because of
In some ways. And in a way, I still hope that we're all expanding, that even the parts that feel rough right now is part of that expansion.
They took the Ten Commandments
Falling
out
off
of
and all that.
schools.
The old
don't
age
allow
was
prayer in the
much worse.
schools.
Yeah.
They
Well,
just
when you know better, you do better.
on Christian
That's, I
values.
mean,
You have to learn from the past. That's why the Bible is a beautiful book. It's sad that they corrupted it so much and put so much harsh evil and sacrifice that was never what God wanted or wanted to introduce into consciousness. That was the corruption.
I actually love the Bible. Like, when it's understood in its historical context properly, it's a beautiful story that helps us expand. Like, even, I don't know, I don't want to get into too much detail right now because we're just going to go off on other rabbit trails. So maybe we should save it for next time.
There was a
But
King James version only. I used to study the scriptures from the original languages, Hebrew.
yes, I've read the Bible many, many times in its original languages. I went to theology school, historical school. I've done over 5 years of intense study into that, and the cultures, the history, all of it. So I did, and I didn't realize that going into studying all of that, I'd study myself out of it with not abandoning it, but a much better belief around it that set me free over what the West has been teaching everyone and how it's been twisted so bad. So I actually really like the story of the Bible. I just don't believe it in the typical way, and I don't like to call myself what West has made up as Christianity, and that wasn't what Jesus was. That wasn't what a lot of them were. In fact, it was a derogatory name that was given to them by the Romans to make fun of them. And it was made into some weird religion, which Jesus came to actually obliterate, to set us free into a better belief. So I just...
They did the exact opposite. They made a religion out of what Jesus came here to teach, was you don't need a religion. You have a direct connection to Father, to Creator. Walk as I walk. Do everything I can do and more. And then they created a religion out of it, that if you don't believe that that's to be truth, then you're out of the club. And so is it just another cult club that took you away from... Everybody has that God spark in them. Just maybe you don't agree with what kind of movies they watch or what kind of books they read. They still have that God spark like you do. You're no more greater than them than they are than you. We're all equally as important.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't consider myself religious. I believe in the Bible, the Jesus, but I'm not religious. Jesus came and overturned the religious people that made up their own laws, that didn't even go by what they said, the Torah. They were judgmental, and they were the money changers, and Jesus called them the synagogue of Satan. So they were religious. Christianity is not a religion; it's a relationship with the Creator, Jesus. The Father.
God is within you. It's in your heart. The church is in your heart. You either live it, breathe it, or you don't. And if you live it and breathe it, you're not trying to save anybody. You're just walking as that example and loving people. Everybody's okay where they're at. You take them where they're at, you be a great example, and as the world is a great example for each other, then the love comes back in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I still believe the part of the scriptures that in Greek it says that the only way to the Father is through the Son, Jesus. That
Right.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And you're allowed to, and that's your connection, and that's wonderful. I love it. That's the most amazing thing. Thank you for sharing that with us, because that's very spiritually touching to share that.
Okay.
I would like to share something. You know, I used to think I'm a little bit older than Jesse and your girl there.
Angeline, I'm just turned 50, so I'm not sure if you're older than me.
I will a little bit, baby. But I used to think that I was missing out on something. I come from a really screwed up background, so bad that I left home at 10 years old and lived on the streets, and raised myself for a few years, went into shelters, foster homes, and by the time I was 13, I had my own house, car, and 2 jobs. And I used to think that I was missing out on something because of the church thing. Because when I was real little, there was so much abuse and hospitalization and just, not me personally, but watching other human trafficking, drugs, killing, a lot of crazy stuff. So church was not an option. I didn't even know who God was until one of my neighbors had told me a little bit. And my great grandmother would always tell me on the side, don't forget, Jesus loves you. And I'm like, who's this Jesus? And I'd ask about it. Don't talk, I mean, I've been hospitalized so many times when I was a kid. Back then it wasn't against the law. See, I grew up in the time when it was okay to beat your kids. It was okay to break their bones. It was okay to break their ribs. There was no laws for that. The schools didn't call your, CPS. They didn't do any of that stuff. And so, I snuck out. I was 8 years old. I snuck out and I went to church with the girl. She invited me to church. And even though I felt a lot of love there, it felt very weird, like odd weird. Now looking back, I could see that I felt like the cult thing going on. I can tell that I could tell that now that I'm looking back. And, and I saw spirits as a child. And when I mentioned it, they put me in a place where they did all these kinds of crazy tests and did a lot of mean things. And, because you don't talk about spirits, right? And anyway, get back to my story. But I had a good time. There were a lot of nice people, they were friendly, and I'd never been in that kind of environment. But when I got off the bus, my mother caught me right there, beat the shit out of me right in front of that church bus. I never went back to church. I never even cared to try to learn anything else. And I always thought I was missing out on something. But then you've kind of learned through life that you don't really miss out on anything, because I'd never got indoctrinated with that. I've always been, because of that experience, I've been able to listen to anybody talk about their religion and not be, offended by it or say, oh, well, that can't be true or whatever. I could go into any church, and I used, as an adult, I would go to several different types of churches just to check out the vibe, not to become a member. I cook at a church. I, to this day, cook a weekly meal for the community every Wednesday. Been doing it for over 10 years. And they know that I'm not a member there. They know that I'm that weird, freaky, maybe she's a witch type of lady, right? But, I'm not there for the religion. I'm there to do a service, right? I'm there to cook a community meal and with some good people. And just because they're religious doesn't mean that I can't jive with them and I'm spiritual, right? I respect, you believe this. Cool. That's your truth. I believe this. And that's my truth. And I think if we do a little bit more of that, instead of like, oh my God, we get so consumed of my reality is the real reality. And, you just don't get it type of mentality. Right. And even with him, he believes that, and at his core, he believes the only way to the Father is through the Son. And with those words, he's true, because that is through love, right? And, so I think each religion just has their own way of trying to reconnect, right, to source. They just can't let go of the control of the people, because that's the whole foundation of religion, was to control the people, right? So that's embedded in the bones. When you build a house, you can scrape that house, you can tear it down and build whatever house you want. But whatever foundation you laid, you will always be building back on top of, right? And the church was built on control of the people. So even though there's some really good people within the church, the foundation
not supposed to be a controlling. It's a free will. You offer, you give them the gospel. They have free will. You're not supposed to force anybody to believe what you believe. That's not scriptural. So if you think that the Bible teaches that you're supposed to be forceful, that's not true. The Bible never teaches you to force anybody to believe your beliefs. You give them the gospel.
I don't doubt that. I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there are churches that do that.
Today, that doesn't mean that there's not a true way. It doesn't mean that Jesus isn't the way, the truth, and the life, just because people that supposedly say they're Christians are all screwed up in some kind of cult. Anybody can.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there are. I mean, how many religions are there now? I mean,
4,500 different sects of Christianity, and most of them are cult-like, because if you don't believe in what they believe, then you're ostracized. You must be the devil. You must be influenced by darkness, and that's what a cult is. God is connected to everyone. There are shitty people here doing shitty things, but that's them. You will know them by their fruits, not what they believe in, what they do.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think that it's kind of cool that that we're able to know about Jesus's walk. And, people can call me crazy. I don't really care, because I've really seen a lot of things. And for a long time, I had no idea who this dude was. But now as an adult, I know who this dude was. That always would kind of appear out of nowhere once in a while, telling me that, you know what, it's going to be okay, honey. It's all going to be okay. So spirit is real. Good and evil is real. But the interpretation of it is vast, and it's beautiful. And like I said, you have to see the heinousy of evil to appreciate the majesty of love. And you have to see that in people as well. And I think that it's good that you bring a bunch of people together to have a bunch of different, ideas and thoughts. It's nice. It's a change of pace. We need a little more of that in our community. But I think that we as a community should work better at not becoming a cult or becoming another church, right? Because the spiritual community, if you watch the behavior, it's turning into cult-like and church You got your pastor, you got your Joel Osteen, he might pop up every couple months. You better listen, or it's crazy. When every day there's so many good people out here that show up every day, spreading positivity and doing a lot of good things. And those are, we need to get around those people and focus more on those people. And that will create more people to do it and more people to do it. And then we change everything. That's just my personal belief.
That brings me back to the thought that heaven is a state. It's a state of being. It's a state of,
So I always said, heaven is here. Heaven is where your heart is. That's the true heaven. That's the kingdom of God, the God spark that's in each and every single one of us. Some people choose to stray from their God spark, and it's really sad because everybody's beautiful, connected, allowed to be here. Otherwise, God wouldn't have sparked us into existence. People put a cage on what God is. This thing is so magnificent that most people can't even comprehend it, and they think it's contained in a book, and it's so sad. There's so many beautiful things in that book, but then there's also things that are so against God. And so it's hard for me to think that, the God that you believe in is this person that will hurt you, right? It's further from the truth. Why would God create you to want to hurt you, want to sacrifice you, want you to be in pain, want to have these evil prophecies come true? Why would God make this world for that to come true?
Yeah,
I can't see it. I can't. It's so hard. But not discrediting all the beautiful parts of God and Jesus and all the magnificent things that have happened on this earth.
Right.
That Jesus is in my heart, that God is in my heart. It lives in my heart. It never leaves. I'm not ever disconnected from it. It doesn't matter. The kingdom of heaven is within you. My church is in my heart. I'm walking in every moment that I live in this existence, and I love it. I'm appreciative. There is some shitty shit. I wouldn't be doing all of this if I didn't have to feel the need that we have to talk about it, stop any of the shitty shit from happening. And it stops with people pointing fingers. My belief is better than yours. I know more than you. My idea of God is the right one, and you must be confused. That's the most ignorant and arrogant thing to ever say to anyone, how their God is more better or more right than anyone else's, because nobody has that right to say that to anybody. Everybody has that freedom. What Yeshua said is to connect to Creator, Source, to the Father, however you may wish.
Exactly.
I'd love to maybe bring up a little bit, because it went back there again, which I wasn't going to go down, but why did Jesus die? And if he died, we don't know what was later taken on by the Romans and turned into something for their benefit and all that at the time, because a lot of people were moving towards that, this Jesus, right?
Couldn't contain it.
But why did Jesus die? So if you really follow down the storyline, right, it was to open us up to new things, and it was to try and save us, right? Not save us now, but save them at that time. And I mean, to this day, it still awakens us to things that, in a way, connects us to things that continues to save us in a way, but not that way, right?
But you're already saved. That's the whole thing about religion, is you're already saved. You're God spark. You're beautiful. Only you can take you away from that by shitty decisions, by division, by using this matrix manipulation to cause you to cause all these shitty ways. That's Satan. That's the Satan energy that is programmed, the mind virus, to think that we should all be divided, that we should, that if there's a problem, they're everywhere, and divide each other instead of living in harmony like God would want us to love each other. Love thy neighbor like thyself.
Okay, so why did Jesus die back then? So there was all these beliefs that had to line up and be fulfilled for the Jews to believe that they were saved. Okay, They kept waiting for this thing to happen that would make them saved. They kept trying to do these things that made them saved. They would make these sacrifices, blah, 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 to be saved, to be saved. So Jesus came and fulfilled everything they believed they needed in order to be right with God. Because they kept doing all of these things, giving money, making sacrifices, sacrificing animals, blah, blah, blah. I have to keep doing all these things to try and be right with God. Now think about how amazing it is for Jesus to go into this knowing that they would probably want to kill him because he's destroying their system that gave them all this control. But also that he would be willing to die in hopes that some of them would believe that they no longer had to make sacrifices anymore and could be right with God. Not because they weren't already right with God, not because they already didn't have to make sacrifices, but because they believed that. And he thought that maybe if I could just do this one thing, they would accept me as what they think they need and connect to God now without having to do all that stuff. Maybe they would stop being afraid of God now if they believed that they were right now because I was the last sacrifice ever needed. They don't have to do this anymore. They don't have to be afraid anymore if I do this thing, not because he had to, but because he had a chance to change their belief, even though it was still skewed. It was the best way he could meet them in their time where they were stuck to try and help them get forward in a relationship with God.
Yeah, that's
And when you
beautiful.
think
Church
of it
and
like
the church
that,
and the church created a bunch of books to separate people from themselves again, that they needed these books opposed to you're already connected. Don't let them mind fuck you into thinking that you're not, that you're something worthless. God loves you. You wouldn't be here if you weren't connected, completely.
Yep. And there was many people that couldn't even read. So whatever interpretation they were spoke to, right?
this is what they were told.
And then they did generation after generation after generation. So that belief system of, it takes me to my husband who's passed now, but he's Hispanic, and the rituals that they have, and I understand them, but I also did a history class in college, and that was all done on purpose. So all the statues and everything, they gave them the statues at first, so that and told them how they had to do all that. And then it's just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger over time because they couldn't have a Bible. They didn't know how to read. They were just workers. So they had to rely on the relay, right, of whatever this said, and to do this and, do kind of the same thing, but not sacrifices, right? But you have to bring certain foods, and you had to do this, and you had to, all this kind of stuff. And it's like you see that embedded in cultures to this day. So, but the love there for Jesus is still there. So even though the behavior may not be quite what it should be sometimes, the love is still there. So even after all this time, Jesus' sacrifice is still very effective to a lot of people, even though they've done a lot of damage with it, was my point. They did a lot of damage with that, twisting the narratives and stuff. But at the end of the day, Jesus's sacrifice still has touched a lot of lives.
It's just unfortunate that they mixed it with fear. So,
Yes.
coming out from my experience, because I grew up in that religion, I was indoctrinated. I did believe a lot of things. I was afraid of everything I did. As a kid, I remember giving my heart every single day. They called people to give their heart because I was afraid maybe I did something wrong and I wasn't saved anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you had an experience outside of it that made that, created that openness for you and whatnot. But when we're talking about passionately about getting out of it, it's because we were prisoners within it that got out, and our hearts are just to help others get better and better beliefs that can set them free as well. Because there are beautiful beliefs in it and a lot of really negative, scary things. And it's really hard to connect with a God that you have a confusing relationship with, because you're afraid of this God being mad at you as well as loving you, right? Because some of the things they're taught in stories and everything also make this a really kind of scary God, right? So, and even just reading the Bible properly and understanding it properly can allow us to still love Jesus and what he did, and love the story of the Bible and how it brought these new things and all of that, without being sucked into a religion with a lot of mixed fears and lies in it. Even a lot of it is Western stuff that was made up, right? And so it can be a stepping stone. It can be good for people who are just completely disconnected and just living recklessly out of the flesh only and thinking there's nothing else and whatever. It can be a step to them questioning their own discipline and connecting to something greater than them that they maybe never questioned before or never did before. And so that's okay. But then it's good to still keep moving forward as well, right? Keep understanding it better and just realizing that in the end we need to master ourselves, and we need to connect to our highest selves and just keep working on being our best selves, right?
Exactly.
And so I mean, we're all coming from different angles on why we're arguing things and why we're passionate about things and fighting things and whatever, and it's good that we can all get the backstories on all of it to understand.
Thank you for sharing yours as well.
Okay, I'm gonna take off. See you guys later.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks, Rocky. You're awesome. Hope maybe work on the mic, or maybe you can maybe try out some headphones and stuff, and because it would be really awesome to be able to hear you better, because it's really, really hard to hear you.
Yeah, you all got a lot of great things to say, but there's a lot of times we can't hear you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Have a great night, brother.
I heard that one. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to join the conversation as well.
Yeah, it was great to have you here.
It was amazing, to get to know you better. We've been friends on Facebook for a long time.
Yeah, it's nice to connect with you guys, and if we all get a little passionate, is probably the best word to say, right?
It's learning to communicate.
Use my passion. Sometimes it's a little over the top.
We're learning to communicate again, right? They've really disconnected us from communication, and it's unfortunate. It's less in the real, but it's actually still in the real. This isn't a digital us. Even though we're in digital, this is all still real of us that are talking and communicating. So I'm appreciating this, because a lot of us are spread so far out throughout the world. This brings us all back together. So I don't see this as a negative, especially how disconnected we've all become from, source, God, each other, that this is a tool that's helping us get back together. Whatever reason it was created for, we are transcending it into something better.
Exactly. Well, you're doing a great job at that. Keep it up.
And, thank you for staying in this conversation, even when it was rocky and hard, because the only way we lose is when we just ditch out, right? And even then we don't lose. We're always going to be taking what we needed. Right. But to stay and to keep going, even through the hard things and whatever, is what builds understanding and builds the connection. The further and further we go, the further we go, the more we understand something, right? And, so this is part of building communities. So no worries on the passion part. We're all passionate in different areas, and we're all learning to understand each other and where we're coming from and how to communicate better and all of that stuff. So we're on the right path. So thanks for hanging out.
All
thanks
right.
for sticking around.
And thank you so much again. Okay.
We're sending you love.
Yeah,
All right.
have a beautiful sleep.
Awesome. Well, wow, this was quite another interesting, I guess, episode.
Yeah, this was awesome. Like, this is one for the records. Tell you that much. That was a lot of fun. And I don't know, I've been like getting a little better myself, feeling a little less foggy headed, a little more bold. And that was fun to be in on these conversations because this was right up my alley. So it was lots of fun.
Oh, it was so weird. There was like some character came all like Satan with like horns and red and all of that, and then had like nothing really intelligent to say. Just wondered how high we all were. It was really fucking weird.
But you know what? I love the random things like that just make you laugh. Some people just pop in and they just want to see people laugh, and I think that's such an awesome thing, even if it's really weird or whatever. But it's fun to just, it's shake things up once in a while. Remind us to have fun too. Yep, definitely some strange things out there.
Fun-filled podcast, I think. Slick meant awesome, everyone. Yeah, wow. I subscribed. Zero Infinity Live, awesome. Without common law and aspirations of sovereignty and individual dignity for all, everything is lost. 100%. We have to stand on our square. We have to reclaim our sovereignty. We have to know that we're all powerful and this fake ass government can't tell us what to do.
Absolutely. Is there a way to, I know a lot of people aren't here anymore, but I also have a YouTube channel I haven't really done anything on. And maybe I'll start restreaming some of these there as well when I'm on them.
That would be a great idea. And oh yeah, okay. We have still here. We've got I don't know, 103 people here or something. So from all the different platforms and stuff. So a lot of still people hanging out and stuff. So Angeline's gonna post her link, or is that what you're gonna do? Maybe
Yeah,
subscribe.
I only know how to get it off my phone, so I'll just go to the YouTube and post it first.
Wow, what did you all think of this Wild West stream? But it went so good, right? And last time, Joe and John, they kind of like, really, were not in balance, and today they like got into balance, and it was just beautiful. Like, I just really appreciated so much of what happened tonight.
But the important thing is they came back, and it looks like John maybe like looked into him a little bit, gained a little understanding of like how everyone was and how this goes, and came back. And at the same time, Joe also like kind of honed it in. It was like, okay, this is what happened last time. It didn't go like it normally does with people who do get that, and they found a balance, and it was beautiful, and we had a great conversation. And that's the important thing of just keep going. Like, the only way you lose is when you quit, right?
Just trying to do better every
beautiful, both of them.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit better every day. If we can just be a little bit better every day.
Yeah.
Well, I love you. Thanks for coming and hanging out. And 6 hours. Holy macaronis. Gotta set up the live for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Brian Stavely. He's going to be talking about what happened with the Twin Towers on 9/11 and all of the circumstances surrounding that.
Awesome. If I add this to my channel right now, will it be there from the beginning if people replay it?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. You can try and test it out and just see what happens, and then we'll know so we don't have to wonder.
I don't think I'm on here. I might have to re-sign in. That's
But
okay.
yeah,
We'll figure it out.
okay, this was good. Sending love to y'all. Thank you. You're my
Yes.
heart, my beautiful, wonderful angel of light.
I love you too. And we love you all. And if all we did was expand your thoughts a little bit more, expand your heart a little more, open you up to better and better beliefs that help you to be a better and better person, then I'm happy.
So
Yay.
happy.
I'm excited. I've been waiting for a conversation like this to be more common instead of all the surface stuff getting down to us. And I'm really excited that there's a place where that's finally getting deeper and happening. So, yay.
I don't know if it's helped that I take a little bit of oil before these things, but I seem to if I have to do a paddle with no oil and see if it's flows the same.
And I'm stepping out a little bit more. So maybe we're both finding our way in this. So, yay.
Yeah, every day is a little bit better, and I love you all. We are the Missing Link High Vibe Love Tribe. We just love people, love to do better, be better, and connect people, have conversations, show people the true power is within them, and at least it's your purchasing power if you can't see that spiritually.
Yay. All right,
So,
sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. So tomorrow, it's Brian Stavely at 8 p.m. Eastern. So we won't be streaming till 8 p.m. Eastern. And then on Thursday, we've got a friend that when while we were in Mexico, got to see and have some food with, Puya. So he's going to be on Thursday. He's like a self-help guy. Likes to help people, better themselves. So he's really nice. Iranian guy. He's got an interesting accent. And then on Friday, we've got Beth Martins. And that's at 3 p.m. Puya's at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then Beth Martins at 1 p.m. Eastern. And then we've got 7 p.m. is HVLT Free Sierra Leone. So we're going to be doing on Friday, we're going to do a High Vibe Love Tribe, but we were asked by David the Indian, and he asked if we could do a Free Sierra Leone kind of High Vibe Love Tribe, sending good energy to them, getting people to send, helping them become free, because there's some, harsh things that are happening there. So we thought
and to really send for all of them to get free in their hearts and their minds for the whole situation be really, really good. That's awesome.
Yeah, so that'll be on Friday, and nothing on Saturday. Okay, nothing on Saturday. We might actually have a weekend off. So, what are we doing Free Friday? So maybe Saturday night again would be a good time. So today was, I don't know, what are we, Tuesday, Wednesday? We are now Wednesday, so Tuesday night. So Tuesday and Saturday, a couple times a week. I think that we go quite long. So
I have a feeling it might happen once more before then.
well, I have the evenings. We got Friday, and then we've got Brian Stavely. So here, Saturday would be, unless you want to host a panel, you're always more than welcome to.
I might think about that. I've had a couple ladies that are busy right now, but they'd love to do a women's panel at some point as well. So we might work on that too.
was so nice to see now Chiquita here. Wish we could hear a little bit more from him.
But you know, he's awesome. If he wanted to speak up, he would. He's got that. And next time we'll try hold more space for him as well. But I
Yeah,
think
he
he
was
just
so
was taking it all in. He loves those kind of conversations too. He's really, really smart. So we'll get into
yeah, he
more of
was
that.
yeah, he was so patient tonight.
Hmm.
Lots of strong people wanting to talk, so you know it's hard to not be patient and then not come across as being a dick. So it he was just patient. It was awesome.
Awesome.
Okay, well, I love you. Y'all have a great evening, night, AM, wherever you are. Knowledge is power. The more knowledge we all have collectively, the less power they have over us. May the source be with you all. Thanks for all your likes, comments, hearts, shares, and stars. We appreciate all of your love and support, however that may be. Subscribe to Angeline's YouTube channel. It would be good to build up, even like backups, make sure all the subscribers go there too, right? Because, our subject matter is,
Yeah, if you guys want to go subscribe there, then if anything shuts down, we'll find y'all again. Basically.
well, like I said, they'd be restreaming there. So if they need to find, they'll always know if there's there. If anything ever happens, we'll be streaming on this one. You know what I mean? So that way, that's great because then, we don't have to not be around anybody that enjoys it through the YouTube.
Awesome.
Subscribe to Zero Infinity Live. Awesome. Okay, may the source be with y'all, and I'll talk to you in a little bit, Angeline. Love y'all.
Sounds good. Night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.